This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
And welcome to Hove for day 2 of this county championship match between Sussex and Gloucestershire. A quick shout out around the ground to make sure we're going out loud and clear. Well, that's my good friend Julian waving over from the Spen Karma Pavilion. I know there was a members forum this morning here at Hove, so I don't know if there are any interesting snippets that came out of that, we'll probably find out during the day, I'm sure. But the players are making their way out. I have to report, it is very gloomy here. In the last 20 minutes, it's got very overcast, and I don't think we're far away from the floodlights coming on, if I'm being perfectly honest. Anyway, I'm Adrian Harms. Ed Seaborn is with me from BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucester. Ed, lovely to see you, and let's hope that today is exciting, because I thought it was a good day's cricket yesterday.
Yeah, it was exciting from start to finish, wasn't it? Just a shame from a Gloucestershire point of view that they rather let a magnificent position slip, because they haven't been ahead on many days this season, and 117 for 8 in Sussex's innings then became 202 all out, and Gloucestershire lost some wickets in fashions that they would, I think, be seriously regretting. So
yes.
136 for 6 they find themselves, trailing by 66 runs, and it's now up to the bowlers basically to try and get Gloucestershire up towards parity. And really, I felt starting this innings, Gloucestershire had to get a lead, so I think that's going to be tricky now, especially given the conditions, given that it's the 10:30 start. It is a serious blanket of grey cloud overhead.
There really is, isn't there?
We'll see how it goes, but it's going to be tough, I would have thought, out there for batting to start with.
Well, it's Sean Hunt, who I spoke to last night at the close of play, coming running in for the first ball of the day, comes in and bowls to Zafar, who plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Good to speak to Sean. He's been in and out of the side this season, and but he made his best first-class score yesterday, which was 22, which helped Sussex, to be honest, get a half-decent score, because 117 for 8, they're in all sorts of trouble. But Sean got his head down together with Jack Carson, and a partnership of 71 for the 9th wicket at least gave Sussex something to bowl at. And I thought he bowled nicely as well. So that interview is on the Sussex Cricket Club Twitter feed, as in comes Hunt and bowls, and he beats Zafar outside of the off stump, taken low down by Carter, and there is no run. So you can listen to it there, or on the BBC Sussex Sport Twitter feed. You can hear the conversation with Sean. Good to speak with him. Now, is that a replacement fielder at... Oh no, it's Ali Orr, who's at mid-on, who's doing some exercises. It really is gloomy. I mean, the lights on the scoreboard are shining so brightly. The yellows in particular are standing out as in comes Hunt and bowls, and Zafar is fending that one away into the slip cordon, well fielded there by James Coles, who has a sun hat on, which is completely unnecessary.
I'd love the all-weather sun hat wearers. They're my type of cricketer. You wouldn't get me wearing one of those caps,
wouldn't you?
No, I've always been a sun hat, no matter what type. Yeah, genuinely.
Hunt, number 21 on the back of his shirt, running up the hill from the C end of the ground. He's in and bowls, and that kept a little low actually on Zafar, and he had to sort of dig that one out. Played it to mid-on, footed by Orr, and there is no run.
Yeah, so this is one of the reasons really. I mean, we had some spin from the start on day one. Just the occasional ball stayed down. It really was only one or two, but you just do wonder. It's a September pitch. It's good to see a pitch which is doing a bit after some this season, and you just think surely it's going to do more and more as it goes on.
Hunt in bowls, and Zafar defends into the offside, fielded by the eager Jack Carson, half-century to his name yesterday. In fact, both of the Sussex players who the club left out last week after the misdemeanors here in the game against Leicestershire top scored yesterday. Tom Haynes with 62, who's fielding at mid-off, and Jack Carson with 56 from memory.
Yes.
Where's my book?
It was.
Both scoring those half-centuries. Good job they did. From a Sussex point of view, in comes Hunt, bowls, and Zafar nudges this one towards backward point and picks up a single off the last ball of the over, and Gloucestershire go to 137 for 6 with Middleton on 2. Zafar is on 11. Not many people in the ground today. I mean, the weather forecast I actually thought was okay, but then the more I looked, the more it suggested that it just might be cloudy all day.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those. It doesn't seem as though there's a huge amount of rain in the forecast.
No.
Unlike some areas of the country where it really does look like they're going to be hit quite hard by this storm that's coming.
Storm Agnes.
Yes. You wouldn't not want to be on the wrong end of...
Well, I was listening on the way down there with travel news, and they were saying all the ferries are cancelled from Liverpool to Ireland and up the west coast of Scotland. I think it's going to be pretty bad there. But I think
the wind is supposed to get up here later on. I'm seeing 30-odd mile an hour winds, but it doesn't look as if we're going to get any rain, which is, at the moment, the important thing. Brad Curry is going to bowl from the Cromwell Road end. It was very impressive yesterday. We saw Curry, Hunt and Matt Taylor, all the left-arm seamers especially, but also Zafar Gohar, left-arm spinner, had an excellent day with the ball. And here comes Curry to bowl his first ball of the day to Zafar Gohar, who comes forward and plays in defence back to the bowler. 2 for 19 with 5 maidens from his 8 overs. Brad Curry, Sean Hunt 2 for 36, his figures now, and Matt Taylor 5 for 24 yesterday, just narrowly not his best first-class figures.
In a minute, but you keep going, Ed.
It's disappeared again. Here comes Curry, bowls to Zafar. There's a shout for leg before, which again is slightly strangled. I think there was possibly some inside edge there. The ball seemed to squeeze between Zafar's legs out towards square leg. There is no square leg, but Zafar's obviously been hit on the inner part of the leg there. Yeah,
that is painful. There's no sort of padding there, but it blooming well hurts.
No, it does, doesn't it? There's very little protection. There's sort of, I don't know, that bit that just runs down the side of the leg. It hits that flush. There's little padding there within the leg as well as from the padding. This is edged and caught at second slip. Tom Clark with the catch, and Brad Curry has got his 3rd wicket, 3 for 19. Zafar with a flashing drive outside the off stump, probably just a bit of a way shape, although it's tricky to see from this angle, but it certainly did enough. And a quick edge, well taken in the cordon, because it wasn't, it was travelling, and it's not exactly great light out there at the moment, so it's not going to be easy to see. Picking that ball up off the backdrop, and that's exactly what Gloucestershire couldn't afford. An early wicket this morning. They needed Zafar and Middleton to get them off to a decent start, to get them up close to that Sussex first innings total. They've lost Zafar already, just adding 1 to the overnight score. Gloucestershire 137 for 7, trailing by 65.
In the years I've been watching Sussex, I would say there have been 2 really outstanding slip fielders. Mike Yardy was one, and Chris Jordan was another. I mean, they were just both brilliant slip fielders. But Tom Clark is not far off. You know, he's got a very, very good pair of hands. You know, almost when the ball's going to him, you think that's out. I know he put one down yesterday.
It was a one-hander, though, wasn't it?
But he's a very, very fine slip fielder. Very rarely do chances go down. So that was a really good catch. I don't know what's happened to our update, but anyway, well. Perhaps they've forgotten.
I got a burst of myself talking in my own ear, which is a little bit disturbing.
No, I got a burst as well. I don't know what happened then.
Right, Matt Taylor is out at number 9. Let's see if he can carry his form of the ball into his batting innings. Curry is in over the wicket, bowling to Taylor, and Taylor is playing quietly out into the offside first ball, looking pretty secure, and there's no run. His first class highest score came this year for Taylor, 57 not out made at Derby, and the floodlights are at last coming on. I must say, I'm really surprised that they weren't on from the start.
No, I couldn't agree more.
It almost felt as though they were taken aback a little bit by how gloomy it was when they got out there. The light is not good. Curry bowls to Taylor, who's forward, repeating the dose, just tapping the ball out towards Crocombe, who's fielding at cover. So that 57 not out from Taylor, 49 not out made against Worcestershire at Cheltenham earlier, so he's had a couple of good scores, but this is going to be really tough against
It is.
a Sussex attack with their tails up. Clearly enough out there for them, and they're bowling well at the moment, these two. Curry completes another wicket maiden. We've seen quite a lot of those in this game. Taylor himself bowled 2 wicket maidens, and Curry, that's his 6th maiden out of the 9 overs that he's bowled. Gloucestershire 137 for 7. Zaman Akhtar and Josh Shaw, the batting to come. Not sure what order they'll come out in, because I think Taylor may have got a promotion over Shaw from the last time those two would have been in the side together. But so they can all hold a bat, but the problem is, can they get 65 runs when all others, really, other than Carson's the only person so far to score any appreciable runs in this game without getting... Oh no, of course he was dropped as well. So nobody's made it past 22 in this game without being dropped, I don't think.
In comes Sean Hunt running into bowl to Ed Middleton. Lets that go outside the off stump, taken by a tumbling Carter, and there is no run. I mean, we were discussing yesterday, you get as many wickets as 16 wickets falling on the first day, and you think, crumbs, this may not go 4 days. If a wicket keeps tumbling, I mean, I don't think we'll get finished today, but I mean, the light isn't great. And you say the floodlights are on, it's great bowling conditions.
Yeah.
The pitch is doing a bit.
Actually, James Bracey's 25. That's the highest score in the match without
somebody who wasn't
somebody being dropped.
Great stat. In comes Hunt and bowls, let go outside the off stump by Middleton, taken by Carter in front of slip, and there is no run.
And all of Gloucestershire's wickets so far have been caught by somebody not the wicket keeper. So 2 catches for Crocombe, who caught both Dent at mid-wicket and that steepler off Hammond, which is a really good catch running back.
That was a good catch.
And then Van Buren caught down at fine leg off an absolutely shocking delivery last night. Not a great piece of cricket, apart from the catch by Carson, which was a good one, and then the others caught in the slips.
Hunt in bowls, and he's hit on the pad. There's a loud appeal. Umpire Bainton looks the other way.
Maybe you're upset to hear the criticism of when things run late, when they don't go to plan. Should we?
And there is
never
no run.
The NHS, because it's after all a free service. Thank you, Linda, for your point. Keep your comments coming in on
3 slits in a gully.
Start your message with the word radio. Sarah.Gorrell.
Point mid off. Mid on.
And actually, when
Mid-wicket.
I used to go for these appointments, it was a
fine leg.
service, and they were always late. There was never a time when they weren't
Hunt.
late. Whichever time you booked it.
On his way again. In and bowls, and batting doesn't look easy out there this morning. Middleton looking to play it on the leg side. He's wrapped around the thigh pad, and there is no run. I'll keep chuntering away because we've got an update to give to our listeners on BBC
top temperatures
Radio Sussex in a few moments' time, and keeping an eye on what's going on elsewhere as well. Surrey just needing 2 points to win the county championship. If they get to 300 runs down at Southampton today, then that will be that, regardless of what happens elsewhere. Hunt in bowls, and again he hits Middleton around the thigh pad. There is no run. In fact, he's brightening up a bit now. The cloud just seems to be breaking up a little.
Okay, the latest now with Adrian Harm.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Sarah. Good news here. We've started on time, despite it being very gloomy here at Hove this morning. In fact, the floodlights are on, which will tell you how dark it is. But Sussex have already picked up a wicket. Brad Curry, accounting for Zafar Gohar, brilliantly caught by Tom Clark in the slips for 11. So Gloucester now 137 for 7 in reply to the Sussex total yesterday of 202. In fact, as I speak to you, Sarah, there's another wicket. Sean Hunt has picked up a 3rd wicket, and Ed Middleton has been caught in the slips. A catch there by James Cole. So Gloucestershire now 137 for 8. Meanwhile, down at Southampton, Surrey with a great chance of winning the county championship today. They're 48 for 2 in their first innings. If they get to 300 in their first innings, they will secure enough batting bonus points to win the county championship outright. And we wish them well. So, 2 wickets in the first couple of 3 overs. Middleton, I only caught a glimpse of the catcher. I thought it was Cole's.
Clark.
It was Clark again, was it?
Low down.
Right.
It was a simpler catch because it was going a lot slower, but still low down, a decent grab, and a catch that you'd expect to take. But Yeah, and wickets continue to fall. I'm not offering this as an excuse, so don't get me wrong, but if this light happened late on in the day, we'd be off.
Yeah, and actually, I think that probably Gloucestershire might be thinking fancy quite getting out here and bowling in this. Although away to the west, where I think the weather is coming from, the skies are much brighter.
There is at last a bit of a break.
There is.
In the cloud. So 2 wickets for 1 run this morning, and well, I don't think you can criticise Middleton too much for that dismissal. No. It was a good ball from Hunt, and he's just had a nibble outside the off stump, and he is, as I've said, really, he's a bowler who. Well, I say he's a bowler who bats. I'm sure he would hope that he would develop into an all-rounder, but he's only in his 2nd first-class match, his 3rd first-class innings. So it's hard really to criticise too much. Curry is bowling to Taylor, who's pushing out into the offside in defence for no run. Josh Shaw out at number 10, and then just Zaman Akhtar to come. So really all hopes of Gloucestershire getting up close to that Sussex total seem to have evaporated very quickly this morning. They've really barely laid the middle of the bat on a ball so far. Another wicket maiden, of course, that last over from Hunt. Curry bowls full, and it's whipped away by Taylor through backward square leg. It's going to be stopped though down on the long leg boundary by Sean Hunt running round. Does well to get there, and because it's such a short boundary to that side, there's barely any 2s available. So it's another run, and Gloucestershire have managed 2 runs this morning. Taylor is underway, 138 for 8. So there's opportunity for both Curry and Hunt to get their 5-wicket hauls and take the 2 remaining wickets. Josh Shaw facing up to his first ball, and he lets it go outside the off stump, an in ducker from Curry. And thankfully, I think from the perspective of all of us, it is now beginning to get brighter.
The sun's coming out.
Wouldn't go that far yet.
I thought there was a glimmer.
Yes. Anyway, I think hopefully it is. We've had the gloomiest of the conditions. As in goes Curry over the wicket, bowling to Shaw, who plays quietly in defence, and Curry will field off his own bowling. So Hunt, this now, I think, just actually check that again, because of course it does update this particular website. But yes, 3 for 36, I thought it was. That equals his career best from earlier on in the season, which of course came against Gloucestershire.
He did. He bowled very well that final afternoon.
Curry bowls full to Shaw, who drives. That's a nice looking shot through mid-off. It's running out towards the boundary, up the hill. Orr is in pursuit, but I don't think he's quite going to get there. The ball's trying to hold up, but it does go to the boundary. And Josh Shaw, who does like a drive through the covers or down through mid-off, usually gets one away. Just a little over pitched from Curry, but it's hard to blame him because he's trying to pitch it up and swing it. But Shaw that time was able to get to the pitch and drive it away for 4. 142 for 8. So Gloucestershire trailing now by 60 runs.
Good shot, that.
Yeah, so he does look like a good player when he plays those sorts of drives. Curry bowls, that's worked into the leg side by Shaw, and there's no square leg, so he'll come through for a single and move to 5. 143 for 8. That ends the over. 6 runs have come from it. A positive outburst. 10 over 6 maidens, 3 for, or is it 3 for 25 now from Curry? His figure's absolutely ruined. But yes, I must say it was quite gloomy when I walked back last night as well. You start to get to the end of the season and there's not really very much light by the time you've made it back to wherever you're getting to, whether that's home or...
So were you staying in Brighton?
Yes, so I had to walk back along the seafront. You feel remarkably unfit walking along the seafront because you get overtaken by about 20 runners every minute, it seems. Everybody runs along that wide promenade there.
In comes Hunt, bowls let go outside the off stump by Shaw when there is no run. During a couple of years ago, I got into doing, they do a park run in the local town on a Saturday morning, and it's a 5K. You run around the park twice. And I thought I needed to get a bit fit, so I started doing it. But then I was finding I was getting overtaken by sort of, these very fit parents who sort of run around pushing a pushchair. So they've got children in the pushchair, or people running with their dog, or people dressed in costumes who are doing it for charity, for fun. I mean, it's really demoralising.
Taken by Mr. Blobby.
In comes Hunt, bowls to Shaw, who's beaten outside the off stump. There is no run. And also, Ed, because you had to go around the park twice. All I tried to do was get around so I didn't get lapped. But some of the speedy runners, you're thinking, I can't believe this. I'm getting, so it's a bit demoralising.
No, I was dragging along my suitcase, which I think actually.
Oh, well, that's an excuse.
It does.
No, I think that is an excuse.
It does maybe get me a little bit fitter having to lug that, but even so.
In comes Hunt and bowls and defended onto the offside by Shaw. There is no run. They kept a little low, actually, but still no run.
And I didn't go for the fish and chips option tonight. That might be a final evening thing. I don't know whether it was kind of subliminal suggestion with Sussex's opening bowlers, but I did hunt a curry, so that's what I did.
Oh, good.
Very nice one it was too.
Lovely. It's brightening up by the minute here as Hunt is in and bowls, and Shaw drives and is beaten outside the outside edge, taken by Carter, and there is no run. A couple of emails have come in, which I will read. Peter McGreal has been in touch. Hello, Peter, down in lovely Chichester, on the way to West Wittering and that lovely beach. Particularly when the tide goes out, it's lovely down at
Wittering. I only know that as an RAF base.
Yeah, there's east and west Wittering. Yeah, in comes Hunt and bowls, and forward comes Shaw, plays out to the offside. There is no run. Yeah, it's a beautiful beach. When the tide goes out, you can see from Wittering. You can look across to the Isle of Wight. It's a beautiful beach, and that's. And Chichester is not that far away.
Yes, I actually went to Chichester on the way here last year, I think it was. Maybe for a T20, I just stopped off in Chichester.
The main problem getting from Chichester to here is you've got to go along the A27, which is just a nightmare. In comes Hunt, running in, bowls, and Shaw places very nicely. Tucks that one down off the hip, down towards fine leg. He's going to pick up a boundary. Oh, no, he's not. There's a very good bit of fielding down there by Brad Curry, who's a very, very good fielder, is Brad Curry. He's round the boundary very quickly, prevented the ball going across the ropes for 4 runs. Shaw goes to 7, 145 for 8. Peter says, thanks for your efforts this season. I hope you winter well, along with Ed. So there you go, Ed.
We won't be wintering together, but no. Yes. Well, I mean, if you have a spare ticket going for a football match at any point, but
we might see each other. Peter says it's been a hugely disappointing season. Do you know if Sussex are looking to recruit a new captain? Personally, I feel they need an experienced player to act as captain and guide these Sussex youngsters for next season. Well, certainly. My feeling is that, this is just my own feeling, I think Sussex do need a new captain. I think that Chetishwar Pujara is a fine player. I'm not sure he's a captain. That's my own thoughts. And personally, my own view would be, yes, they do need a captain. So I think that may well be, I don't know, but I would have thought that that's something that's, if they could get someone in who could skipper the side in all formats, someone with a bit of real presence and authority on the pitch, I think that is exactly what Sussex need, Peter.
Brad Curry's coming round the wicket out to Taylor, and Taylor's, I thought he was trying to drive that one through the covers, but it's gone out towards square leg, and he'll get a single for it, so he won't really care as long as he's got a run for it. 56 runs the deficit now.
Peter goes on to say, I'm assuming that George Garton will be released at the end of the season. Have you heard anything? No, I mean, it's the time of year, Peter, when rumours are swirling around. But George has only played, half a county championship match, half a dozen T20 matches. So I don't think it would be a huge surprise. Fine player though George is. I mean, why wouldn't you want a fit George Garton in your side? Someone who bowls 85 miles an hour, brilliant fielder, can knock the ball out the ground.
Curry is in round the wicket, bowling to Shaw, lets it go through to Carter.
But Sussex just haven't seen enough of George this season. He's had some injury concerns and problems, and I think if Sussex can't get him on the pitch, then maybe it's best for both parties, really. But I think a fit raring to go George Garden. You walk into this side.
It's tricky, isn't it? And I think you see this sort of players in Garton's situation around the country. I'll come back to that as around the wicket comes Curry, and Shaw works that one off his pads but finds the fielder who they've put in at square leg now, so there's no run. Crocombe, that fielder. You see, for example, somebody like a Mitchell Stanley who's just moved up to Lancashire. He's barely played for Worcestershire, I think, over the past couple of seasons. Was a kind of a surprise pick for the 100 a couple of years back. And he's got some pace about him. There's unquestionably some talent there. It's just getting him fit. And somebody who's not necessarily going to be available through August, or at next season it will be late July and through to sort of the mid to sort of 20th of August, something like that. The 100 is a little bit earlier next year. But anyway, somebody who's not available across all three formats for the county. As Curry bowls to Shaw, and that's very nicely played. That, I'm afraid, was not the right ball for the field that had been set, because they'd moved another fielder over to the leg side. Curry had two short mid-wickets and just the two slips, and then he bowled a ball wide of off stump, and with no gully and no third man, Shaw has just opened the face and has guided it into what is a huge gap between point and second slip and picks up a boundary. So Gloucestershire's 150 comes up and Shaw moves on to 11. He really cannot afford to be wide with this field and coming round the wicket as well.
That was a bit of a gimme, really, wasn't it? Actually, when you think about it, it was the Sussex 9th wicket pair that got Sussex back into the game. Who's to say that these two won't?
Still a long way to go, but as Curry bowls to Shaw, again, it's wide outside the off stump. He's got away with that one a touch as well. Shaw mistimes the drive back to the bowler, and not only is there that gap between second slip and backward point, but there's nobody out in the covers as well. But yeah, just to finish that point, I think it's where you see now, yet again, the gap between the bigger and smaller counties, in that the bigger counties can afford to have those sorts of players available for a couple of formats. As Curry is into bowl, Shaw struck on the pad, looking to whip into the leg side. They like this to Sussex, but umpire Chantry in the end says not out. He considered that for quite some time, but turns down the appeal. Curry is denied his 4th wicket. I'll try and have a look at that again in a moment. My impression was that Shaw was across his stumps looking to hit that one hard through the leg side. In fact, if anything, looking at that, I mean, it looks a good shout, I'll say that. It swung into Shaw appreciably, but I think the only thing that might have saved him is he might actually have got so far across he was outside the line of off stump. So I don't think there's any question for me it was going on to hit the stumps, but maybe just got his pad outside off. But anyway, the wage bills of a Surrey or a Lancashire or so, you can afford to have those sorts of players, because when they're on the park, they're dynamite.
In comes Hunt and bowls to Taylor, plays to backward point, and there is no run. I mean, just finishing up on the George Garton situation, Peter. I mean, he has hardly played. He hasn't been fit, and so from that point of view, you can't have a player who isn't going to play. But I think a fit George Garton, Sussex will want him in the side. Maybe it's a situation where George has been here for a number of years, and perhaps George needs a change of scenery. But I think my feeling is, as the sun comes out in all its glory, and Sean Hunt is in and bowls, and that's a nice looking shot by Matt Taylor. It's gone through backward point for 4 runs. Nothing wrong with that. 2 wide from Sean Hunt, and Taylor goes to 6. The total to 154 for 8. My feeling is probably that George will be somewhere next season. That comes from no knowledge. It's just my hunch, and it'll be a shame, because it's going to join a very long list of very good cricketers who have left the club over the last few seasons for whatever reason. You know, the list is endless, isn't it? Danny Biggs, Bren Brown, Phil Salt, David
Sussex
Visa, Chris Jordan
as well.
Yeah, in comes Hunt bowls, and it's a no ball. Looking to flick that one away on the leg side was Matt Taylor. But yeah, that's my feeling. But it's from no knowledge, Peter. So thank you for that. He says, in summary, Sussex players have generally been below par, and the time has now come to really shake things up. Too many of this squad are relying on a potential tag. This cannot continue. It's professional sport and a results-driven business. I wholeheartedly agree with you, Peter. I think 3 years of a youth experiment, I think people have had a lot of chances. In comes Hunt, bowls, and forward comes Taylor, plays onto the onside. There is no run. For me, I'd like to say Finn Hudson, Prentice, Ollie Carter are really the only players who I can say this season have delivered. Too many players need to understand they cannot continue to underperform. My back four far brace 100% to drive through the necessary changes. That's from Peter McGreal. Peter, thank you so much for your email, and thank you, Peter, for keeping in touch during the season. It's always great to get emails from people, and you know, thank you very much for your views, most of which I completely agree with. In comes Hunt and bowls, and played into the offside by Taylor, and there is no run. David Sharp has been in touch from Marbella with another picture showing it's 33 degrees, which is very depressing. Thank you, David. Adam Thomas. Hello, Adam. From Moreton in the Marsh. Moreton in the Marsh, on your neck of the woods.
Moreton in Marsh, yes.
Yes. Is that in Gloucestershire?
It is.
Is it? Is that in the Cotswolds?
Yep.
Right.
Yep,
I'm sure I've been there. Is that sort of near Stow on the Wold?
Yeah, well, it's that sort of area,
Is it?
yes. A sort of corridor.
I bet it's expensive to buy a house there.
I just think so.
Comes Hunt and bowls. Another no ball. It's the second in the over from Sean Hunt. Two more, 158 for 8.
Yeah, the Gloucestershire have played quite a bit of cricket at Moreton over the years. I think, from memory, 1996 was the last time they played at Moreton. I sadly don't remember it.
He talks about the schedule, does Adam? And he says, what do you think of the schedule for next season, with the group stages of the T20 Blast being June and July and the knockout stages in September? In comes Hunt, bowls, beaten outside the off stump, the slip called, and thought there'd been a little nick on that from Matt Taylor, taken by Carter, no run.
Well, I think it's two blocks, isn't it?
Yes.
You've got one block in May before, or starts in May before the T20 World Cup, and then it finishes, I think, along the side, maybe the back end of that.
Yeah, he goes on to say it does mean a big block of the summer from early July to late August with no championship cricket. 7 weeks of white ball only at the peak of the summer. The championship will be more marginalised, in my opinion, says Adam from a sunny Moreton in Marsh. In comes Hunt, bowls, played into the offside by Taylor. There is no run. End of the over. 158 for 8. Short on 11. Taylor is on 6. I mean, my understanding is that the season starts next year on the 4th or 5th of April, and we've got this big block of championship cricket. Ed and I were discussing this yesterday, Adam, and saying that those early weeks are going to be so important in terms of the way the second division will, you know, we hope we get some decent weather.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's hope for a dry April.
You know, or else you get half the champion. The schedule is, and it's been a problem, let's be honest, it's been a problem since the 100. It's going to be a problem next year because of the T20 World Cup. Which
I think it's been a problem for as long as I've been following cricket.
No, I think you're right. And it doesn't, I mean, it is a nonsense. I thought Ed was quite right yesterday talking about the first division of the county championship where not everybody plays everybody twice. I mean, that's just bonkers. Imagine that in the Premier League.
It's tricky, isn't it? And actually, I'll come on to another, a tangential thing. As Curry bowls to short, turns into the onside, which is heavily packed. There are 4 fielders saving the single on the onside, which is this is an odd one. I'm not actually at the moment totally sure of exactly what they're bowling for. I assume they're bowling for Curry bowling round the wicket, the in-swinger. But I suppose he could have had Shaw LBW already, but it's a curious field with, I say 2 short mid-wickets, it's not really, it's a short mid-wicket and a short forward square, as this is nicked by Shaw, but he's nicked it too fine. He's not managed to get it wide of Tom Clark at second slip. It went quickly and it was well stopped by Clark there. So those 2 short fielders, a mid-on, a square leg and a long leg, and then of the 4 fielders on the offside, 2 of them are in the cordon. But I noticed And I think this is right, because I haven't actually checked the scorecard. You should always check things that are told to you on apps. As Shaw this time will find the gap in the gully and should pick up a couple of runs here, just using the pace of the ball from Curry. Shaw moves on to 13, 160 now for 8. But I believe I read, and I don't see him opening the batting. So this is why I'm this is why I'm a bit cautious about this. I did see that Zach Crawley might be coming back for Kent in the middle of that match, as Curry runs in round the wicket bowl. Shaw goes for a big shot down the ground. He's clubbed that one, and that's running away to the long off boundary for 4. Uncomplicated from Shaw. Foot to the ball, and biff. There weren't many fielders who could stop that with mid-off up. And this, I know that shot was played where there wasn't ever going to be a fielder. And Shaw moves on to 17. Gloucestershire now trailing by 38. But I'm not convinced that Curry's got a great deal of margin with this field. Runs down through third man, now runs through the offside. Curry in bowls to Shaw, who, again, he had an opportunity to hit that one away through the offside, and he's skewed it to mid-on. That one, he was looking to repeat the dose, and he got the ball for it as well. He got some width, he got length to be able to pick up, and he's cross with himself, is Shaw, that he didn't put that one away as well. And I just think this is a really tough field for Brad Curry to bowl to.
Well, I think Jack Carlson there at mid-wicket is just shrugging his shoulders there as if to say, I'm not sure we quite got this right.
In goes Curry. He's there now to bowl to Shaw, and that's down the leg side. And that's the other issue, is that after you bowled a couple outside the off stump, which had been hit for runs, then spear it too far down leg. 164 for 8. And I just think that things were working quite well for Sussex before. They managed to pick up 2 wickets just bowling line and length outside the off stump. And it's a little bit of the syndrome of, we've got lower order stroke tail enders here, let's change what we're doing. And I'm sure they've got their reasons. But I think probably after 3 overs where Gloucestershire have scored some runs which could prove handy, you never know, I think maybe it might be time just to go back to what was working before.
The floodlights are still on.
Just my view, anyway. That's all I can do is give my own, usually incorrect opinion.
Just to say, many congratulations to Worcester, who have been promoted from Division 2 of the County Championship. I say that slightly through a gritted teeth, because I'm delighted for Worcester. They are lovely people. They're a really good cricket club, and so I'm delighted they're promoted. But I also love going to Worcester, and we won't be going there next year in the Championship, which is a shame. In comes Henry Crocombe. Lovely sunshine. Bowls to Taylor outside the off stump, playing a miss through to Carter, and there is no run. So well done to everybody at Worcester. They deserve to be promoted. They've won 5 games this season. They're going to lose some players. Josh Tongue, Dylan Pennington, Jack Haynes are all leaving the club. Pat Brown.
How much Ben Cox?
Yeah, so they're losing some players, but they're bringing in Tom Taylor, and I'm sure they're bringing
Rob
some
Jones.
Yeah, he's a good player, isn't he, from Lancashire? In comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls and fended off through backward point. That's going to be 4 runs. There's not a great bit of fielding there, I think, by Finn Hudson-Prentice diving away to his right. And it's another boundary. And these are useful runs. We were saying this could be a partnership to match the Sussex partnership. These 2 have now added 31, 168 for 8.
It's a shot that Matt Taylor plays well. I mean, it's sort of a cut shot, but it's more of just a sort of a stroked cut shot. It's a shot that he likes, and he's got a couple of them away now for his 2 boundaries.
Crocombe in bowls. Oh, that was the sort of shot I might play.
That was a flat-footed waft.
That was a waft. He was looking to cut that one away. I guess had he collected it, gone through point for 4 runs, I'd have said, oh, what a great shot. But it wasn't really.
Yeah, so I'm not sure that it would have connected, though, I think is the thing. But anyway, he missed it, so he's going to be happy enough still to be there.
In comes Crocombe, bowls, and again he beats Taylor with a quick delivery that rattles into the gloves of Carter, and there is no run.
Yeah, I was going to say, and that was a lively one, which I think just gets your attention. Crocombe whacked Miles Hammond on the helmet yesterday.
Yeah, he did. Yes, that was
right
nice.
on the grill. I mean, Hammond was thinking about pulling, and then it just hit him as he was really staring at the ball. He kept his eye on the ball at all times, but I'm not sure that's usually what they mean.
Crocombe in bowls, and he's had it again, and that's gone away for 4 more. Well, it was wide outside the off stump, and that was a deliberate shot by Matt Taylor. He just leant back and he just helped the ball, which was wide of the off stump, down to backward point for 4 runs. And these are very useful runs for Gloucestershire, who are now 172 for 8.
Yeah, that was too short and too wide. Yes, he's got a couple of plays and misses out of bowling out there, but that one was really just get a bit of bat on it from Taylor. Even if he'd got a nick, it would have flown over the cordon.
In comes Crocombe again, wide of the off stump, end of the over, 8 off of the over, and Gloucestershire now suddenly are within 30 runs of the Sussex total.
Yeah.
I think we could be in for a good game here. I mean, I'm not sure this is going to last 4 days, but and you have to say, I think some of the shots that have been played have been poor.
Yeah.
But in terms of a game of cricket that's moved on and has kept everybody involved, it's been a decent game.
It's been exciting to watch. They always are, these low scorers. There's something happening out there all the time. And I don't think, having said that there's enough in the pitch, I don't believe that it's a 374 for 18 pitch.
No.
I think there've been more runs out there than have been scored, I think, by both sides. So I don't think for one moment that if you just looked at the score and you'd say, well, obviously the pitch is doing an awful lot. Well, it is doing something, obviously it is, but I don't think it's warranted the scores that have been got on it. Change of ends for Sean Hunt, and he's bowling from the Cromwell Road end now. Shaw looks to drive but doesn't time it, and it's fielded out at point by Hudson Prentice. So very much more now the usual angle of attack and field here for Hunt. He's bowling over the wickets to Shaw. There is a cover now, and I think possibly the best field position is the fact that there's now a third slip, meaning that Shaw can't score so many runs down through third man, you would think, and he plays and misses to this next delivery outside the off stump. It goes through low down to Carter. I think it did just carry, but I mean, they do look awfully close, those slips, don't they? I mean, if the edge flies through, as we've seen one already, Tom Clark taking the catch at second slip, but there was another one, the other catch that he took this morning to get rid of Middleton was down very low, so they're clearly thinking they have to be in that close to get the genuine edges off the full balls. Hunt bowls down leg, and Shaw, helps it on its way down to the fielder on the fine leg boundary, and that will be another single, so that gets Gloucestershire to within 29 runs of Sussex's score. Well, I say to within, I mean it is 29 runs of it. It's not really within, is it?
No. So there's some amazing stories going on in this final round of matches. Yesterday, Somerset were 96 for 8 at Edgbaston, and they're now 211 for 8.
Yes, Neil Wagner, yes. Yeah. Has made 72 off 78 balls. He's just been dismissed. Hunt bowls, rather flash and a miss outside the off stump from Taylor, but again, no contact through to the keeper. I mean, that's actually when Somerset were contending regularly for the championship title. That's what they always seem to get. Players like Gregory made 39, Davey 46 not out. You had Craig Overton in that lower order as well. In fact, Somerset have just been bowled out now, so Davey is the last man out. Somerset 215 all out. But that's what they did pretty much every game. Somebody in that lower order came in and scored, usually several people, as Hunt bowls a long way down the leg side and Carter scoots to his left to take. That's just what they used to get, and they've got it there through Wagner, who was supposed to play for Yorkshire actually earlier on in the season. He signed a deal to play for Yorkshire and then I think got injured. He was supposed to come ahead of, I guess, New Zealand's eventual white ball series later on potentially, but playing for Somerset in the latter part of the season. Hunt bowls to Taylor, who plays a lovely looking drive through extra cover, and although it's out towards the long boundary, the ball will get there. It just about hops over the rope, and 4 more runs to Taylor. End of the over, 5 from, and Taylor has joined Shaw on 18, and the deficit now 25 runs. But it shows you again, Somerset are not in contention for the championship title. They're in no danger of getting relegated, yet they can afford to bring in Neil Wagner, a New Zealand Test player, for a few dead rubber championship matches at the end of the season.
Yes.
And again, how many counties in the second division would be able to afford to do that for dead rubber games?
We've got an email actually for you, which I shall read out as we go through. Now, you might have to help me out because I'm not familiar with Sai Sudarsan. Is that how you pronounce his name? He's playing for Surrey. He's an Indian player. I think this is his Surrey debut, is it? Or did he play last week?
Played against Northamptonshire, yes.
Right. In comes Crocombe, comes in and bowls, and that bounces in front of Tom Clark at second slip, and there is no run. 177 for 8. The sun is out now and it's glorious. Look at that. Floodlights off. It's just I've got to give an update in about 20 minutes, and he's 20-odd not out for Surrey, but it's not a name I'm particularly familiar with.
Yeah, so I mean, he's
I know you would be, because you know everything about cricket.
I don't.
I feel,
really don't.
I feel desperately inferior when I'm commentating with you, Ed, because you know all these players. In comes Crocombe bowls, and right in behind that is Shaw, played into the offside. There is no run.
Well, Sudarsan is, I mean, a lot is thought of him. He's a tall left-handed batter, plays IPL cricket for the Gujarat Titans, and he really burst onto the scene, at least for the first time I saw him, last, not the most recent IPL, but the one before, which Gujarat won in their first year as an IPL franchise.
Crocombe in bowls short, and it ball balloons up there. That's a good take, and it's a no ball, I'm presuming.
Front foot,
Well, I would
think,
imagine
because it's been signalled by Neil Bainton, but
yeah.
Unless he's already got the nod from Jack Shantry.
I don't know. They're looking at each other, the umpires. I'm a little unsure whether that was a front foot no ball, or whether it was a no ball on height. It took off a bit, didn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, it could have been either, really, couldn't it?
This is where the communication, it's a bit of a thing of mine, actually. Should be a little clearer. Crocombe in again, clipped away. That's going to race away. He's not going to go for 4, I don't think, because Brad Curry is like a hare across the ground. He chases back towards the boundary, but it is going to be 3 runs to Josh Shaw, who goes to 21, and Gloucestershire are just nibbling away. Is that an overthrow?
Almost a danger. Yeah, Ollie Carter lost it in the sun. The throw was sent in right into the sun.
And now he's hurt his finger. As Ollie Carter, the throw came in. Well, I'm presuming it's his finger that he's hurt.
Yeah, I think so. He tried to protect his eyes from the sun, as they do now, and then just sort of lost it at the last minute. And so it was a very loopy throw right into the sun. Not nice.
Crocombe in again, bowls. That's going to be more runs. That could be a boundary, actually. It's just played very nicely by Taylor. It's down to third man. A little too much width from Crocombe. And all of a sudden, runs are flowing here. So in this over, 11 runs. There's been a boundary of 3 and a no ball. And all of a sudden, Gloucestershire 186 for 8. And these two have now added 49. Is that right? Yes. 137 for 8. Yeah. In absolutely no time.
Yeah, extraordinary. I mean, the Taylor's.
What is it about
24? Shaw's 21 of 28.
What is it about 9th wicket partnerships in this game? 71 yesterday. In comes Crocombe, bowl short down the leg side, taken by Carter. There is no run. Crocombe looks a bit annoyed with himself, doesn't he? I don't think Sussex have played the best cricket here this morning. I mean, they picked up those 2 early wickets when the lights were on, but.
Yeah, I still think this is the issue when you get away from line and length, and so often it's hard seemingly to go back to it if you're bowling to the lower order. Crocombe's kind of banging the ball into the pitch here.
Crocombe in again, bowls that go outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter. There is no run. So it's all been a bit frenetic, if I'm being honest. 186 for 8, 21 to Shaw, 22 to Taylor. Crocombe took us 5 overs for 38. My word, he's going at 8 and over is Henry Crocombe. But the important statistic for the game is the arrears are now just 16. As we go into the, what have we got? But only had 45 minutes.
I know, it's amazing, isn't it? The game just continues to move on at frightening pace. It's been terrific to watch from well, I say from a neutral's point of view, you know what I mean, but in terms of seeing this many runs for that many wickets and scoring fairly freely at times, it's been something happening all the time out there. There's a third man back now. Hudson Prentice is on the boundary, and Hunt bowls. It was short and wide, and Shaw again is going on a wander off towards square leg. He twizzles the bat, which is not something he does very often, and you can tell he's thinking. That was another opportunity to score runs, which missed out on. But yeah, Sudarshan is one of those sort of crop of really exciting Indian players now that they're bringing through, and they're good across all formats as well, and they want to play Test cricket. Shaw plays a loose shot outside the off stump that time. That was along the lines of some of the fishes outside the off stump that we've seen, not actually just from Taylor and Shaw. We've seen it from several players in this match, and a bit of a wander down the pitch there from Taylor, and a chat possibly between the two. It's very dangerous playing that shot with the third slip in as well now, and third man back. He's only going to pick up a single for it anyway. Hunt runs in over the wicket to bowl to Shaw, who gets a fine edge on that, and it's misfielded by Coles at third slip, and they'll come through for a single. I know they're never easy, those nicks that go along the floor, but potentially that's a single which could have been saved, and it brings up the 50 partnership between Josh Shaw and Matt Taylor. Shaw on to 22, Gloucestershire 187 for 8. But yeah, I think he's somebody who is clearly very talented, and again, Surrey can just afford to bring somebody like that in just for a couple of games. Come on, get a bit of experience. We're going to win the title anyway, As Hunt bowls again outside the off stump, and Taylor has a bit of a fend at it and doesn't get anything on it. It's taken by Carter. So, again, the extraordinary depth of Indian cricket is on show with the players that they have sent over at the end of the season here. And Nadkat, who has played Test cricket this year, but isn't somebody who necessarily would get into their first choice Test 11 with everybody available. As Hunt bowls down leg, Taylor tries to flick it away and does not get a touch. Karan Nair, who scored that 150 the other week. Prithvi Shaw, who made a bit of a mockery of the 50-over tournament when he played, had that double ton and score about 170 odd, I think it was, as well, before going off. And Umesh Yadav, who's playing for Essex, of course, in their title run. Hunt in, lifting delivery outside the off stump, and this time Taylor leaves it alone at the end of a decent over from Hunt, but a couple of plays and misses in that over, albeit from wider deliveries. Just a single from the over, and Taylor and Shaw continue. Well, I was going to say tick things along, but they're doing more than that, because they're scoring at a pace, and Gloucestershire now trail by just 15.
There's an interesting headline on the BBC Sport website. It's talking about cricket. It says, Cricket World Cup, Jason Roy makes himself available for England reserve spot. Well, that's good of him. Makes himself available. I mean, what's all that about?
Well, I suppose surely, having been left out of the squad, he would then be, in some people's eyes, entitled to go off and play in the Caribbean Premier League.
Yeah, but makes himself available. That makes him sound like he's doing England a favour. Well, I mean, really?
I think it's, again...
maybe that's poorly worded, but makes himself available.
Well, I think maybe it does mean more that he wants to be, he would rather be a reserve than have to go off and play elsewhere. I don't know. No, I mean, it does again show you the climate of international cricket at the moment that we're in, where a headline like that could even be possible. The fact that you could even question that somebody would be available for a reserve squad, as you say.
Well, maybe that's a poorly worded headline, but wow. In comes Carson over the wicket, bowls and beats. Well, I thought he'd beaten Shaw outside the off stump, but he plays it to mid wicket and picks up a single, and Gloucestershire go to 188 for 8. Listening to live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Bristol and Gloucester. Adrian Harms and Ed Seabourn, and a lovely sunny day. The early morning gloom has gone, the sun is out brightly, and it's a lovely day here at home for watching cricket, as Jack Carson makes his way in and bowls, and it's played to backwards square leg, fielded there by Hunt. There is no run. A couple of notes for you if you're new to the ground or haven't been this season. This could be the last couple of opportunities to go to the excellent Sussex Cricket Museum, which is open today. Keith Ridge and his band of merry volunteers over there. As in comes Carlson, played into the offside, fielded by Alsop. There is no run. And it looks like there's a book sale as well. I can see the trestle tables are up in front of the museum, which is over by the Spend Karma Pavilion if you're new to the ground. So go and have a look around the museum, maybe buy a cricket book, and all funds raised go to very good causes around Sussex Cricket Club. As in comes Carlson again, and just played down towards third man by Taylor. He's going to pick up a couple of runs, maybe even 3. No, it'll just be the 2 as Tom Clark chases back, doesn't send in a very good throw. Carter collects. Total goes to 190 for 8. So go and visit the museum, go and buy yourself a book, because there's not going to be that many opportunities to do so for the rest of this season.
Yes, I might go and have a look at what they've got at lunch. I might need some winter reading material to stave off the pangs of county cricket come April.
So, please go and enjoy that. As in comes Carlson and bowls, and played very delicately by Taylor. Picks up another single to deep point. He goes to 25, 191 for 8. And firstly, a thank you, and I'll say thank you on air, to the Sussex media team, to Jamie and Jake and Martin and Jack, who bought me a very nice bottle. For I don't know what for really. Anyway, in comes Carson and bowls, and he's caught at short leg by Alior, and there's a good catch by Alior, who is in very close, and it's a juggling catch, and that is the end of Josh Shaw, who's on his way for a very well-made 23, and Gloucestershire 191 for 9. Jack Carson picks up the wicket, and the 9th wicket goes down, and the skipper Tom Alsop goes running off the field, I'd imagine, probably to go to the loo, down in front of us. So yeah, just before we talk about that wicket, so thank you very much, fellas, and it's thank you for your support during the season as well, and that's very gratefully received. So thank you to the Sussex media team. We do a really good job here. I know sometimes people criticise the live streams at counties, but a lot of counties operate their streams on a real shoestring, and not many people. So well done, fellas, and again, thank you very much. As Josh Shaw makes his way off, he's also done very well. Just seeing that catch again, it was played straight to Ali, or a couple of juggles, wasn't it? But yeah, he clung on.
It was a good catch, because it wasn't, I don't think it was bat pad, it was just straight off the face of the bat, so never easy. And the key there for me, for taking that catch, and we're talking about playing the short ball, going from high to low with the hands. At short leg, you want to, I guess, be going from low to high if you had to, or was in a really good low position. The hands were right down by the floor before that catch came, and therefore he was able to come up, and then, yes, even if you juggle it, if you're coming up and juggling, the ball's likely to go up, and so you can take it on the second attempt, which is exactly what he did. So I think he's done very well there as Orr, because I'm not sure every short leg fielder would have taken that catch. Might well have been off the fingertips of some. It was certainly a form of dismissal which looked on from the previous deliveries that over. Shaw's first ball of the over coming off the inside edge, and then Matt Taylor with a ball which squirted off the inside edge backward of short leg, and well bowled to Carson and well taken by Orr. So Gloucestershire down to their last pair. Zaman Akhtar is the new man, certainly no mug by any stretch, but it's Taylor on strike now. Crocombe switches ends and bowls to Taylor, who drives and finds the only fielder saving the single, in front of square on the offside. I know Akhtar's the number 11. I know he's the new man, but actually I don't think there's very much at all difference in batting ability between Akhtar and Taylor. So they are offering Taylor the single basically everywhere, which I don't know about. Crocombe bowls, and it's down the leg side. Carter has been good behind the stumps this morning. He did drop one catch yesterday, but he saved quite a few runs down leg already. But I mean, just looking at Akhtar's scores this season, yes, he's got 3 ducks, but every time he's got off the mark, he's got into at least double figures. Crocombe bowls, Taylor swings, swats this in the air over cover, and it plugs out where a cover fielder who'd been inside the circle might just have been able to get to, but with the fielder coming off the boundary, there was no chance running in, and so Taylor gets 192 for 9. So Gloucestershire now trailing by 10, and it's Actor to face for the first time.
Just to say, Surrey have lost a wicket at Southampton. They're 60 for 3. 300 will see them win the championship for sure.
Crocombe bowls to Actor, who turns into the onside up towards mid-on.
It was a decent shot for a number 11. And meanwhile, Essex have taken a couple of wickets at Northampton. So the equation is that if Surrey get to 300 in their first innings, they will win the county championship. That is certain. However, if they were to be bowled out short of that and were to lose to Hampshire, and Essex were to beat Northamptonshire with maximum points, Essex would win the title. That's a long shot.
Very much so. Crocombe bowls. Actor's driven at that one and has missed it. He really tried to leather that one through the covers. That was a shot of somebody who was on about 80 rather than yet to get off the mark. It was, I don't know whether it was just trying to send a message there, Zaman Actor, whether he didn't particularly like seeing the fact that they wanted to bowl at him or what it was. But anyway, now everybody drops back apart from mid-off and mid-on. Crocombe to Actor, who drives. That's a nice looking shot. It beats the dive of cover, and that'll be at least 2 runs. They're running hard. I think they might be able to get 3 here. Actor turns and goes, and it's such a long throw out there that they'll be able to get 3 very comfortably. So you can see from that there's absolutely no issue with Actor keeping the strike, and so he's off the mark with 3, 195 for 9. Gloucestershire behind by 7. The main problem Essex have got at the moment is Keogh, sorry. They've got Keogh out. He made 172 off 167 deliveries, 25 4s and 4 6s, if you don't mind. And Matt Critchley's got 3 wickets, but Justin Broad's frustrating them. Ben Sanderson, 7 not out. Any runs, with all due respect, any runs that Sanderson and White score are extremely frustrating for an opposition side. Although I think Jack White's batting is a bit underrated.
Well, but at least it keeps things alive.
Yeah, they can't get him out at the moment, and albeit they're not under much pressure with regards to the bowling point, but they're certainly under pressure with regards to forcing the result, because Northampton's one of those places which may be hit by some heavy showers later on.
Here comes Jack Carson coming into bowl, and he's caught behind, and the wicket goes down, and Akhtar is gone for 3, and Carson picks up his 3rd wicket of the innings, and Gloucestershire are bowled out here for 195, caught behind by Ollie Carter. So the arrears are indeed going to be 7 runs. Nice catch by Carter. Wicket for Carson. All a bit of a mouthful. And Gloucestershire are dismissed for 195. Just to update my little book, and Matt Taylor finishes not out on, let's look at the scoreboard, which has now disappeared, which isn't desperately helpful.
It was 26.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, I think we'll keep nattering away if that's all right with you, Ed, because I've got an update to do as well. But there are a couple of messages that have come in which will give us an opportunity maybe to just talk about these. First of all, Teddy Wormsey's been in touch. He says, "Hi Adrian, thanks for the coverage. Glad to see Brad Curry being given a chance, as I think he's a good bowler. He picked up 3 wickets in this innings, did Brad Curry." He says, "Joel Garton needs to play next season rather than just in the 100, as he's always fit for that." Winter well, says Teddy in New Haven. And Teddy, thank you, because you're a regular contributor. And it's great to get your messages as the Sussex players make their way off. 3 wickets for Curry, 3 for Carson, 3 for Hunt.
Yep.
And the other one was taken by Tom Haynes. So 3 Sussex players picking up a 3-fer. But a couple of messages for you. Mark Kidger's been in touch, who's over in Madrid. He signs off saying bewildered in Madrid. So he says, "I missed most of yesterday's play. Today there seems to be a repeat of our season, getting into promising positions and see it evaporate. It's ironic that last season we won 2 matches, albeit right at the end of the season, against supposedly tougher opposition. But this season, although there are a couple of ifs and buts, there are several games, such as the Derbyshire match, in which we looked like being in a good position, but it turned into a desperate fight for survival. What's gone wrong? Really, there is no real change in personnel over those last 2 games. A few senior players have very difficult seasons, Chris Dent, James Bracely and Graham Van Buren, but the biggest issue seems to be that of failing to finish off the tail, which happened again yesterday, and that's Mark, who's bewildered in Madrid.
Yeah, so I mean, we discussed quite a lot of that yesterday at times as well, sort of summarising the season of Gloucestershire, and yeah, I mean it has been summarised well there, and I don't really know what the answer is other than if you have your best bowling attack available, then you're more likely to be able to finish tails off. But I think sort of hearing what the club might like to do, which is totally different from what is actually going to be able to happen. I'm sure they would love to get an overseas seamer in, but then the issue is that you're presumably they'll need an overseas batter as well, because you have then 3 overseas players on the books, and that costs money. So unless you can find, and this is, I think, goes back to what I was going to say when you mentioned about maybe an all formats captain for Sussex next season. It's kind of the holy grail for the counties at the moment, are those sorts of players. But somebody who can lead, somebody who's available for the whole season and plays all formats. And you think about what Leicestershire have got with the likes of Hanscom and Mulder. I know that Hanscom's missing the very end of this season, but maybe if Leicestershire, well, I don't know, actually. I suppose Leicestershire technically did have a mathematical chance of promotion and, of course, the cup final. So even that couldn't persuade Hanscom to stay for the end of the season. So even an Aussie player like Hanscom has commitments back in his home country. So it's so hard to find those sorts of players. And if you could find them, then, like you say, all formats is what the smaller counties really are after now, because it saves money. You have somebody available for all formats. You don't have to pay somebody extra money to come along and play in the T20, and then you've got that player still over and potentially available, because they're not going to fly home usually for a matter of a few weeks. So it's very tricky. It's tricky to find those players, and then of course when you get them, they've got to perform, and not every overseas signing comes off.
Well, actually, going on from that, and I'll give the bowling figures a minute. I'll give Ed time to think about this. Peter Turner's been in touch, and Peter says, "Hello both. Does Ed think that Zafar will get a new contract next year? He seems to have a moderate season after previous success. Thanks to both for making my summer pass enjoyable. I'm not a fan of either county, but seek you out for your honesty, which you broadcast." Well, that's very kind, Peter.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I can tell you straight away that Zafar Gohar is under contract for next season, so there's that.
Okay, well, thank you, Peter, and that's a very kind email, so thank you very much. The ground staff are out in the middle with their brushes and their, what would you call that? I can't think of a better description than a long piece of wood they use to mark out the crease. But you see that in village cricket, club cricket, all sorts of cricket. It's the same old thing they use to mark out the lines. I know our groundsman uses a trusted piece of wood to mark out the crease. But the lads are out there, and I have to say the ground here at Hove just looks absolutely fantastic. Ed and I were talking about the outfield. We walked across it yesterday to do our post-match interviews, and it is honestly is like a carpet. And I think you would struggle to find a weed anywhere on the outfield. It really is. And when we go to test grounds, often we're able with our passes to walk out into the middle, and Hove is as good as any. I honestly believe that. So well done to Ben and his team, because they do a brilliant job. I've just got to do an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex, which I shall do now.
Right, the latest on the cricket with What's happening, Adrian?
Hello, Sarah. Well, the good news is here, the floodlights are off. That horrible cloud we had this morning has drifted away, and Hove is now bathed in glorious autumn sunshine, and it looks an absolute picture. And Sussex have had a good morning because they've picked up the remaining 4 Gloucestershire wickets this morning. 3 wickets for Brad Curry, for Sean Hunt, and for Jack Carson. Gloucestershire bowled out for 195. So a close match here, only 7 runs separating the two sides on first innings. Meanwhile, down at the Aegeus Bowl, Surrey could win the county championship today. However, they are 68 for 3 in their first innings. If they can get up to 300 in their first innings, that'll be enough points for them to win the county championship. If they don't, then there'll be other equations that come into play. But Surrey in a good position, 68 for 3. And here at Hove, Sussex just about to start their second innings in the lovely Hove sunshine. The umpires are making their way out. I think they're just saying to the Gloucestershire, a couple of the Gloucester lads are out there doing some warm-up bowling. I think the umpires are saying, well, it's ready to start, lads. In fact, the roller is still on as well, so maybe the umpires are a little early yet.
Yes, I mean, the roller gets 7 minutes, I think, so that hasn't elapsed yet, because I think we were basically bang on 11:30 when they went off. So I think there must be another minute to go for the rolling. So yes, keen the umpires, which is always good to see. But
no, it is. So that was that message. So thank you very much, Peter, for that message. And let's see if any other messages have come. Oh, we've got some more. Matthew in Haywards Heath has been in touch. Hi, Matthew. He says, it seems both teams want to watch the Ryder Cup on Friday. Yeah. I'm told, actually...
I wouldn't mind either.
Yeah, it's over in Rome, isn't it, which would be terrific. I'm told it's a very, very hilly course, apparently.
Oh, right.
Yeah, very hilly over there, and a tough course, apparently. He says,
good. That's what I like to hear.
He says 10 catches in the Gloucestershire innings, 9 taken by fielders whose surnames begin with the letter C, even though keeper Carter only got the final one. That's brilliant.
Yes.
Well, I think Edwards looking at that.
Well, I was pointing out the fact that it's ruined it. That last wicket from Zaman Akhtar absolutely ruined it. I'm thoroughly disappointed. He should have nicked it to slip, nick it behind. That was the only catch, as you say, all of them catches, and that was the only one taken by the keeper. So one way or another, caught in the outfield.
The Sussex fielders are out. We're waiting. Sorry, the Sussex fielders are out. The Gloucestershire fielders are out, but the Sussex lads are just coming down the steps of the pavilion. So we've got a slight delay. So
although there is a problem if this is all the Gloucestershire fielders that are coming out, because there's only about 8 of them at the moment.
Jason has been in touch. He's enjoying the commentary. Thank you, Jason. That's very kind of you. He says, do you think if it goes into the 4th day here at Hove, they'll make it free entry or not? Adrian, after cricket has finished, will you help Johnny Cantor on the Brighton football commentary? Yes. A little bit. I just hesitate slightly because there's been a few changes around, but I will be doing a little bit of Brighton this winter, I'm pleased to say, not as much as in previous years, but I will be joining Johnny, and it's always a great pleasure to work alongside Johnny, who's just a fabulous commentator, and Warren Aspinall, who works on summary. So yes, I will be doing a little bit, Jason, so thank you for that. I would imagine if it does go to day 4, it will be free, but after tea here at Hove, every day is free. So if you fancy coming in for some final overs today, why not do it? So thank you very much for your very kind email, both Matthew and Jason this morning. Now that we've got a full complement of Gloucestershire fielders on the pitch, but I think it's only courteous, final game of the season, if we let Ed start the final spell in the field from Gloucestershire this season.
Thank you, Adrian. We also have a different opening combination from first innings. Ali Orr has been restored to the top of the order.
Interesting.
So
well spotted.
It is Orr facing, Haynes at the non-striker's end, and Matt Taylor, fresh from his 5-wicket haul, running in to bowl to Orr. Taylor is in, and this is just touched towards mid-on by Orr with a flick of the wrist, and there's no run. So 3 slips in place, no gully, and I can see Miles Hammond doing some bowling warm-ups at backward point. He was actually doing some bowling this morning. Hammond was bowling seam up. Young Joe Phillips, who's here as one of the 12th one of the 12th men. There's never just one these days. As Taylor bowls to Orr, who drives off the back foot. Hammond will get across to his left and cut it off a backward point. There's no run. Joe Phillips is doing a lot of off-spin bowling. He's been around the group quite a lot, although only picked so far for the one championship match where, it has to be said, he looked like a really fine player. 80 and 26 he made against Worcestershire earlier on this season, but we'll see. Also made a half century on his T20 debut against that New Zealand side, which was an equally impressive feat on your T20 debut against that New Zealand attackers. Forward goes Orr to this next delivery from Matt Taylor, and it's defended to Actor at mid-off, and there's no run. But anyway, he seems to be trying to develop his off-break bowling as ever nowadays. It's not simply enough just to be able to bat and field. You've got to be able to provide something else as a young cricketer. At least that's what seems to happen. So he's been working on his off breaks, and then James Bracey came along and bowled some deliveries off the wrong foot. Only about 2, but that was quite entertaining to watch. But it's Taylor running in from the C end now, bowling to Orr, who rather jabs at that drive. It was close to his body, so wasn't in any danger. The ball is fielded up at mid-off, and there is no run. Justin Broad's reached his 50 now for Northamptonshire, 362 for 8, with Sanderson 11 not out. I mean, Essex are going to need maximum batting points at that rate just to get any sort of a lead at all. Terrific morning for Northamptonshire, who are putting up some fight against both the champions to be and their nearest rivals, as Taylor bowls outside the off stump and Orr sways out of the way of it. At the bottom of the table, Middlesex 224 for 4, so going along pretty well. John Simpson, who I think went off, it was Stevie Eskenazi who went off, retired hurt yesterday. Simpson started off the day with Higgins. Simpson out for 26, but Eskenazi has come back out, which is good news for Middlesex. He's 58 not out, and Ryan Higgins 87 not out. Where would Middlesex be without Ryan Higgins? Is looking to work that one into the leg side as Orr struck on the pad, but it was probably high and leg side-ish. But a good start from Taylor, another maiden over from him. And so Sussex's lead remains at 7, but I mean they've got 2 batting points this season, the whole season of Middlesex, and I would venture to suggest that without Higgins they may well have none, because he really has been the standout actually in Middlesex's batting lineup. And when you talk about the difference between the Gloucestershire side a couple of years ago now and the current one, and it's very hard not to continue to point to Ryan Higgins as maybe the biggest difference between that side that even started last year and the one this year. You can't really lose a cricketer like Ryan Higgins, the amount that he meant to the Gloucestershire side with bat and with ball, and not feel the loss even if it was felt less because of the way that Tom Price burst onto the scene.
No, he's a fine player. So, Sussex made over to get things underway from Matt Taylor, who bowled beautifully in the first innings, and starting up from the Cromwell Road end is going to be Josh Shaw, running in down the hill, bowls to Haynes, who looks to flick that one down towards fine leg, doesn't make contact, taken by a tumbling Bracey. And there is no run. If you've just joined us this morning, a very warm welcome. Where have you been? We've had 4 wickets have gone down this morning. Gloucestershire beginning the day 136 for 6. Eventually getting to 195 all out, arrears of just 7. The day starting with the floodlights on, would you believe? Which you wouldn't believe if you looked at it now, because there's lovely, glorious sunshine across Hove, as Sussex look to build on this slender lead of just 7 runs. In comes Shaw running in and bowls, and Haynes plays a short delivery to mid-wicket, and there is no run. There are 2 slips and a gully. A point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg all the way down here. In the distance, not a big crowd, but not a bad crowd considering there's only a few days left of the season, and as people thinking, well, I'm going to take in these last few rays and maybe sit in the blue and white deck chairs at the far end of the ground and just enjoy the final season. That's, can't sugarcoat it. Disappointing seasons in the Championship for both of these sides. They'll be hoping for much better next time around. In comes Shaw, bowls, and Haynes defends on the onside, and there is no run. As I say, thank you very much, everybody, for your emails. Keep them coming. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. David Sharp's been in touch from over in Marbella. He's just teasing us, David, isn't he, with his lovely weather. I mean, it's quite nice here, David. It's not quite Marbella. He said, it looks like a good match, a great match. Yeah, I mean, I don't think some of the shots have been great, if I'm being honest, but it's been an entertaining game because the game has moved along apace. As in comes Shaw and Moles, and Haynes drives into the covers fielded by Zafar, and there is no run. What do you think a good target Sussex should give Gloucestershire? I think it's going to be more a case with so much time left in the game, David. I mean, we've got all the rest of today, which is another 77 overs plus 2 full days. So I suspect if Sussex were able, they would just bat and bat and bat. But there's a little bit in the pitch for the bowlers.
Yeah, I think perhaps, well, we'll see, but I think the most consistent threat throughout the innings might come from Zafar, actually, who did get the ball to turn in the first innings.
In comes Shaw bowls, and Shaw is convinced that he's got Tom Haynes out there. I just turned away slightly. Neil Bainton says not out. Is that a good appeal?
I mean, he was looking to clip it leg side.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. If I'm honest, I will.
Yeah, it was a very loud.
Again.
Generally, when you get an appeal like that, I mean, Joshua was absolutely convinced he had Tom Haynes.
I think it's pitched on leg, but it swung actually. It was an in-swinger to the left-hander, and I think it's probably just swung a bit too much. If it had carried straight on, it might have been in business, but I think probably swinging down the leg side.
In comes Shaw, bowls, and Haynes tucks this to mid-wicket, fielded there at mid-wicket by
Middleton.
Thank you very much, Ed Middleton. And there is no run, so 2 overs, 2 maidens, a nice start by Gloucestershire. What's the matter with me this morning? I was finding good lines and lengths. Interesting last night talking to Sean Hunt. And he was talking, he's bowled from both ends in this match, down the hill and up the hill. And I spoke to him about the issues of, how difficult is it? He said, yeah, it's quite tricky. I mean, he's played it for a number of years, Sean. And, well, a number of years, I think it's his 3rd season now. But he said it is tricky. It takes a bit of getting used to.
Yeah, I can imagine. And I commented, I think, to you after we'd done the interviews last night, just you get more of a sense somehow of the slope when you're over on the far end of the ground, over towards where the players' dressing rooms are, as he's tried to leave that one and he's got something on it inadvertently, whether that was bat or glove, but it's just trickled down and has been stopped by James Bracey. But that was nearly a rather horrid way for Orr to get out, because he wasn't looking to play a shot at it, and he has that sort of, he has quite an extravagance about a lot of what he does Orr, and it was a really kind of a flicky leave. And he just happened to get a bit of bat on it. Could easily have gone onto the stumps. Taylor bowls, Orr gets a bit squared up there, manages to skew the ball out towards backward point. The bat came down at a slightly off angle there, and he's rehearsed a more vertical batted defensive shot. So still no runs in the innings. Also should say, in terms of Division 1 relegation watch, Kent 60 without loss in reply to Lancashire's 327. So Moyea and Compton have got Kent off to a pretty decent start. As running in to bowl now is Taylor, and Orr has, I think, been beaten by that one. I don't think he can make the case that he's played inside the line. He's gone down for a bit of a garden, and this is a testing start here for Sussex. In the 2nd division, you mentioned Worcestershire already up, and that has allowed Durham to declare, because I think Durham were batting on, basically allowing Leicestershire the opportunity to take those final, the final, in the end, 1 wicket that they needed. But given that possibility was done, Durham declaring on 457 for 8. Taylor bowls a little over pitch, and Orr drives away. He gets it down towards 3rd man, but it was so full that Orr really had the picking of wherever on the offside he could hit it, and gets what he was after, a boundary. So Sussex underway, leading by 11. David Beddingham 156 for Durham, just continues to churn out the runs. He signed an extension with them. We talk about another player who is, I mean, actually, he didn't get picked by Durham in the T20 this year, but he's another player who could play across all formats. He didn't get picked up for the 100, so he played throughout the One Day Cup as well. A dream overseas signing, and they've managed to keep hold of him. Taylor bowls wide of off, and Orr lets it go through to the keeper. And a century for Graham Clark as well, who is a rather decent number 6. He's often come in at 7, I think, this season for Durham. It's just such a deep batting lineup, and because of the fact that so many of their top bowlers bat as well, they've got an enviable balance to their side, with often somebody like a Rain coming in at 9, even 10 at times this season. Taylor in, bowls, cut and a miss outside the off stump from Orr. He tried to throw the kitchen sink at that one.
Quite sure that was the shot to play.
He's missed it. We've seen quite a few attempted cut shots missed so far, but that's an indication that maybe there's just a little bit of up and down in the pitch, as they like to say. But the first runs have come from that over, and Sussex 4 without loss after 3.
I've had a few questions during the game about George Garton and his availability or otherwise for Sussex this season. I'm indebted to the Sussex media team. I've just got a message through to say that George Garton had successful surgery this week on a groin injury that he's been carrying for most of the season. Now, Paul Farbrace has continually said that George hasn't been fit to play county championship cricket, as Shaw is running in from the Cromwell Road and bowls to Haynes, who tucks to mid-wicket, and there is no run. There are a few eyebrows raised because George has been playing in the 100, but clearly in the 100 you can only bowl, 20 balls?
Yeah.
So, maybe the groin has enabled him to do that, but he hasn't been fit for the championship. So there we are. George Garton has had successful surgery on a groin injury, but no news yet as to whether George will be here at Hove next year. We'll have to wait and see. But a fit George Garton, if you could guarantee 10 championship games out of George, you'd want him in the side. In comes Shaw, bowls, Haynes works that to backward point, and there is no run.
Northamptonshire have just been bowled out, by the way, for 369. So Essex have got the bowling points, and they can now get batting. And I'd be curious to see their approach as well, because I'm sure they won't. Well, I'm sure Cook and Brown will do what they always do and just take the sting out of the new ball. And then they've got attacking players in the middle order who attack anyway, so I'm sure they won't change too much.
But they've got to get 450.
Yes, they must score quickly eventually.
Jason's been in touch. Hello, Jason. Read your email in a moment. As in comes Shaw in lovely sunshine, running in down the hill, bowls to Haynes. He looks to flick that one around the leg side. It was allowed a bit. I've got the feeling that was going down the leg side, and umpire Bainton is completely unmoved at the far end of the ground. Jason says, I think Jack Carsons needs to move up the order to bat at number 7. What do you guys in commentating have to eat at lunchtime and tea time? Well, as regards Jack moving up the order, I think Finn Hudson-Prentice has had a very good season with 8 half centuries. He was capped yesterday as well, Finn Hudson-Prentice, so well done, Finn. What do we have to eat at lunchtime? Well, we get a voucher and we go to the Greggs, not Greggs the bakers, Greggs the cafe at the ground, as in comes Shaw, bowls, and Haynes drives. Fielded off his own bowling by Shaw. There is no run. Let's look at Tom Haynes. And there is no run. It's named after the Sussex and England player Tony Gregg, so we go in there, which is great. And then at tea time, generally, we get a bit of cake. But I have to say, did we get cake yesterday?
We didn't.
We didn't. No, we didn't get cake yesterday. I don't know why I didn't remember we didn't get cake yesterday, but anyway, we didn't. But generally, we get cake, which is very nice, Jason, so we are well looked after. In comes Shaw, bowls, and Haynes glides that to backward points. Still, we've had 17 balls of... we had a boundary, haven't we? I'm sorry. Ali Orr is on 4. That's the only scoring shot, so we've had 16 balls which have been dot balls.
23.
23, I'm sorry. Yeah, what's the matter with my maths? I'm not having a good day today.
I've got it wrong as well. It's 22, isn't it? We've had 23 balls in the innings, but I forgot to take away the one that was scored off.
Yes. So I think what we're saying is that Gloucestershire bowled pretty accurately here.
Yep.
As in comes Shaw again, bowls, Haynes drives, and that is going to be 4 runs. Punched away through the covers, a bit too much whip there from Josh Shaw, and Tom Haynes had been waiting for that, drilled it away through the covers for a boundary. So we have had 24 balls of this innings, 22 have been dot balls and 2 have been boundaries. Sussex are 8 without loss, and it means they lead by 15.
Yeah, but I think that's what you've got to wait for. That ball that's just over pitched. And both Orr and Haynes have picked up their boundaries off those deliveries. And from a Gloucestershire perspective, you would rather see that than a ball speared down the leg side or short and wide. At the moment, they're just searching for that nick, probably. We've seen so many catches in the slips in this game. Not all of them caught, it has to be said, but a lot of slip catches. Matt Taylor continues, and he bowls now to Orr, who just guides that ball towards point, hoping for a gap for a single, but can't find it.
Charles has been in touch. Charles Webster. Hello, Charles. Thank you for your email. He says, against the wishes of many Sussex members, Sussex played Steve Smith for a few games, which must have been quite expensive. I don't believe it represented value for money. It would have been better spent elsewhere.
Now, there were a lot of people. You'd have to comment on this.
I'm a long-term Sussex member, says Charles.
Taylor bowls, forward goes Orr, but once again can't find gap on the offside. There aren't many, has to be said, with Zafar fielding at cover. You'd have to comment on this, but there were a lot of people saying, well, actually, in terms of the balance of the side, the Sussex side was better when it had McAndrew and an overseas batter than when they had both Pujara and Smith playing, because the issue was then bowling sides out. It wasn't scoring runs. Here's Taylor running in, left arm over, bowls, and Orr has not nicked off despite the appeals of Gloucestershire. That was a snorter from Matt Taylor. Perfect line and length. And we've seen, I think it's one of the reasons that we've seen so many slip catches. There's just enough, never mind movement, but there's enough life out of the sort of full of a good length part of the pitch. The ball's just carrying through pretty well. And that ball, oh my word, that has gone. I didn't realise that. I thought it had beaten him on the outside edge. It's beat him on the inside edge and gone over the top of the stumps. It just needed to bounce slightly less, and Gloucestershire would have had their first wicket. Taylor bowls, and he doesn't know where that's gone. And to be honest, I don't either, because
he looks all at sea.
It's gone just to his, as he looks at it, his right-hand side, inside edge, I guess, onto pad and down into the ground. Maybe it just flicked a little bit of pad on the way through. That shout off the previous ball might just have flicked maybe the pocket or something like that, right between bat and pad. And he was actually bowled on the inside edge in the first innings, was Orr. Taylor bowls, that's full, and that's a handsome drive from Orr. It's going out towards the long off boundary. Actor pursues it, but it's in vain. And that is a second boundary for Ali Orr. And a really beautiful looking shot, that. Sussex 12 without loss, leading by 19. And again, it's just that ball which is a fraction fuller. It takes the movement in the pitch out of the equation. Just allow the batter to hit through the line of the ball. So still Sussex dealing in dots and boundaries after 4.5 overs. Taylor bowls the last ball of his third over. He's in now, and that's left alone by Orr to complete the over. So score remains 12 without loss. And from Gloucestershire's point of view, well, I think they just need to keep plugging away the way that they've been doing for the most part so far, and they've just got to make sure that they don't have a period. And actually it was less so when Hunt and Carson were together, and it was more when Haynes was batting. I think there was just a spell where they really started to let things get away, and Zafar came on and actually tied up the end that needed to be tied up. But they can't afford to have a spell in this innings, I don't think, where they start leaking runs, because the psychology of the situation, Sussex getting further ahead, it plays differently second time round.
In comes Shaw, bowls to Haynes, who is caught, and that's a loose shot by Tom Haynes. And it's a really poor way to end the season. It was wide outside the off stump. It just seemed to be to be honest, it was just a nothing shot, wasn't it? I mean, he neither went for it, and he's just played it straight into the hands of the gully fielder, and it's a really, really soft dismissal. I think at the end of the season, you don't want to go out like that, do you? He's had a disappointing season, Tom, by his own standards. At the beginning of the season, there was a lot of talk about Tom and England, but it just hasn't happened, and he wanders off, and it's a soft dismissal.
It was, I'm afraid. It's as close to a giveaway as you'll get at this level in terms of... I mean, you look at it again, all he was trying to do was play effectively a one-day shot, run it down towards third man. And as you say, he's somebody who you always look, I do anyway, I always look to see, in particular in this Sussex side, how the likes of Orr and Haynes are getting on, because from an English cricket point of view, you want them to succeed, because, and from just a general love of county cricket point of view, you want them to succeed. And so it was a shame to see some of the shots that were played, not just when I was watching Sussex at Derby and in the first innings as well here, and I'm afraid that shot goes right into that category. It's catching practice. Yeah. That's all it is. He's guided it right into the hands of Chris Dent at Gully. Nice height for him. He's not going to drop that. And it's just as I say, you hate to brand it a giveaway because he's not trying to get out, but in terms of a shot, that's all that's going to happen.
Well, I've said, Tom's favourite area for scoring runs, as in comes Shaw, bowls, and Clark is forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. Tom Haynes scores a lot of runs backward of square through the offside, but as many runs as he scores, it's also his downfall as well. He gets caught, he gets out so many times.
Well, that shot, you can play it if there's no gully, can't you? It's a dangerous shot to play with two slips, but with a gully, you can't play that particular shot. Yes, you can score runs through backward of square, but you've got to wait for a ball with a bit more width to it that you can cut or square drive.
In comes Shaw again, bowls, Clark lets it go, taken by Bracey, no run.
I don't mean to sound as if I'm absolutely laying into it. I think, as I said, I've given the caveat of the fact that I actually do want that sort of player to do well. A young player at the top order. It's not easy to open the batting in English conditions at any time, but you make it tougher for yourself when you add those dismissals into the times when you're going to get a good ball that you can't play, because it's going to happen.
Shaw again, in and bowls to Clark, who defends onto the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, I think with all these dismissals, I know some might say, well, yeah, it's all right for you. You're sitting in the commentary box,
and that's absolutely right. We are.
But I think we've seen enough cricket down the years to know that if you're playing at county championship level, that's not. And you could tell Tom's reaction. You could just tell the way he wandered off. He just knew he'd played a poor shot. So, lots of work to be done by Tom in the winter months. I mean, he went away on the Lions tour last winter. Whether we'll get another chance this year, we'll have to wait and see. In comes Shaw and bowls and let go by Clark through to Bracey, and there is no run. He made 62 in the first innings, and it is an issue actually around openers for England now, particularly with the way that England play, that I wonder if any opening bats as well are thinking, well, it's not just about scoring runs, it's about scoring runs quickly.
Well, I think also the other thing is that you look at Ben Duckett and they go, well, Duckett doesn't leave the ball, so I can't. I should be able not to leave the ball. I don't think Duckett is the rule. I think he's the exception.
Comes Shaw, bowls. Clark struck on the pad. The ball bounces out onto the onside, and there is no run. That's a wicket maiden from Josh Shaw, and a very good start here by Gloucestershire with the ball. Sussex 12 for 1, lead by 19 Shaw has bowled 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 4. Live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Gloucester and Bristol, Adrian Harms, Ed Seaborn. If you're watching on the Sussex Cricket Club live stream, a warm welcome to you, and you can see Hove in all its glory. Yeah, I think even if opening bats around the country wouldn't confess to it, they might be thinking, actually, if I am thinking of international honours, back of their mind. I mean, you look at how well Alex Lees has played this year, and he can't get a sniff. Well over, 1,300 county championship runs?
Yeah, at some ludicrous average of 60 or 70.
I mean, someone will say, he's in the second division, but, so what? He's had a wonderful season and can't get in the side.
Here's Taylor starting a new over, bowling to Orr, who comes forward and plays comfortably to mid-on. So I think even Alex Lees actually has batted. I think Lees has changed the way that he has batted. I think Lees has really started to try and play a few more shots, but you still can't play at those balls that way. If you're going to play at them, then you've got to use more of your bat than just the edge, because otherwise you're going to get caught. Taylor bowls very full, and it's dug out into the offside really by Orr, and Zafar Gohar is called into action at cover and prevents runs. So even if you are looking at Duckett as your model, I think you sort of study the way that Duckett bats, and yes, Duckett does get caught a lot in that region as well, but he doesn't tend to play. It tends to be more when he's trying to slash a ball away. He's trying to play a cut shot to a ball or a square drive to a ball that's not that short. Taylor bowls and goes right through Orr, and it's the second time he's beaten him on the inside edge. It's a good length ball, might have hinted back into Orr. He's getting some in movement to the left-hander, which you don't always tend to expect from the left armour. You kind of normally would imagine that the ball is going to swing away from you, but Orr's having a bit of difficulty with the ball coming back into him. He's beaten a couple of times, but so far he's not nicked one. And there are 3 slips waiting for an edge. Taylor runs in, he bowls, and well left by Orr through to Bracey. So even Duckett, who doesn't leave the ball, doesn't play that particular shot. So and I think it's one of those things where I think it has been a necessary move that they've made in order to turn fortunes around at test level. But I go back to something right at the beginning of the season, a TMS podcast that was done by Kevin Howells at the start of the county season. Taylor in now, bowls, and forward goes Orr and defends into the ground. It looped up in the air for a moment, but it played straight into the turf, so no alarms there. And Kevin was talking to both Mickey Arthur and Alex Stewart and asking both of them about, I think, the main point of the podcast was, how is Bazball going to affect county cricket? And that was one of the big talking points going into the season. The new point system, was it going to encourage teams to play differently? Taylor over the wicket, bowls and worked towards point by Orr, takes a couple of steps down the pitch but realises he's found the fielder, and that's another maiden over. Taylor's second, and Sussex remain on 12 for 1 after 7 overs. Tight start this from Taylor and from Shaw. Sussex effectively 19 for 1 on second innings. But the answer from Mickey Arthur and Alex Stewart was a resounding no, and effectively it was, players at international level have been selected for international level because they can play a certain way. There's a danger of young players batting that way too soon, which was their feeling. And I don't think Bazball really has changed county cricket very much this season.
My apologies, as in comes Shaw on bowls, and a streaky boundary from Tom Clark through the slip cord, but he gets him on his way. He's on 4, and Sussex 16 for 1. The breeze has picked up a bit. I can see the Sussex flag it's not billowing, it's sort of halfway between billowing and fluttering on the clock tower scoreboard away to our right-hand side. Sussex to 16 for 1. To that you need to add 7. That's nice and easy, isn't it? Sometimes you get some horrible maths with leads and things, don't you? But this is nice. 7 runs.
There were shouts of catch off the previous ball, but it was short as well as wide of dent in the gully.
My apologies, I was distracted. In comes Shaw, racing in down the hill, past umpire Baton, bowls to Clark, who covers up and plays to mid-off. And there is no run. There are 2 slips in place. There's a gully, a point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg just down below us, who is Matt Taylor. Wonderful figures in the first innings, 5 for 24. To be in amongst the wickets here so far. Tom Haynes, the man out. A wicket for Josh Shaw, who's bowling. He certainly throws himself into his delivery stride, doesn't he, Josh Shaw? I like him. He's, a wholehearted cricketer. He's got the benefit of running down the hill, which he is now. Bowls, and Tom Clark lets that go through to keeper Bracey, who takes. And there is no run. I can see a couple of people making their way around towards the museum and the book sale. So there's something, if you're thinking of something to do at lunchtime, go and have a wander around to the Spenkarma Pavilion where that's taking place. Some words of encouragement from the Gloucester fielders. Lunch will be taken at 12:30, and so the digital clock showing there's 17 minutes to go. Got a lot of overs to get in today, another 71 overs yet. After this one, in comes Shaw, bowls, Clark defends. Out onto the offside. There was an appeal. At first glance, I thought that had hit Tom Clark on the glove, but perhaps that's just my eyesight. The pitch, and it's not an excuse because we have a wonderful view from here, but we are by no means behind the bowler's arm this week. The wicket is cut away towards the Spenkarma Pavilion side of the ground, and that probably means nothing to those who haven't been to the ground, but we're looking over sort of wideish fine leg for the left-handed Tom Clark, so it's very difficult to judge an LBW decision. We do have the benefit of replays, of course, as in comes Shaw and bowls, and that's down the leg side, and Shaw's annoyed with himself. He looked up to the sky as if to say,
Yeah, it's the first one of those this innings. It was a ball that crept in a little too much in the first innings, but so far that's the first time that he's strayed. Yes, that LBW, I think it may have pitched outside leg, was probably going over the top, and it actually seemed quite a bit, so it might have been missing off stump as well. Other than that, a great shout.
Yes. Yeah, and umpire Bajan rightly declining as in comes Shaw again, bowls, Clark solidly forward, plays back down the track, and there is no run. So end of the over. Sussex 16 for 1, or on 8, Clark on 4. I know next season is it's 6 months away, and who knows whether you carry form from one season to another. But I think some of these I think Tom Haynes is had a disappointing season. I think Tom Clark has had a disappointing season. So, if you're thinking to yourself, do you know what? I just want to leave a lasting imprint on the coach's mind here, that when we get to April, I can score runs. So, there are some important innings here for some of these Sussex players, particularly with, the coach has said continually there will be new faces arriving. So, you want to don't want to get out in a soft dismissal here today.
Here's Taylor resuming, and he's bowling to Orr, and Orr defends out into the covers. There's no run. That's no change of strike either through the first 8.1 overs. Orr has faced the entirety of the bowling from Matt Taylor so far. I mean, they always say it's not a good thing. I suppose it's if you face the entire spell from a bowler, I suppose it is a good thing. It's just if then there's a sudden change of strike and you have to face a bowler that you've not seen. But then I suppose you've been watching carefully from the non-striker's end, or has driven this one, and he's got a thick outer sort of almost toe end of the baton out towards backward point. There's no run. Again, there were screams of catch. I don't think it was particularly close to Miles Hammond, but It's like a little piece of cricket.
He looks out of sorts here, Alior, doesn't he? I mean, he hasn't played a lot of cricket, which is in his defence. But you were at Derby last week and felt he played a couple of.
It was. I say it was a shame because I
different
in
shots.
The first innings, I said yesterday, I'd been really looking forward to watching him bat. So it was actually really disappointed both times he got out. Taylor bowls or comes forward and plays out into the covers. There's no run. There are so many things I like about him. I talked about the fact that he looks so comfortable out there. And I also really enjoy the fact that even if he does that and plays the ball straight to a fielder in the offside, he's looking for a single. He's looking to be positive and to show the bowler that he's not just there to sit there and pat the ball away. And he only made, I was just looking back, 36 in the game at Bristol, but I felt he really set the tone actually for Sussex at the top of the order. I'm sure he'd like to have made more runs in that instance. As Taylor bowls, and that's gone right through Orr again, and that's going to go for 4 byes as it beats Bracey away to his right. So it's runs for Sussex, but goodness me, Matt Taylor has done everything but take Alior's wicket here in this spell. He's got 3 balls to cut back from outside the off stump. I suggest that one has probably gone over the top of the stumps again, like one did a couple of overs ago. And yeah, goodness me, I mean, that's gone over the top of middle and leg, which is why it's then done so much that Bracey can't get there.
He's lucky to still be there, is Alior. He's well, I suppose all you can say is if you can survive, if you can get yourself to lunch, maybe a chance to reset. If you can get through this opening spell, who knows what might happen. But at the moment, he's not looking very settled, is Alior.
Taylor in bowls down the leg side, and Orr gets something on that down towards fine leg, and it was just pad. So a leg by, and that is the first change of strike of the Sussex innings.
Ooh, good
after
spot.
8.5 overs. So Sussex 21 for 1. Essex have lost an early wicket at Northampton. Nick Brown already dismissed for 13. So Essex now 15 for 1 in reply to Northamptonshire's 369. Quite some vigil from Ben Folkes, by the way, at the Aegeus Bowl. 6 off 51 balls. Taylor bowls to Clark for the first time. Clark plays with a degree of ease in defence out into the offside. There were 5 extras in that over, so that was a maiden from Taylor. Well, 5 extras, I mean, as in byes and leg byes. So 3 maidens in Taylor's 5 overs, 0 for 8. And Sussex still effectively 28 for 1 in this second innings.
And we have another 12 minutes to go until lunch. So I imagine we'll probably get another 3 overs in, maybe, something like that. The over rate is showing us -1. I imagine we might get quite a bit of spin.
Yeah, so Zafar, you'd imagine, would bowling most of the afternoon. I wondered actually when you said that whether they might just give him 1 over before lunch to see whether Orr fancies lining up a big shot right before the lunch break.
So Josh Shaw is running down the hill in lovely autumnal sunshine here at Hove bowls to Alior, who with an exaggerated leave lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Bracey. Or that sort of familiar pattern wanders out towards square leg, twiddles his bat, and wanders back towards his crease.
I should also say that Leicestershire are now 35 for 4 in reply to Durham's 457 for 8 declared. You wonder if that's kind of the letdown of, well, we've won a trophy, we're not going up.
How many wickets?
Now we've got to deal with.
How many wickets has Ben Rain
He's got all 4 of them.
Well, there we
4
are,
for 20 in 6 overs.
Yeah. What an attack. So no cast, no pots. In comes Shaw bowls to Orr, who's up on his toes, plays into the offside. There is no run. Just looking here, Ben Charlesworth is wanting a pair of pads or something bought out. I just wonder whether they're thinking of putting a short leg in here.
I think it could also be if they're going to bowl Zafar for.
Could be. Yeah, there's certainly some directions. And the 12th man, he came running down the steps with some equipment, and then he's had to go back up again to get some more equipment. So signs over on the dressing room, but balcony over in the bottom left-hand corner of the ground, or the top left-hand corner. In comes Shaw. in bowls and all squirts this one away on the leg side. He's taken one. They'll think, oh, don't come back for a second. And that would have been absolute madness. Throw was on its way, and Tom Clark quite rightly said to Alior, well, in fact, he didn't even need to say, he just turned his back on him. I think that was a signal that there was. Alior was very keen to come back for the second, but there certainly wasn't two there. All goes to 9, 22 for 1. At 7, the lead is 29. It's clouding up a little bit now as well. It was very gloomy here first thing this morning with the floodlights on, but that cleared away and it was lovely and sunny, but it's just clouding over a bit, which Gloucestershire won't mind too much. And comes Shaw down the hill, bowls, and Clark is forward defending, and Shaw is very athletically down to his left-hand side. When I look at Josh Shaw bowling, he reminds me a little bit of a Ben Rain type of bowler. You know, someone who comes in, puts it, pretty much on a sixpence, does a little bit with the ball, bowls at a decent lick.
Yeah,
true. I don't know. He just reminds me.
I think he's got what the similarities with Rain are. He's a strong lad. He's got a strong action.
Yeah, always fit. Is he always fit, Shaw?
Yeah, I think that's. I can only remember one time really he's been injured.
In he comes, bowls let go outside the off stump by Clark, no run.
I think I'm searching around in my mind for some way to put this, but I think I'm sure Josh Shaw will be the first to admit the slight difference is probably about, my guess would be somewhere like 250 first-class wickets. Yeah,
but he's just that sort of bowler who, I don't know, I don't watch enough of Gloucester, but Ben Rain, I'd imagine you chuck him the ball and he just comes in and he bowls a good line, a good length, bowls a decent lick, makes the batsman play, and certainly on the evidence of this match, Shaw has been quite similar, although I appreciate he hasn't got anything like the number of wickets. He's in and bowls and he wraps Clark on the pad. Or is Miles down the wicket? Crumbs. It hit Tom Clark's pads. The ball ricocheted down towards fine leg. So in fairness to Alior,
I think there probably was a leg by there. But
it was his call because the ball was behind square. But Alior was virtually standing next to Tom Clark at one stage, and suddenly they thought, crumbs, I better get back in the ground. So anyway, it's a dot ball, much ado about nothing. 22 for 1, or on 9. Clark is on 4, lead of 29.
Well, I think maybe what Sussex were feeling was we've had too many dots here. There've been too many just straightforward dot balls, and actually the game hasn't moved on quickly enough in the last few overs, or at least it hasn't been all action like most of the game has been so far. So let's try and create a little bit of uncertainty out there. Clark just didn't really know where the ball had gone, so it was one of those tricky ones. As Taylor runs in now to bowl, and it's played, I think, maybe inside edge onto pad by, or it goes right out in front of him and there's no run. Where Clark, in fairness to him, you say, well, yes, you're looking to find the ball rather than responding to your partner, but at the same time, if you think the ball might be going back towards your stumps, you've got to make sure that you protect your stumps and stay there safety first. So he couldn't really respond immediately to Orr's core. Orr's call, sorry, not Orr's core. I'm not quite sure what Orr's core was doing. Well, it was running down the pitch to the rest of his body, but anyway, here comes Taylor and bowls to Orr, played out towards backward point, and there's no run. I think we'll just leave that point be as I'm getting myself into a verbal tangle.
Richard's been in touch. He says, I've thoroughly enjoyed the county championship and listening to the commentaries this season. It seems to have flown by. Still the best format. What are you and Ed plans for the winter months while we go into hibernation?
We do, yes, before the rigorous training led by Kevin Howells before the start of the next season. There's a series of exams, including a practical exam. We have to set up our kit in 45 seconds. If we can't manage that, then we're off. As Taylor bowls to Orr, this is driven uppishly.
Get away with that.
It's between mid-off and extra cover. Hands on head suggesting Gloucestershire weren't entirely convinced as to the authenticity of the shot, but it did find the gap. And he'll get 2 runs, 24 for 1. There wasn't, I don't know, maybe he did know exactly the gap he was hitting it into. I'm not sure there was necessarily a need to hit that ball in the air. But
and it wasn't timed either, was it? I mean, I just saw who's that fielding at first slip?
Charlesworth is at first slip.
Because he just fell on his back, didn't he? As if to say, oh, I can't believe that he's played that. He's got away with that. He was a bit fortunate, was Ali Orr.
He's moved on to 11, and Taylor bowls outside the off stump, and it's let go.
So yeah, we're just going into hibernation, but yeah, I mean, I'll do a little bit with the Albion, which is great fun, a bit of news reporting. What do you get up to, Ed?
Well, I'm doing my ice hockey.
Oh right, of course, yes, I know you're a big ice hockey fan.
Ice hockey website, yes. And hopefully I'll manage to get away somewhere before the start of next cricket season.
Yeah.
Usually I like to go and visit a friend out in Stockholm, so
lovely.
Plan another Scandinavian trip if time allows. As forward goes Ali, or plays the ball towards cover point. There's no run.
To get your thermals out for that one, Ed.
Well, the thing is, actually, I find March isn't a bad time to go because there's the tourist season obviously hasn't started up. Everything's quite cheap for Scandinavia. Actually, it has to be said that Sweden isn't. It's basically the same as prices here. Norway's the really expensive one. So I was kind of hoping that in my next jaunt, ideally, I'm beginning to sound like Martin Emerson here with the sort of travel log, but in terms of what I might like to do, fly into Bergen, which I think is a beautiful place.
It is. I've been to Bergen.
Have you? Jealous. Didn't quite get to that part before. Taylor bowls to Orr, who plays again slightly unconvincingly in defence, but keeps the ball out. And 9 overs bowled. Sussex 24 for 1. So land in Bergen, then probably do what looks to be one of the great European rail journeys from Bergen over to Oslo. It goes right across the heart of Norway. There'll still be some snow on the mountains, which should make for some great scenery. And then probably from Oslo, go across the border to Sweden, find an ice hockey game somewhere along the way and finish in Stockholm and fly back from there. That would be the ideal situation, but as I say, Norway's quite expensive, so I don't know whether that's going to happen or not.
Well, that sounds fun. This may be the last over before lunch, we will see. Josh Shaw is going to bowl. 3 slips in place. They're bringing in a gully as well, so a bit of pressure here on Tom Clark in the lead up to lunch. 24 for 1. Sussex leading by 31 as in comes Shaw racing down the hill. He's in a bowls to Clark, who lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run. Bergen is a city where it rains, I may have this statistic wrong, something like 246 days of the year. It's one of the wettest cities in the world, I think. The day that we were there, it was lovely, and there is a vernacular railway that runs from the heart of the town up to the top of the mountain. From there's a wonderful view over the town. That's the view that you see of it's brilliant.
Isn't it?
And if you get and we were very lucky the day that we were there. The sun was out and we had a super view right across Bergen. So I enjoyed it. I thought we weren't there very long, but it was a nice city. In comes Shaw and bowls, and Clark looking to clip that way down the leg side. A bit cross with himself there that he's missed out because the fine leg is pretty wide here. If he got anything on that at all, it would have raced away for a boundary. But maybe Tom Clark just thinking, well, let's get myself through to lunch. He's 4 not out. 24 for 1.
Yeah, Oslo is another place I would love to go as well.
I've never been. I've been to Oslo.
Go and see the Munch Museum as well, which I think is nearby. That would.
I don't know that. What's that?
Edvard Munch, as in the Scream.
Oh right, crumbs! I don't know anything about that. It's not something I'm familiar with. In comes Shaw and bowls, and Clark plays slightly in the air. Nonetheless, he gets a single down to fine leg, fielded by Matt Taylor. As a couple of more threatening clouds, almost look like they're plumes of smoke making their way across the ground. Well, I'm pretty certain they're clouds. I don't be alarmed, anybody, but they look a little more threatening, a little bit more, which I think is happening down in the West Country today with the bad weather that's forecast. We're due to stay dry here, but sort of increasing amounts of cloud. 25 for 1, 3 balls left in the over. The clock says 12:29, so this will be the last over before lunch.
Sorry, I've lost a 4th wicket.
Wow.
Ben Folkes trapped LBW to Liam Dawson for 6.
In comes Shaw bowls, a short cut downs underneath it, through to keeper Bracey. There is no run. So just confirm, if if Surrey get to 300, they would definitely win the county championship. If they don't, Essex will need to beat Northamptonshire, and with maximum points. They've got maximum bowling points, but it's all now about batting points. And of course, they need to beat Northamptonshire and they need to hope it's not going to rain. I don't think the forecast for Friday is great either, is it? I think tomorrow's really good. I think Friday is I think rain coming in from the west, but who knows? That's a long way off. In comes short bowls, or lets that one go through to keeper Bracey. There is no run. One more ball to go until lunch. Thank you everybody for your messages this morning. It's lovely to have your company, as it has been all season. The slips are at such an angle that I can see two. Oh, there is 3 slips there. The third slip is in deep conversation with the other 2, and he's hidden behind them. But there are 3 slips. Oh, there we are. Is that Chris Dent in there at third?
Dent at third, yeah.
Yeah. So 3 slips in a gully. But from the angle we're looking, it was difficult to see the third slip, and he's shorter, is Chris Dent, than the other 2. In comes Shaw bowls, and all with quite an expansive drive down the ground that's going to bring him a boundary on the stroke of lunch. That's probably as good a shot as Alior has played. He's faced 41 deliveries for his 15 runs, and that's a shot just on the stroke of lunch, which will give Alior a bit of confidence, because he's survived, and you have to give him credit for that, because he's been given a bit of a working over here by these Gloucestershire bowlers, but he's hung around, he's ridden his luck a little bit, and he goes to lunch. And as he goes to lunch, the scoreboard goes off, which isn't desperately helpful, to be honest. However, what I can tell you now is that, looking at the website, is that Sussex go to lunch on 29 for 1?
Yes, it will be.
29 for 1 with a lead of 36. So Ed and I
This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
bright sunshine. The next minute we got cloud, and we had the floodlights on this morning as well. But we're going to resume after lunch. Sussex are 29 for 1. They lead by 36. Alior on 15. He rather survived the end of that morning session, but survive he did. Tom Clark is on 5. Tom Haynes, the man, out for 4. So to see us through this session, myself, Adrian Harms, and delighted as ever, Ed Seaborn from BBC Radio Gloucester and Bristol.
Yep, so it's going to be, I think, potentially tricky going here at the start of this session for Sussex. It certainly wasn't easy progress through the first 12 overs, 29 runs scored, and quite a few deliveries which really had Orr in particular in all sorts of trouble from Matt Taylor. And as Adrian's saying, the light is not great. It's not anywhere near as bad as it was when we first started, but equally it does show you that as soon as you get any sort of cloud cover at this time of year, it starts to get towards the stage where you really would not want to be facing quick bowling. And Gloucestershire are going to open with their probably quickest bowler in Zaman Akhtar. So the question will be, can Akhtar mix accuracy in with his pace? Doesn't look as if they're going to go to a full-on short ball attack. Although Akhtar is coming round the wicket by the looks of things to the two left-handers rather than over. And there are fielders heading out towards the boundary, so because if we might be getting a kind of a hedging of bets type field, 2 slips in a gully, but then also backward point on the boundary, and 2 fielders on the leg side boundary at fine leg and deep square over towards what is the much shorter side. So here's the first ball after lunch. Zaman Akhtar is in over the wicket, round the wicket to bowl to Tom Clark, and it's clipped down to fine leg first ball for a single. So 30 for 1 Sussex, a lead of 37 runs, and Clark in this a different position at 3, having opened in the first innings, and Orr, who came in at 5 and made 16 in the first innings, on 15 in this second innings, opening the batting. Orr facing up then to Akhtar in the gloom, and Akhtar bowls, and that catches the shoulder of Orr's bat as he looks to work into the leg side. They'll manage a single because of the fact they've got those fielders back on the onside. Only one man in Matt Taylor saving the single on the onside, so there are runs to be had. And Sussex 31 for 1. 6 over bursts for both Matt Taylor and Josh Shaw, with Shaw picking up the wicket of Haynes. And Taylor really doing everything but take a wicket in his opening spell. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 10. Akhtar in to bowl to Clark, who stands tall and defends back to Akhtar. So 6 overs, fairly decent length spell, 40 minutes for lunch. I don't know whether we shall see immediately one of those 2 bowl from the Cromwell Road end. Be time already, even with the new ball, to give Zafar a bit of a go. He got the new ball to turn in the first innings. As Akhtar runs in, round the wicket, bowls, and Clark onto the front foot, plays calmly in defence. Trying to see all the way over there whether Ben Charlesworth has got his shin pads on already at first slip, and I think he might do. It's not that easy to tell. I thought it would be quite easy to tell whether Charlesworth had the shin pads on. I think he might do. It's at such a distance, and of course the hand leaning on the knees doesn't help judging either. You can probably see it better than I can if you're watching on the pictures. Akhtar bowls, and again he's on the money, but so is Clark in defending the ball back towards the bowler. I know our glass is tinted, so I suspect the light is better than it looks to us, but again, I can't imagine we're actually that far off. The floodlights having to come on, as they already have once today, as Akhtar rounds at the end of his mark. He's in now and bowls on the pads of Tom Clark. It's clipped away fine, and 2 fine for Josh Shaw on the boundary, and 4 runs to Clark to get him the first boundary after lunch. So Clark into double figures, 35 for 1. As this thicker cloud has come over, the breeze has just dropped a little bit, but I think this may be the calm before, we're not quite storm. I don't think we're going to get hit by the entirety of this storm that's sweeping across the UK, but the wind is meant to get up later on, at least from the forecast I looked at earlier. Be more towards the end of play. See the gusts get a little bit higher around about 7 o'clock, so at the moment though there's not a lot to blow this darker stuff over, and if we're going to get a full day's play in, then we cannot afford for this cloud cover to remain, because I don't think we'll be making it much beyond about 4:15, never mind a 4:45 if this cloud cover remains. It is going to be spin from the Cromwell Road end, but it's not going to be Zafar Gohar. It will be Ollie Price. 2 left-handers to bowl at, and he did get the wicket of Orr in the first innings. So Price in round the wicket bowls, tucked into the leg side. He thought about a single there, but then Orr noticed that Taylor was the left-arm thrower at mid-wicket, so had to run around the ball. Didn't have to run around the ball, that's what I'm guessing at. Price is in full, and Orr comes onto the front foot and again finds the hands of Matt Taylor at mid-wicket, who again is beneath the sun hat as the cloud is built up. Got some quite interesting clouds over to our left, sort of like little globules coming down from the sky as Price bowls to Orr. Is just about jammed down on the ball, and there was a strangled shout just in case it might have clipped pad first and then gone on to Orr's bat. He got a decent amount of bat on it, but went back there and it was pretty full from Price. This time it's cut and well stopped at backward point. Well fielded there by Actor, and Miles Hammond runs all the way over from slip. And he better get back in his fielding position, because otherwise he's going to hold Price up. But actually Graham Van Buren has taken the opportunity to give the ball a bit of a shine. But it was a good piece of fielding by Actor, because Orr hit that pretty firmly. A fielder out at deep point. There was a man out at deep backward square, but Zafar has been asked to come up inside the virtual circle. Price bowls, and Orr is forward in defence as the ball trickles out into the leg side. Those clouds, they remind me of, and if you're, which I'm sure you all are, listening on somewhere where you can access the internet, look this up. Look up mammatus clouds, or mammatus clouds, I don't know how you're supposed to say it, but anyway, Mammatus. They're not quite like that, but they're getting on for that. Down the pitch comes Orr and plays it into the ground. There's an awful lot of song and dance because Orr's come down the pitch and then been slightly defeated in the flight, but it was played straight into the ground. And on the bounce to Charlesworth at short leg. So good start from Ollie Price. That was a maiden over to get his bowling underway, and Sussex remain 35 for 1, leading by 42 runs. And it's Actor to resume the bowling. I'm going to bang on too much about the light, but it is really gloomy out there. You can see Neil Bainton and Jack Chantry having a bit of a look. I don't know whether they've asked for the lights to be turned on. Actor is into bowl, and Clark comes... Well, you say he comes forward. He played that one really from the crease and then came forward after he played the ball. And it goes out towards Dent at backward point, and there is no run. Dent sort of floating between backward point and gully, really. I suppose you'd say he's a wide gully the way that he's shaping up, but it's almost more of a Yeah, more of a second gully, really. Actor bowls, it's wide outside the off stump, and Clark has reached for the cut shot and towed it up towards mid-off, and then can't believe what he's done. It's almost so wide that he could barely reach it from the position that he was in, but it was an amazingly wide ball from Actor. I wonder what Jack Chantry was saying to Graham van Buren there. He was having a word with him about something, presumably to do with the ball. Here come the floodlights. Actor bowls, and Clark again stands tall in defence, shouts no for everybody in the ground to hear. Given Ali Orr's slight propensity to go on wanders at the non-striker's end, albeit either for a run or backing up, as we found out at the start of the season, it's probably a good job to scream as loudly as possible. His Actor leaps to the crease and bowls, and Clark plays slightly nervously in defence. Inside edge, really onto pad and out into the offside, and there's no run. A little bit more cricket in some of the other games that had some overs to make up from yesterday, so there has been a couple of things since we went off air which are probably worth mentioning. Essex losing a second wicket. Alistair Cook bowled by Sanderson for 6. So Sanderson's got rid of both openers, both Brown for 13 and Cook for 6. So Essex 31 for 2 in reply to Northamptonshire's 367, and maximum batting points are looking a very long way away. Floodlights are sort of gradually coming on, but at the moment they haven't really taken effect, so it's not exactly particularly helping Clark at the moment. They put a short mid-wicket in after a bit of a conference, and Actor bowls very full, and it's driven down the ground for 4. Crosses the boundary rope now, sweetly timed by Tom Clark, and then irritatingly for Miles Hammond, who's got to run over and fetch it. The ball has hopped off the rope, skipped off the advertising boards, and made its way back and underneath the covers. So there's going to be a bit of a search party on now to try and find the ball. 39 for 1. All I can do is leer down unhelpfully at them whilst they're looking, which I'm not sure they'll be particularly grateful for. Seeing my face at the best of times, especially when I'm staring at them, offering them no help whatsoever. A nice shot from Clark, and again just an indication, if you just wait for that, I mean, I say it's like it's simple, but just wait for that ball that's slightly overpitched, and that's the one to go after. Actor bowls to Clark, who tries to turn into the leg side and doesn't get the middle of the bat on it, and it's stopped at short mid-wicket by Gloucestershire captain Van Buren, and that's the end of that over. So 39 for 1, as we've now had 3 overs since lunch, and this is always around about the point where I notice that I've forgotten to write down the lunchtime score, which I think was 25 for 1, but
I can help you, Ed. Thank you for holding the fort. It was 29 for 1.
29, thank you.
Ali Orr on 15, Tom Clark on 5. And my word, hasn't it got gloomy?
Yeah.
Floodlight's really bright.
You wonder whether Gloucestershire would stay on if they were told they had to bowl spin from both ends. We cannot be far away from that. You can see the shadows from the floodlights already.
Look how the wind has dropped away to nothing, pretty much. In comes
Ollie Price.
Let go outside the off stump by Orr, no run. They sometimes talk, Ed, about the calm before the storm. Now, I know we're not going to get the storm here, but I think we are going to get some stronger winds.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that is the case, but I just wonder if it's a consideration. In comes Price, bowls or clips firmly to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Now, before lunch, I was moaning, saying we didn't get any cake yesterday, and in a light-hearted way. And because of that, do you know what? My good friend Julian at the top of the Spen Carmel went out and bought us 2 packets of biscuits, for our tea today. In comes Price bowls, or defends down the onside of the track, and there is no run. So there are
I
two
think you
packets.
knew what you were doing.
There are 2 packets of chocolate biscuits, and I've decided that I'm going to share them with the lads next door as well. So, as it's the end of the season. So thank you very much to Julian. We might get cake as well today, so that'll be quite funny. In comes Price again. Bowls to doesn't time that at all. It's a not particularly well judged run, to be honest. But been collected cleanly at backward point. All could have been in trouble running to the danger end. Nonetheless, he picks up a single and goes to 17, and Sussex to 40 for 1.
He was in danger of toppling over sideways there, was Salman Akhtar. He looked a little bit like one of those tube men outside sometimes outside a car sales dealership, whatever you call it.
In comes Price again, played into the offside by Clark. There is no run. I'm not convinced. Well, no, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a run out here, because the communication between this pair doesn't seem great. There's been a couple of occasions where there's been some hesitation. I hope there isn't from a Sussex point of view, but it kind of feels like there might be. Price with a slip and a short leg in and bowl, full toss clipped away, and that's a very good bit of fielding by Van Buren, really setting the example, the skipper there at mid-wicket. It was a ball that probably deserved to go for 4, and Tom Clark probably a little annoyed he didn't hit it for 4, but nonetheless take nothing away from a very fine stop at mid-wicket by Van Buren, who gets a shake of the hand from a couple of his colleagues. 41 for 1, add 7, makes it 48. So Sussex 48 for 1 effectively. And we are going to get spin from both ends, and I wonder if that is more of a light-induced thing than a tactically induced thing.
You would feel that, although there wasn't a great deal happening in those Akhtar overs, you're surely not going to bring him on for 2 overs and take him off. You know, you give him 3 or 4 overs, and I don't think we'd be that far off there being a problem in general, because whilst it's all well and good for the batters facing the spinners, the fielders out at deep square and deep mid-wicket might be called into action quite a lot, and they've got to try and pick the ball out of the bricks at the far end. It's so often it's the fielders as much as the batters who bad luck can be an issue for. So there's a short leg and there's a slip for Zafar, who picks up 3 wickets in the first innings. He comes in and bowls his first ball of the second innings. It slipped towards short mid-wicket, and there's more good fielding this time by Chris Dent. Saves what would have been a single. Middleton out at deep mid-wicket. Dent dives to his left and prevents runs. Zafar picking up the wickets of Coles, Hudson Prentice and Carson, but he's got 2 left-handers to bowl at here. If they do choose to take him on, it would be towards the shorter boundary. This looks pretty close for LBW. No, not out in the end. I'm not sure whether there was maybe some bat involved there, because it was actually quite a strangled shout. Peering through the murk, I thought it looked as if it had turned and beaten him, but maybe there was some bat involved, because I was expecting quite a loud shout, but it was very much strangled. Zafar bowls. Down the pitch comes Clark, works towards mid-on, who's quite deep, and it is going to be a hurl at the stumps at the striker's end from Hammond. But to be honest, he needn't have bothered, because it's an easy single. 42 for 1. Went over and had a look at some of the books on offer. The autobiography of Brian Johnson, I nearly bought it, but I had quite a lot of stuff in my hands, and I thought, well, maybe I'll come back later and buy it, because I've not read that. Kind of feel as if doing this is something you should have read. Zafar bowls, very full, and smothers it out in front of him. Actually, come back and had a look at that. I think there's got to have been something very obvious. Well, it was miles outside the line of off stump, is why. But the problem is that we're from we're from long off, basically, so it looks more in line to us. As you go past the outside edge this time, does Zafar or stretches forward and tries to defend, and the ball maybe just slides past the edge, whether it was one that just didn't quite turn as much as all expected. But he's already causing problems here. Is Zafar go hard, last ball of the over, and on the back foot goes and picks what is a large gap on the offside between backward point and mid-off. It's a field that Zafar bowls to a lot with that cover wide open. Feels you can get the left-handers driving and might be able to turn one back through the gate, but not that time. Up to 18, and Sussex to 43 for 1, which means they lead by 50.
Well, the light really isn't good at all. It almost looks from here, and it is deceptive with the tinted glass that we have here. It almost looks like it's almost raining, but I can see away to our left. There are some brighter skies drifting in, so hopefully we'll stay on. Who's that warming up at mid-on?
That I think is actor potential. No, it's Shaw.
Is it? I mean, I just wonder if the paceman did come on, whether we might go off the light, because it isn't great. But let's hope not. Say some brighter skies are on their way, so fingers crossed. As in comes Price, bowls to Orr, who's, we have to say, sticking it out here, Ali Orr. I mean, he's usually quite an attacking player. You think of the 200 down at Taunton last year in the 50 over. He made 198 here against Glamorgan in the Championship. 18 or 56 balls, so he's had to battle. But he's still there. Price is in, bowls, and Orr is back and plays a more confident shot this time, easing it into the offside, picks up a single. He goes to 19, and Sussex to 44 for one.
And even when he's been beaten, it's tended to be when he's defended. It's not as if he's been playing poor shots and been beaten. Taylor effectively cut him in half, as they like to say, 3 times, but I think there's quite so much that you can do about that. He's just put them out of his mind and moved on.
Yeah, he has. Clark waits. In and bowls. Clark is forward. That looks close. Umpire Bateman keeps his finger firmly in the pocket. He wasn't that far forward, was Tom Clark. Wicket keeper, slip cord and bowler, all with hands on heads. Well, I think that's one of those that could easily go against a batter. Some you get, some you don't.
He did look very close.
That would have been, I reckon, if this was a test match, you'd have reviewed that. That looked very tight, even from our not great angle. Price in again, bowls, and Clark is forward, plays to mid-wicket. There is no run.
I can only assume he's got an inside edge.
Right.
Because there's nothing other than that I can, at the moment, looking at the replay, see wrong with that.
His mark is Price. The wind has got up now. Isn't the flag fluttering away? That might clear this cloud away. In comes Price bowls. Clark clips to mid-wicket. There is no run.
Yeah, it is marginally brighter.
Yes, it is. It is.
So hopefully we
I suspect it's one of these days. We should be finished by 5:30. We're not going to be, because there's still 61 overs to be bowled after this. But I'd be surprised if we go too late tonight. Price bowls, Clark forward down the onside of the track. No runs, open, tidy over by Ollie Price, just the 1 run coming off of it. He's bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 3. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Bristol and Gloucester. Adrian Harms, Ed Seaborn, thanks for your emails. Don't stop sending them in. It gives us some lovely discussions points. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. To get in touch, and there'll be an update in a minute, Ed, but why don't you take this over and then we'll see if we get an interruption from the music or something.
Indeed. I noticed sunset this evening, just to give an illustration, the sunset is 6:48. So you're not going to be playing if there's any cloud at all. You're not going to be playing near then. Here's Zafar bowling, and Orr leans into defence. And then does his usual walk and back twiddle off towards.
I did hear, Ed, actually, that at this time of year, someone said on the radio that we lose 4 minutes of light a day.
Okay, I thought it kind of sunset times. I thought was 2 minutes. Or works into the leg side, sets off for a single that's not there, and is told to get back. Clark's looking rather disapprovingly. Or there. I mean, to anybody at short mid-wicket, never mind to Dent, left-arm thrower, and as quick across the ground as he is, there's never a run there. Zafar over the wicket bowls, or an exaggerated lean forward to defend. Let's see, so sunset tomorrow 6:46, 6:44, but then it'll be darker around. Well, I suppose you're talking about the beginning and the end of the day, aren't you?
Yes.
So, yeah. There you go. Zafar bowls or defends back to the bowler. How many commentators does it take to work out the bleeding obvious? Oh dear.
Don't worry.
It's been a long season. It always is a long season, but we wouldn't have it any other way.
No, we wouldn't. No, we'd be really depressed when this is finished.
Zaffert bowls, or goes for the slog sweep. He's nailed that. Look out in the crowd. It slams into the seats right in front of a spectator who stood up. And I think it's fair to say wasn't really in a position to take the catch, given the fact that his hands were clasped by his side. But the ball crashes into a seat in front of him. And that was a mighty hit from Ali Orr. Hard and flat. And a decent way for 6 to bring up Sussex's 50. Haven't seen that many 6s in the match, and Orr hit 1 in the first innings, but that was certainly struck better than that one. Orr taps into the offside. There's definitely a single there. Nicely judged to the left of backward point, and Orr will keep the strike at the end of the over. 7 runs from it. Sussex 51 for 1, leading by 58. Miles Hammond hit a couple, and yeah, just the one from Orr in the first innings, which really was a miss hit to the short boundary, but he targeted the short boundary and cleared it. That one, well, that would have cleared most boundaries in the world. Well, would have cleared any boundary in the world as flat as it was hit.
For those sitting in the Spen-Karma Pavilion who can't see the weather that's coming, I can assure you it is getting brighter. So that's good news. The floodlight shining brightly. It's going to be Ollie Price who's going to carry on 3 overs, no wicket for 3 from the Cromwell Road end to bowl to Ali Orr, who lets this one go outside the off stump. It was Price who bowled Ali Orr from memory in the first innings. Yes, it was, for 16.
Through the gate.
Yes, it was. Orr waits. He's had to bide his time. He's ridden his luck a little, but Sussex, he's still there. Price in bowls or stretches forward. He's a tall man and plays that to mid-wicket. Footed by Van Buren, and there is no run. Just the slip on the short leg of the close fielders. Backward point, cover, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a short fine leg. Update due in a couple of moments' time.
Let's bring up to date with the latest weather now. We were
Orr is hammering that one down the ground. Has that got all the way for a maximum? Yes, it has. He does hit a long ball, Ali Orr, doesn't he? That's he's absolutely belted that one down the ground. He goes to 32 and Sussex to 57 for 1.
Temperatures 18 to 21 Celsius. 64 to 70.
So, Ali Orr, since lunch, taking the attack to Gloucestershire, 57 for 1. That means the lead is 64. And that has encouraged Ollie Price to put that man right back on the boundary ropes. I think that's fair dues. I don't like to see an immediate move of a fielder going back on the fence, but I think 2 6s justifies that as Price is in. Orr plays out into the offside, and there is no run.
Right, let's bring you up to date with the latest cricket with Adrian Harms.
Yes, thank you, Sarah. The floodlights are back on here at Hove. It's been a strange day of cloud and then sunshine. We're now back into a cloudy spell. Floodlights shining brightly, but Sussex are motoring along since lunch, and particularly Ali Orr, who has now hit 2 6s since lunch and a couple of boundaries. Sussex 61 for 1. Ali Orr is on 36. Tom Clark is on 16. To that, you need to add 7 runs because that was the lead Sussex had on first innings. So Sussex are effectively 68 for 1 here in their second innings. Meanwhile, down at the Aegeus Bowl, Surrey making steady progress towards the 300 that they would need to win the county championship today. They are 134 for 4 at the moment. Ben Folkes, the latest man, out for 6. Will Jack's going along very nicely on 23. And Sai Shundasan, he's still there, 73 not out.
Thank you, Adrian. Of course, keeping updated throughout the day. We are now back in another rewind here.
So, Orr is showing intent here. 10 off the over so far. Price in again, and Orr back and slams this one to backward point, and there is no run. So, end of Ollie Price's over, I should say. 4 overs. Some of these figures don't look so great. It bowled 3 very accurate overs for 3, and now 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 13.
And I think they should keep him on for 1 more, because whilst he was hit for the 6 and the 4, he's still got what looked to be an incredibly close LBW shout in one of his previous overs, and I still think that you've got to show that faith in him to say, go on, get the wicket, and come up with the delivery that will get past him eventually. Tom Clark on strike on 16, and in goes Zaffert to bowl to him. Clark comes forward, and Zaffert misfields, but they don't come through. Hammond quite deep at mid-on, but They would have had to have been quite a way down the pitch to take advantage of that misfield. But I think, again, Orr has probably created the short ball that he hit for 4 by using his feet successfully for the 6. There's a paddle sweep attempted by Clark, and he's kind of taken his eye off that one. I think it was probably going down the leg side as far as any kind of an appeal. It's a shot that is on because there's no leg slip and there's nobody backward of square other than deep backward square. You just got to make sure you don't get a little glove or a top edge. Clark this time defends respectfully back to Zafar Gohar. Not a huge amount of turn as yet, seemingly, although there's enough to suggest that the spinners might still be a bit of a handful. Zafar bowls to Clark, who turns to leg. Be fielded at short mid-wicket as a butterfly rams itself into our window. This butterfly is fluttering about on the 27th of September. Feels fairly late, but it's been pretty mild the last few days. Down the pitch comes Clark, turns into the onside again as far as Dent at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Essex 3 down now, a 3rd wicket for Ben Sanderson. Zafar bowls for defence, goes back to Zafar, and that is the end of the over. 61 for 1 the score remains. So they've got to get to 400 at least.
Yes, they have to get 4 batting
to have
bonus,
any chance.
Yes.
They've got to get to 400, and they'd like to get to 450, but to have some sort of chance they've got to go to 400. And really the partnership that's there at the moment, Westley and Critchley, they're 2 best scorers this season. You feel like that's their season potentially on the line at the moment.
And Surrey are 135 for 5, so
they might well not. Well, yeah.
They might not get any batting bonus points, so it's keeping it interesting. That's what we want. Ollie Price is going to come in again to bowl to Ali Orr. This might be interesting. Price is in again, and Orr plays this one. He places this one out into the covers, fielded around about the point area by Middleton. And the applause around the ground is for the 50 partnership between these two, 50 and 56 balls in 61 minutes. So these two have suddenly got on with it, helped by Orr with his couple of big 6s. He goes to 37. Still slipping the short leg in place. Price in again, and Clark, who's more restrained, plays that back down the track. There is no run. Brighter skies are inching their way towards the ground. The wind has dropped again. It's a curious day for weather, isn't it? Sunny 1 minute, cloudy the next. Price round the wicket bowls. Clark stretches forward, bat and pad close together. What we have seen with wickets here at Hove this season is that generally they have flattened out as the game has gone on. I don't think we've had one game here that hasn't gone the full 4 days. In comes Clark again, played to mid on. He picks up a single. He goes to 17, 63 for 1. Sorry, what was that score, Ed?
Surrey, that's the one. Not Sussy, whatever that is. Surrey have lost a 6th.
Wow.
Will Jacks is now out for 24, so 135 for 6, trailing by 84.
Well, it looks to me like they're not going to get any batting bonus points, and they could lose the game. We'll see. Who's getting all the wickets there, Ed?
Dawson's got 3. Abbas got the first 2. Abbas got the openers, and Fuller has just got Jacks.
Price in again, bowls to Orr, plays it into the offside, no run. So that would mean, as we've been saying, and I know it's not of interest to all Sussex supporters, but in terms of the county championship, if Surrey were to lose that game and only get 3 bonus points, Essex could win the championship, but they would need to score, by our reckoning, at least 400 at Northampton and win the game. Here comes Bryce bowls, Orr plays to backward point, there is no run. You can bet your bottom dollar that the Essex coaching staff know exactly what's going on and exactly how many runs they would need. 63 for 1 at the end of Price's over. That was a tidier over, 5 overs, 1 made, no wicket to 415. Orr on 37, Clark on 17, and Sussex now leading by 72. Sorry, is it 63 for 1 or 65 for 1?
I think it says 63.
We've got the same problem as we had yesterday. We can't quite see the scoreboard from the angle we're sitting. 60, that means the lead is exactly 70.
Meanwhile, it's still kind of a stalemate at the moment between Kent and Middlesex as far as who's coming down. But Middlesex have scored as many batting points in this innings as they've scored throughout the entire season so far. Wow. Zafar starts his fourth over and Clark goes back and flicks to leg, backward of square and gets a single.
I just wonder here we're presuming that Gloucestershire are bowling their spinners because they want to tactically.
I think now, yes.
But if it were for the light, I think I would have probably said, well, no, I want to bowl the seamers because these two are slightly not milking the bowling, but they're not looking in a huge amount of trouble. Famous last words.
Zafar bowls to Orr, who again, that time, commentator's curse.
Yeah,
was
well, I've done it a couple of times.
Well,
this year. It's very poor.
On Ali Orr, if I remember correctly.
I did do an Ali Orr. Just, I thought, what are you doing? First game of the season, that was.
Was it the first game?
Yeah, first game.
Oh dear.
Survived to the last, Ed, somehow.
He picks up a single again. Once again, looking to flick to leg Clark. That was a more dangerous shot that time because he premeditated the whip through the leg side and had to take it off a lot more towards the stumps than towards leg stump, outside leg stump even. It was a wristy shot, ended up in the hands of mid-wickets. This time Clark turns towards mid-on, sets off for a quick single. There's an athletic attempt from Hammond as he hurled himself forward and the ball, but was never going to stop the single. He's just a couple of steps too deep to be able to do that. And Sussex 66 for 3, so 3 singles in 4 deliveries this over. And the consistent threat, the consistent turn and bounce that seemed to be there at the start of the game. Isn't it funny how that can happen?
Yeah,
you thought
absolutely.
a pitch, and it's not as if that doesn't happen in England in particular. You do sometimes see a pitch that turns more at the start of a game than it does later on. Zafar bowls, that slapped through the covers for 4 by Ali Orr. That was a shot of absolute dismissiveness from Orr. Full wide, yes, but absolutely laid into it. And that kind of, it's that shot that I don't think English batters ever really used to be able to play that against the turn, that kind of slapping drive through extra cover. Everybody seems to be able to do it now, which they didn't used to. I'm sure they didn't when I was growing up. Orr has got 42 now, and Zafar, he's gone for 7 off this over, last ball of it. Zafar bowls, quick delivery, or plays softly out into the offside, and that completes the over. And Graham van Buren has now got real problems. He needs a wicket. Ideally, he needs a couple of wickets, and I think he may be forced to go back to his seamers.
I think the light. Yeah, I think the light's all right now. I'd have said 10 minutes ago no, it wasn't, but I think the light is fine now. And
yeah.
In fact, you can see those sort of milky skies. I mean, it's not blue, wall-to-wall sunshine over there, but there's a few sort of patches of light blue in the clouds, and the skies are lighter. So
actors coming back.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. So I wonder if they just. Well, I guess we'll never know whether that was the spinners were on for a while there, or maybe Van Buren just wanted to see if the spinners would do the trick.
I reckon that they were told for those few overs they had to bowl the spinners, and Van Buren just thought, well, okay, I can bring on Zafar for a few overs. That's no problem. I was going to bowl Ollie Price anyway, and it just coincided with that particular patch, because I don't think you give Zaman Akhtar a 2 over spell, 2 overs for 10, who didn't bowl that badly. So
this is Ali Orr's highest score of the season, remarkably. It comes back to bowls to Clark, lets it go outside the off stump, taken by Bracey. There is no run, so it's his 8th match. 297 runs at an average of 27, so he hasn't had as good a season this year by a lot. He made over 1,000 runs in the championship last year. Hasn't done so this year, but highest score 42 not out. So that gives you an idea. It's obviously he played the opening matches of the season, plenty of 20s and 30s, but not the big one. Tar around the wicket bowls, and Clark plays this nicely off the field down towards fine leg. That's going to be 4 runs. Nothing wrong with that. That was a good shot, and Matt Taylor chases round the boundary, but he had no chance of cutting that off. That wasn't a great delivery, in fairness. It was down the leg side, and Clark was able to tuck inside the line and wristily flick it down to fine leg for a boundary. He goes to 23. Sussex to 74 for 1.
Yeah, at that pace, it's quite likely to flash away fine if Clark just gets the right amount of bat on it. He has moved a bit finer, has Taylor, but you can't cut everything off down there. You really are just mostly fielding for a poor ball, maybe a top edge pull, but mostly just a poor ball.
So again, bowls to Clark and plays that one away nicely through backward point. Didn't quite time it in fairness, but he picks up a single. Tom Clark, he goes to 24. The scoreboard's on form today. That's very quick. Sussex 75 for 1, add 7, lead of 82. I wonder if it's a great day for towel drying today. There's that balcony over there, Ed, and there's always an assortment of towels, always different colours. And today there's sort of a pinky coloured one, an orange one, and various other items on the line, but it just doesn't feel as if there's enough wind around to really dry it today. In comes Akhtar Bowles, and up on his toes, plays it onto the onside. It's a single element of discomfort to the shot. Nonetheless, he goes to 43, so that is his highest score of the season. Sussex to 76 for 1. You talk about funny cloud formations. If you look above a block of flats at the far end of the ground now,
That is strange.
there's a really weird, what looks like a horse's tail or something. I mean, it's a really weird cloud formation. Anyway, that sounds a bit Anaraki, doesn't it? Talking about clouds. In comes Akhtar Bowles, short to Clark, who was never really in a position to play that shot. And I think he knew as soon as he played the shot that it was an ugly kind of hoik across the line, and that prompts Ali Orr to come down the wicket and say something to Tom Clark. By the way, Clark looks a bit dejected that he played the shot. He remains on 24, Sussex 76 for 1 here on BBC Radio Sussex, Gloucester and Bristol. Adrian Arms and Ed Seaboard on this second day of the match. Already well progressed, but these two building an appreciable stand as in comes Akhtar Bowles to Clark, who manages to work this one down to third man. Not at all intended. They're going to come back for second. That's good running, actually, by Tom Clark. There was a misfield by Middleton down at third man. He did well to get to the ball, but then didn't collect it cleanly, and Clark had run the first run very fast, saw that there'd been a slight misfield, and decided it was worth coming back for the second run. So he goes to 26. Sussex 78 for 1. Oh, excuse me, at the end of the over.
Yeah, got a slightly uppish drive there, did Akhtar, but with the fielder back, just not so many potential catches. I don't know whether Gloucestershire are at the point where they might start to think in the maybe back couple of overs of Akhtar's spell, they might go back to the really genuine short ball strategy and see whether they can get some miscues. But the problem with doing that is you might also concede quite a lot of runs.
Yeah.
And with that lead getting up towards 3 figures, if it's still only 1 down and Sussex get to 3 figures, then Gloucestershire really will start to feel that the game is getting away from them. They've got to break this partnership soon. Here's Zafar Gohar bowling. There's some bounce there, and it catches the shoulder of Orr's bat. He was able just about to keep it down before it got towards Charlesworth at short leg. But that was more like a kind of spitting delivery that Zafar got James Coles with in the first innings. Zafar bowls, this is turned past short leg. It'll be another fairly simple single for Orr out to deep square. 79 for 1. Yeah, it is curious, isn't it? Really, I really thought that possibly by late on today we'd start to see really significant turn, but there is something out there. It doesn't seem to have got any more so than the start, which you might have expected by now. Zafar in, down the pitch, Clark whipping it away past mid-wicket, and it goes for 4. Zafar's steering off towards the mid-wicket fielder as if to make Clark believe that he was nearly caught, but it went very quickly and past the fielder, and another boundary. Sussex 83 now for 1. I don't think he hit that hard, Clark, but I still think he actually middled it. But it's a sign of the power in the stroke that it's still flushed away. This time it's tickled away on the leg side, and they've got a fielder in at square leg now, just to stop that easy turn.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think they had to put somebody in there. It was just getting too straightforward. Just use the turn, smother the spin as well, and play it down in front of short leg and pick up a run. Zafar bowls, so that's a short ball way down the leg side, and I think that Clark has missed that completely. He has. It's a bye. We're wondering how he's missed it.
Yes.
Mind you, we've seen one dismissal to a filthy short ball down the leg side, so perhaps he'd just be glad that he didn't hit it to a fielder.
If I was Ben Charlesworth in there at short leg, I would say that Zafar owes me a pint bowling a long hop down the leg side. I mean, he was trying to take evasive action, wasn't he? That's not a great delivery.
No, it's not a delivery that you would really expect from Zafar. He didn't bowl many like that in the first innings. He bowls now. That's short again. Pulled high, handsome, and for 6 over mid-wicket. It's not a long hit, but it was really hit out of the screws by Orr, and that is a half century. So he's got there off 79 deliveries, his third 6 to go with 5 fours, and that's really well batted by Orr, because he was given a thorough examination early on in his innings. He got through that and has picked the right balls to hit this innings, which has allowed him to get through to a half century and become, I guess that's now the 3rd half centurion of the match and all by Sussex.
And his first half century of the season for Adil. Hasn't played a lot of cricket. He, risk of repeating myself, injured a knee at the Oval back in the T20. This is the second game from memory against Surrey. And then dislocated and broke a finger in a comeback game. In comes Akhtar bowls to Clark, who lets that go outside the off stump, and there is no run. And in fairness, he had to scrap, he had to struggle, didn't he? It wasn't easy early on. I mean, there were several times before lunch, and I think we said it almost looked as if he just needed to get to lunch and get through that period. I can see Matt Taylor warming up down below us, so I think Van Buren has decided it's to turn back to the seamers. The lights are on, but the light is...
have to.
It's around the wicket bowls to Clark, who drives nicely down there. That's a good shot by Tom Clark. That's going to race way up the hill. It may well all go in for 4, actually. Yes, it does, despite Van Buren chasing after the ball. He can't stop that. That's beautifully timed by Clark, who picks up another boundary. He goes to 34, and Sussex to 94 for 1, and the lead is now 101.
I did enjoy Ali Orr launching himself back into his ground, and Akhtar was absolutely nowhere near the ball, but you could see where Orr's mind went as soon as that ball left Clark's bat. A beautiful on drive, and at the moment Gloucestershire are leaking runs from both ends. That's the really worrying part of this.
Comes Akhtar bowls to Clark. That's nicely timed as well. Picks up a single to deep backward square. Matt Taylor's definitely going to bowl. He's going up through quite a rigorous warm-up routine down below. Something we touched on earlier on today, and I didn't follow it up, which I apologise for, Reg. You were talking about Zach Crawley, who captained England in the abandoned 50 over yesterday, and talk is that he might play for Kent in the latter stages of this game against Lancashire. How on earth is that possible?
Well, they can now. The England players who've been playing in internationals can just be parachuted in like that.
I don't agree with that. In comes Akhtar bowls wide of the off-stump, or lets it go. There is no run.
I think my feeling on it is it's not what the rule was there for. It's there for the mid part of the season when you've got Test cricket going on. You have players who were picked in a squad, yes, and then are released back after, say, the first day, yes, of the Test match. I've got no problem with that, because those players otherwise are then just sitting there on the sidelines, and you could spend an entire summer, as people have done in the past, just sitting, yes, there doing nothing.
Yes, I agree with that. Akhtar coming over the wicket now. Bowls to Orr, who very, very nearly nick that through to the keeper, there is no run. But I think I agree. So I can understand why the rule is there, but I think in a situation where there's 2 days left of a game and you're thinking of bringing someone back in, that doesn't seem right to
he's
me.
played in the internationals. He's had his cricket. There's no Test cricket left this summer.
No.
In some ways, I think good on Zach Crawley for wanting to do that, because I know of certain players who've not turned out for their counties in dire situations, and Zach Crawley wanting to do that is a good thing.
In comes Akhtar down the leg side, let go by Orr. There is no run. There's a wayward over really from Akhtar. Only conceded the 5 runs, but he never really looked like taking a wicket in truth. 4 overs now made, 0 for 23, 95 for 1. We're talking about Zach Crawley and the fact that there is talk he might play for Kent for the last couple of days of the relegation match that they may well need to win against Lancashire.
But
I don't blame him, by the way.
Yeah, no, I know exactly. It was just a side point, really, but I just don't think that's what the rule is there for. And maybe you could have, say, in the regulations, you can write in something about maybe the last 3 rounds or something like that. That can't happen because, it's something which always does feel a bit odd. There was talk of maybe Josh Tongue doing that earlier on in the season, that he would come in after day 1 of Gloucestershire versus Worcestershire at Cheltenham. And again, to get Tongue overs and actually to increase the quality of the championship, I've got no problem with that. It's just when you get to this stage of a season and you have the situation that we do with Middlesex and with Kent battling it out, Middlesex haven't got anybody else that they can call upon. So I think that's something which I don't feel amazingly comfortable with. But then there's all sorts of things like that. We start talking about the loan system and that sort of thing. We'll be there for hours. Matt Taylor is back into the attack, bowling to Clark, who drives into the covers for no run.
Did Josh Tongue play? Because it was a game that I think Worcestershire won at Leicester. Did Josh Tongue play in that game?
Yeah, I think he did do that maybe once as well, as in did come in after a day. But I think it might have been that game. I think yes, you're right. It was the game at Oakham.
Yes,
that's what it was. It was the game at Oakham against Leicestershire. Taylor runs in over the wicket and bowls very full. It's on driven for 4 by Clark. It beats the mid-on fielder quite comfortably, and whether it be off front or back foot, both Orr and Clark are scoring with alarming freedom. If you're Gloucestershire, Clark 39, Sussex to 99 for 1, and they brought Matt Taylor back into the attack, but he's greeted second ball with a stunning on drive from Tom Clark.
This must be approaching the highest partnership of the match. Now 87 between these two.
It's the first time, really, in the whole match where bats felt as if it's on top of ball.
I agree.
Taylor runs in, bowls. It's carved at by Clark and hits straight into the ground, back to the bowler.
It was a bit ugly, wasn't it?
I think Orr is feeling the same and is going to have a bit of a chat. Because at the moment, Taylor is the main threat. They've seen off all the other Gloucestershire bowlers, other than Shaw, have had some sort of a burst since lunch and haven't managed to find a breakthrough, and in most cases have been hit out of the attack. Taylor bowls, and this is chopped out towards cover by Clark. A controlled shot. Doesn't pick up a run as it's fielded by Zaffer.
Is your phone on charge?
It's not, no.
Right. Do you have a fast charger?
I've got a charger which charges it, and it claims that it's charging it rapidly sometimes, but then sometimes it says it's turbo power connected.
Oh, I might ask if I can borrow it, because my charger has been on for around an hour and it's charged about 5%.
Oh.
Which has been pathetic.
Well, see if yours is the same as mine. Sometimes they can be a bit different. Taylor bowls, and this is clipped out towards deep backward square by Clark for a single, and that is the 100 up for Sussex. So quite a few milestones in quick succession be applauded here. There's Clark onto 40 now, not that far off his half century, and the Century Partnership being in the offing as well. See if that's the right,
I think you do, chap.
right width.
Sorry, nothing to do with cricket at all. Let's see if that works.
It might not be.
Yeah, let's have a little play around.
So, in goes Taylor to bowl wide of off stump, or lets it go through to the keeper. It's not the right. Yeah.
Not to worry.
No, I thought it might not, because the phones made by this particular brand, which likes to greet you in a very particular way, tend to be slightly different width, I think, from most others, so you can't really use them. In fact, I think I know somebody else who's got one of the same brand even, which takes a different USB width. So anyway, it was worth a try.
It was.
100 for 1 at the end of that over.
Well, Sussex batting themselves into a decent position here. The light is still not great, but it's certainly no worse than it was. It's going to be Akhtar who's going to carry on 4 overs for 23. He's been a little wayward, I think, in this spell, to be honest. He's racing down the hill now to bowl to Tom Clark, who looks to flicker wide delivery down the leg side down towards fine leg. Clark's a little annoyed he missed out on that, taken by Bracey, and there is no run. As I say, wickets have flattened out here. The last game here at Hove, Leicestershire chasing 499 to win, got to within 15 of winning the game. So we have seen pitches that have done that. And there were wonderful games here against Derbyshire and Worcestershire where, I mean, in fairness, declarations set up the run chase.
Yeah.
And in both instances, it got very close. Akhtar again bowls, and Clark very nearly nicks that one behind. He seemed to take his hand off the bat there, Tom Clark, and that can't have missed the outside edge by very much. And again, there is no run. So I think we're all sitting here today, when those wickets went down this morning, we're thinking, well, this is all going to be over in 3 days. But no, you see this and you think to yourself, well, I'm not so sure now if the wicket is flattening out. Or maybe it'll turn a little more. Jack Castle may be looking at that with interest. In comes Akhtar again. Down the hill bowls. Clark lets that one go through, taken by Bracey. There is no run. There's quite a hum in my ears. I don't know if you've got a hum in your ears, Ed.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, so I hope that's not coming through on the commentary. If you're experiencing a hum or a slightly irritating buzz.
May I see whether it changes doing that? No, it doesn't.
That's all right. No, moving the phone, sometimes that does help.
No,
but if it's
sure what it is.
Jack might let us know next door. If there's a hum that's being really irritating, let us know, Jack. Or
Other than just the sound of my voice.
Yeah, perhaps it's just us being irritating. Here comes Akhtar bowls, and he really bent his back then, but he pitched that probably, well, not even halfway down the pitch, and it ballooned over Tom Clark's head into the gloves of Bracey. And there is no run. 100 for 1, Sussex, here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Bristol and Gloucester. Adrian Harms, Ed Seaborn. Sussex with a lead of 7 over first innings. But batting looks a whole pile different this time around, and Warren Clark coming together when Tom Haynes was out. A poorish shot caught for 12. He should have added 88 now for this wicket, as in comes Akhtar bowls and Clark up on his toes, and he just plays that into the offside and picks up a good single, well judged single by Tom Clark, who goes to 41. Sussex to 101 for 1. It's a pretty grey old afternoon here on the south coast, but I think we should probably be grateful for small mercies. I haven't looked actually. I doubt if they're playing in Cardiff at the moment, because
they've just gone back out.
Have they? I'm surprised. I thought they might be off for the day down there. But you're right, they are playing. Akhtar in again, bowls short, and the ball goes over the head of Ali or into the gloves of Bracey. There is no run. End of over, 101 for 1, or 50. Clark 41. So very briefly elsewhere in the battle for relegation. None of these sides want to be relegated, but Middlesex 335 for 6 at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire.
Higgins 130 not out.
That's a great innings. He's been a trip. Well, he was at Middlesex and he went to Gloucester and he's gone back. Why Middlesex ever let him go in the first place, heaven only knows, but they did. And Kent, the other side in the relegation scrap, they're 137 for 2. Lancashire having made 327. Who's is in run there? Compton is on 44. Ben Compton and Jack Leaning on 34. A bit felt like when I guess it's all for the team, and if they say, right, Zach Crawley's coming back, so you're not batting in the second innings, you might feel a bit,
Yes, you wonder who would drop
well,
out.
you would. I mean, I'm sure you'd feel, well, okay, he's an England player, do it for the benefit of the team, but you might feel a little bit miffed.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Here is Taylor. Down to 2 slips now, and he bowls on the pads of Clark. It's clipped out to deep square, and they'll jog through for another single. 102 for 1. I gather there's no hum on the commentary, at least.
All good. Thank you, Ed, for...
Well,
thank you, whoever got in touch.
Thank you to Ian Randall.
Oh, thank you, Ian. Oh, Ian listening. Hello, Ian.
So hopefully that means there's nothing coming through on any
Lovely
outlet. But yeah, I know what you mean. I can hear it in my headphones, but thankfully it doesn't seem to be coming across. Or then to face on around 50, and he looks to tap into the offside for a single that is not there, and it's fielded by Hammond. The floodlights are still very much in effect here. It's just got slightly gloomier again, and just don't think it would take much of a dip for us probably to be going completely off, because I don't imagine Gloucestershire would want, after what happened last time, to be forced to bowl spin from both ends. Taylor bowls to Orr, who comes onto the front foot and plays to the bowler. And again, a nice positive move from Orr, which says to Taylor, I'm just going to stand here and let you bowl at me. I mean, this is quite amusing now, really. Middlesex need 2 more runs for more batting points in 1 innings than they've managed through the entire rest of the season. 2 runs away from 3 batting points. Taylor bowls, it's swung away by Orr, and it smacks into the boundary for 4 runs, and the fielder at long leg didn't see that.
No. Do you know, it's interesting you say that, because he didn't see it.
It was very close to him, actually.
Yeah, it was. He just didn't see it. And sometimes when the light is as poor as this, it can be really difficult fielding, because at least when you're batting, you know where the ball's coming from. He had no idea whether he's standing there with his hands on his hips. I don't know if it was a chance or not, but I lost track. I mean, I knew it had gone in that area.
Well, there's no hope of being able to pick the ball up out of the backdrop from us, so I shuddered to think what it must be like for the fielders. It was an extraordinary shot from Orr, because he got into quite a low position and then almost played a sort of a swinging pull shot to quite a full ball from Taylor. As Taylor bowls now, and this is defended by Orr and goes into that sort of crouch that he so often does after playing the defensive shot. Kind of exaggerated movements that Orr has at the crease. 106 then for 1. And some of the shots that Orr is starting to unfurl now are seriously ominous for Gloucestershire, because he's clearly feeling that the ball isn't moving a huge amount anymore now, and he can just play through the line, trust the bounce. That cover drive that he hit off Zaffa, and that one off Taylor in particular, really ominous signs for Gloucestershire, as Orr comes forward, defends the last ball of the over to mid-on. 5 from the over, and Sussex 106 for 1, and even Matt Taylor is copping a little bit of tap now. Last couple of overs he's been hit for quite authoritative boundaries, 1 each for Clark and for Orr, and Gloucestershire struggling to come up with the answers here to this Sussex partnership. 113 for 1 effectively. I wonder if they're almost going to be forced to try really maybe a couple of overs of Actor banging it right in with the field set as it back. Was, set back and trying to see if they can get a catch on the boundary, hooking or pulling or something like that, because I reckon Clark and Orr would take it on.
I think certainly
the way
that
they've been batting recently.
So it is going to be Akhtaru's racing in again, bowls to Clark, who's forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. A few warm-up matches carrying on over in India ahead of the World Cup. Australia 352 for 7. I only mention that because Travis Head not playing for Australia. Is he injured or?
Well, they've been doing quite a lot of rotating around. Yeah, they had an ODI series against South Africa as well, which South Africa were 2-0 down in and came back to win 3-2, and Australia have lost the first 2 games of that ODI series against India as well.
In comes Akhtar bowls and played onto the onside by Tom Clark. He picks up his 43rd run, 107 for 1, lead 114.
Some extraordinary bowling figures in some of those games when Heinrich Klaassen went absolutely nuts at Centurion. I think Adam Zampa went for...
Oh, I saw that. Was it a world record?
Yeah, equaled the world record for most runs conceded in an ODI, which I think was also for Australia against South Africa at that famous ODI back in, I think it was 2006, when South Africa chased down over 400 to win that ODI in the days when that would have, it was just completely unheard of. I think it equalled the record from there. But Cameron Green went for over 100 in one of those India ODIs.
Akhtar in, bowls to Orr. He's down there. He just hasn't got his line right at all, has he? And Orr's able to tuck inside the line and just flick it very fine down the leg side and picks up another boundary. Ali Orr, he goes to 58, 111 for 1. Sussex.
It was one of those where, I mean, he didn't mean to play it that fine that time.
No.
Or it was a ball which was right on his hip, but I don't think he was meaning quite to get it as fine as that, but equally it was too far down the leg side to really expect very much else other than that to happen, and just get a bit of bat on it and it may well go for 4. And it did.
Of no interest to anybody, but I've borrowed a charger from one of the lads in the press room and he's actually zooming along now.
Oh.
So it's obviously a duff charger, I reckon.
His phone's about to explode.
It is, yes. It's going... It's quite funny. Paul Weaver, who's one of the journalists next door, he said, "Oh, it goes quicker if you turn it off, turn your Wi-Fi off." And I said, "Yeah, Mr. Technical." He comes. Akhtar bowls. That was quick, and Orr jerks his head back out of the line. The ball goes through to the keeper, and there is no run. Umpire Chantry is... What's he doing?
He's just
changing
he's going to
sides.
switch sides. I'm not exactly sure why.
It's a bit odd, isn't it? I wonder why he decided to do that.
There's nobody on the line of square leg or anything like that.
I wonder if he just thinks he's got a better view. You're slightly down. We were looking at the slope last night, weren't we? As we were doing our interview, we walked back. And I've been meaning to ask Ben Gibson and his ground staff, or all the lads in the media team, actually, anyone who's listening, if they can tell us what is the drop or what is the fall from the Cromwell Road end to the sea end of the ground. I've got in my mind, for some reason, 14 feet. That may be utter rubbish. So if someone could let me know, if the media lads or Ben or any of his team are listening, what is the fall in the ground from one end to the other? That would be good to know.
Here we go. I think we're going to get more
short stuff.
Short stuff. Hammond into leg slip. Charlesworth into short leg. A couple of fielders back on the leg side as well.
Yeah. So, in comes Akhtar. Let's see what he's going to do. Bowls and that was short. And Orr got himself in a bit of a pickle there. I think did he get hit on the head?
I think it was on the gloves, maybe.
Yeah, it did rear up, didn't it? And I think Ali Orr was uncertain whether to defend against it or whether to hook it. And in the end, it kind of did neither, really. But it was a quick delivery. It's a good bit of bowling, to be fair.
It was really well directed, wasn't it? Because it wasn't one that was obviously, like you say, obviously I need to be ducking this. Yeah, maybe shoulder of the bat, actually. I mean, that could so easily have looped just a bit higher and Charlesworth would have had a simple catch at short leg, but it didn't go that far.
Akhtar in again bowls. That is short. That's quick, actually. That is quick, and it whistles past the... I wouldn't fancy being Ali Orr out there at the minute.
It's getting dark now as well.
It is getting dark, and he's really bowling at quite good pace. Neil Bainton just comes down and surveys where Akhtar is putting his front foot. I thought for a moment he was going to speak to Jack Chantry about the light. No, but he'd be very much the senior. In fact, he's just having a word there. And I can see Umpire Chantry is just have a discussion there with one of the Gloucester lads. I don't know if there's a discussion about the light or quite what, but you got sort of telltale signs with umpires, isn't it? They start to look at each other.
Yeah, they get a bit twitchy.
Yeah, then there's a bit of hesitation, and then you think, oh, hang on, what's going on here? But certainly, I don't think the light's going to improve enormously as we go through the rest of the day. I mean, I know it's only
slightly darker, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I know it's only 2:15, but you can see, and always a good sign here. We've got a change in bowling, actually. It's going to be Josh Shaw who's going to come in from the sea end. You can always tell it's getting dark at Hove because you can see those lights reflecting in the flats at the far end of the ground. So we're okay at the minute, but it won't need to get much darker, I don't think.
No, I mean they've really tried to keep them out.
No, they have, and I think and they have to at this stage.
They could
of season.
easily have gone off yesterday evening.
Yes,
they
they
might
could.
have to come back out again, but they could easily have gone off. They certainly seem to want to stay out there as much as possible. But when you've got Actor bowling as sharply as he is, banging it in short, you do start to wonder how much longer it can go on for. Josh Shaw is into the attack, replacing Matt Taylor, who bowls a Yorker length delivery, which Clark squeezes out into the onside for no run. I'm still part, by the way, of the. I must leave the group at the end of this match, but I thought I'll just stay in it in case there's something useful.
Sussex group.
And indeed, there was something useful. So,
Which was?
the slope
Oh, yeah.
is 10 feet.
Thank you. Who sent that through? The media team?
Martin Collins.
Oh, thank you, Martin. My phone is currently charging. I borrowed someone's charger, so I've turned it on to whatever it is, no play mode or something.
Shaw over the wicket, bowls wide of off stump, and Clark goes lunging after a drive and misses it.
10 feet. I thought it was more than that, but there we are. Well, it's a nice round number. So thank you, Martin. Got one listener anyway. That's good. But we were looking last night, weren't we, as we walked back across the ground after doing our interviews, and you said, yeah, look at the slope. And it's...
Well, yeah, you can almost, you look at it from one end, and it's almost, but not quite, a floor of a building.
Yes.
You know, you looked at the flats at the far end and measured it against that, and it really did look basically like a floor. Shaw bowls,
Sure.
That's a poor ball on leg stump. He's only going to concede a single for it, though, because Clark has whipped it straight to deep backward square. But that is the single that takes this partnership to 100 between Orr and Clark. 152 balls, so again, it's been... Well, I say it's been rapid going. Ever since they got established, these two have moved things along at a pretty decent lick. And they both complemented each other pretty well. I mean, both played some really gorgeous shots and have not offered up a clear-cut chance. 112 for one. The lead is 119. Shaw switches to round the wicket now to bowl to Orr, and that's let go outside the off stump. I mean, they've just done everything that in the previous 3 Sussex batting performances that I've been able to see that they hadn't really done. They've selected the right delivery to do what Orr's just done there, left it alone. They've waited for balls which have been either overpitched or too short, and then they've gone very hard at those balls.
Yes.
But they've played softly to the ones which have not been there to hit. That is there to hit. It's short and wide. It's been square driven off the back foot by Orr. They'll collect 2 runs for this. That's Joe Phillips, who's on as a sub. Not sure at the moment who he's on for, but 2 more runs to the total. Orr moves on to 60. 114 for 1. And still, what have we got? We've still got basically an hour until tea. So there's not going to be... It's going to be a long afternoon, this,
No, it is.
Gloucestershire. In some ways, the light just breaking up the rhythm of Orr and Clark is seeming like it might not be the worst outcome at the moment, because they are right on top here. Shaw bowls and a flick of the wrist, or
it's a weird leave, isn't
it? It is. Well, it's a leave. I mean, that is basically more like the Labuschagne type leave, and he's already done that once and accidentally hit the ball.
This is a weird leave, isn't it? It's and actually Shaw was, I think, he was incredulous, wasn't he? He sort of had his hands on his head. You could hear the cry.
I said this at Derby, and I was thinking of Luke Wells, who they talk about as being one of the most sledged cricketers.
Yes.
Because he's got those mannerisms. Those mannerisms just irritate people. And I said I can see exactly how Orr would also attract those sorts of verbals, as they like to call it out there. Because you know, he doesn't hang back. He's so confident in his body language, and that in itself is going to annoy a bowler who's running in and charging in at him, and he sees somebody, you know, motioning as if this is all just a bit too easy for him. And but you know, I like it because it's fun to watch, and it leads to a good contest.
Well, you're right. Akhtar is persevering. 6 overs for 29 down the hill. Bowls to Tom Clark, who looks to take on a short one as he caught behind. I thought for a moment he was. Into the gloves of Bracey. There is no run. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I remember Luke Wells telling me that, actually. He made a big double 100 at the Oval. I don't know, I reckon it must be 10 years ago now, when Sussex were in the First Division, and batted beautifully. And he said afterwards, I must be one of the most sledge cricketers in county cricket.
Yeah.
But I said, well,
I didn't realise that was to you. He'd said that. I've heard that.
Yeah, and he said, I don't mind. He said, the more they do it, bring it on. He was very, very ambivalent about it, not bothered. Akhtar in bowls to Clark, who's beaten again outside. Good pace here from Akhtar.
Yeah, and again, I just think that giving Akhtar the clear plan to bowl to this field, I think it made him a better bowler in the first innings, and already so much more has happened since he started really having this field to bowl at, bang it in short, and he wasn't far off having Clark out a couple of balls ago, and he was very close to having Orr caught at short leg in the previous over.
He's on his way again. Down the hill, bowling to Clark, who's up on his toes, plays into the offside. He wants a single, does Tom Clark, but it wasn't there, and Akhtar very quickly ran. I was just looking at the, we're talking about who's going to join these two sides in Division 2 next season, and I knew it was between Kent and Middlesex. What I didn't appreciate is there's only 1 point between the pair of them going into this round of matches. So bonus points are key, because if both games were to end in draws, bonus points could well be the deciding factor,
Exactly.
And they've both, Middlesex have actually won more games. So if they were to be level on points, presumably Middlesex would stay up.
Yep.
So bonus points could be absolutely vital.
Middlesex have lost a few wickets now, though, so I'm not sure they're going to get any more than the 3 batting points they've got. 360 for 9 now.
Comes Akhtar, bowls, Clark pulls, and he's going to get a single out to deep mid-wicket. This is 45th run, Sussex to 115 for 1. So, most sides are going to pick up 3 bowling bonus points. I think Kent did yesterday.
Yep. You would think Middlesex would.
So then it could well be between the batting points. I think Kent 130 odd for 3, something like that.
155 for 3 at the moment. Compton's just reached a 50.
Okay.
In pretty typical Ben Compton fashion, by the looks of things, off about 140 odd deliveries.
So it'll just break off for a moment as in comes Akhtar again down the hill, bowls and all, plays that out to the offside. There is no run. So just say, for example, after the first innings, that they were level on points and both games were draws, Middlesex would start up. So that would force Kent to have to go for...
They have to get one more point than...
They'd have to go for the win.
The same number of points as Middlesex out of bonus point-wise. So they have to get to 350 now that Middlesex have got there, basically.
And if that doesn't happen, Kent would need to win the game. So they might need to throw that game open. So it could be really exciting. And then Middlesex might think, crumbs, Kent are going to win, so we need to win.
Yeah.
They could, lots of ifs, buts and maybes. We could
still have our grandstand day 4 finish.
Yeah, in comes Akhtar, bowls quick and or ducks underneath it through to Bracey. No run, just the 1 run off the over. So what Gloucestershire have done here successfully is to dry up the runs, 115 for 1, or on 60, Clark on 45. But he's also bowled with good menace here as Akhtar. He's bowled with good pace. As Sussex go nicely along. 122 is the lead. After, if you just joined us, Gloucestershire bowled out for 195 earlier on today. 3 wickets apiece for Curry, for Carson, and for Hunt. All the Gloucestershire players were caught. And 9 of them were caught by players beginning with C, which was just an interesting fact.
Yes, and I was looking at the number of times that had happened in Test cricket. It's so much easier to find these records for Test cricket versus first-class cricket. It's only happened twice in the history of Test cricket that every batter's been out caught.
Really? Oh, what were the games?
Let me have a look. Shaw starts a new over around the wicket. That's come off a leading edge and gone out into the offside from Clark, and another one. I mean, these back of a length deliveries are starting to cause some problems. I mean, whether it's because the light isn't very good, or whether it's just because at last Gloucestershire have managed to upset the rhythm of Orr and Clark out there, but There's some chances being created here, but at the moment they're not going to hand.
Off for bad light at Southampton, I should say, which is not far away.
And Essex have lost a 4th wicket now. They've lost Critchley, which is a massive loss for them. Shaw bowls on the pads of Clark. It's clipped away firmly and past the dive of Middleton on the boundary for 4 runs through Ford's square leg. And that takes Clark to within 1 run of a half-century. Sussex 119 for 1. Not a great follow-up delivery, I'm afraid, from Josh Shaw after discomforting Clark the previous delivery. He then gave him exactly the ball that he was after that previous ball. 119 for 1. Shaw approaches now round the wicket bowls, short and wide, and it's been cut for a single by Tom Clark, and that gets him to his 50. Well played by Tom Clark. He was certainly, for my money, the best of the Sussex batters at Derby, and in this innings he's gone on after getting that start. He was of course not out at Derby, but
6th.
Got a chance really to go on now for a big score.
Yeah, 6th half-century of the season. He hasn't gone on to get 100. He made 96 as his top score. So he'll be very, very keen to catch the eye of Paul Farbrace going into the end of the season.
Facing now on 60. Shaw bowls short or climbs into that pull shot and slams it for 6 over mid-wicket, and that has gone, in fact that was in danger of smashing into some of the second-hand books, because it's just, I think, gone to the left of that and gone back out into that kind of driveway area there. He did not hold back there, did Orr, because he knew he had the short boundary to target. It didn't have the same malice in it, that delivery from Shaw, as actors from the far end. And again, it's just following the pattern. Orr has recognised the bad ball, seen it early, and absolutely laid into it.
Yeah, he has.
And that has been the hallmark, really, of Orr's innings in particular, but also Tom Clark's. They've just picked up length very well in this innings.
Orr's 4th 6.
He's got 66 from 99. Shaw bowls full to Orr, and that's defended back up the surface. So those 2 games, interestingly, they both happened at the same ground, the Basin Reserve in Wellington, that wonderful ground in the middle of a roundabout.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it is. It's sort of like a rotunda that goes all the way round the Basin Reserve. A beautiful setting. One of them, New Zealand versus India, 3rd test in 1968. It was New Zealand who were out in the 2nd innings for 199 with all the dismissals being caught.
I bet Sunil Gavaskar took it. Well, would he have been around in 68? Yeah.
In goes Shaw, bowls wide of off stump, it's left alone. Might have been just a
bit about the time of Gavaskar.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Vishwanath was their great slip fielder, wasn't
playing in that game. Wondering whether that would have... I'm just trying to think of that. That feels like it's sort of about the right time. His last test was 87.
So perhaps it's a bit early.
And first test 71, yeah.
Right.
So just a few years too early. Yeah, Farouk Engineer was opening the batting.
Oh, Farouk Engineer, right, yeah. He played for Lancashire.
Side captain by Nawab of Pataudi, another one of those great names from the past. Bishan Bedi was
bowling his spin.
Bowling attack for India, but it wasn't him who got the wickets. I'm afraid I've never come across this cricketer before. Bapu Nadkarni got 6 for 43 in that innings. So that was one of them. And the other was far more recently, in fact, just March of this year, a game between New Zealand and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka in their 2nd innings, all out for 358 as they lost by an innings and 58 runs. But again, that time it was New Zealand managing to claim all 10 via the catch.
Well done, Ed.
And actually, all of them outfield catches as well. So, as ours threatened to be until that last wicket, none of them caught behind.
Well, how interesting.
But only twice in the whole history of Test cricket. I'm sure it would have happened a lot more in first-class cricket, but then there have been a lot more matches. Yes. Ed Middleton. into the attack.
Yes, coming in from the Cromwell Road, we'll have an update to our listeners in a few moments' time. In comes Middleton Bowls, and Clark plays firmly into the covers, and there is no run. We've had to change over a programme, so hopefully they've realised that we're here at the cricket. You've chatter from the Gloucester lads. Just tosses the ball from hand to hand as Middleton. Still 45 overs to be bowled today. He's in 12s away, and Clark places nicely out through the covers. In fact, better shot than I thought by Tom Clark. It was too wide for Middleton, and Clark rather helped himself through cover for 4 runs. Nice shot by Tom Clark. He goes to 58, I think, or has that gone up already?
I think it's gone up already.
Oh, wow. Crumbs, they are quick today. 54 to Tom Clark, 130 for 1. The lead is 137. Middleton tosses the ball from hand to hand again, and he's on his way. Bowls, and Clark just nudges that one down towards fine leg. He's thinking about 2. He won't want to take on throw Phillips, who's the 12th man who gets him the throw. Who's back at base in Brighton, so we can update the listeners in a few moments' time. Essex with it all to do, really. Surrey have got are in control of, well, are they in control of their own destiny? Yes, they are, because if they win, that's it.
Yeah.
But they're a long way off getting the bonus points at the moment. In comes Middleton, and all just tucks this one back to square. Phillips again has to run in and field, not before all goes through for a single. He goes to 67. Again, the scoreboard's very, very quick. 132 for 1. Floodlights on, grey skies all around Hove.
Cricket update.
To the county ground in Hove, cricket update from Adrian Hart.
Yes, the floodlights are on here at Hove, Danny. It's a very grey, overcast afternoon. However, a ray of sunshine from Sussex, who are batting really well in their second innings. They're 132 for 1. Ali Orr, who's been out of the side for a fair part of this season injured, is on 67. He's hit 4 enormous sixes as well. Tom Clark is on 55. These two have so far added 120 for the second wicket for Sussex. So the lead for Sussex is now 139 after Gloucestershire were bowled out earlier on today for 195. All eyes on the Aegeus bowler as the race for the county championship hots up. Now this is slightly complicated. Sussex are Surrey are 158 for 6 in their first innings. If they get to 300 in this innings, Danny, then they get enough points to win the county championship. However, if Essex lose their game against Northamptonshire, it won't really matter what Surrey do, they'll still win the championship. So eyes are on Chelmsford and they're on Southampton, but Surrey currently 158 for 6. I hope that wasn't too complicated.
No, thank you very much. And I managed to stay with that. But I mean, you don't want to put it in somebody else's hands, so push on, get another 150 runs and off you go.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's exactly the way that Surrey, they've been excellent all season. If they can get to that 300, all bets are off. They win the county championship, and well done to Surrey. But Hampshire are a good side, and they won't give it to Surrey easily.
Adrian, thanks. We'll come back to you through the afternoon for updates, and you can catch the ball-by-ball commentary of those matches on the BBC Sport website and app.
In comes Josh Shaw, bowls to Ali Orr, and he's played on as Ali Orr. Looking to thump that one away through the covers. He's got a big inside edge, and the ball hits the stumps, and Ali Orr is gone for 67. 132 for 2. Sussex, well, he rode his luck a little bit before lunch, Ali Orr, but he's batted well since then. He walks off, he sort of throws his bat in the air and catches it again. He'll be disappointed. It's always disappointing when you're outplayed on, but Josh Shaw picks up the wicket, and Sussex 132 for 2.
Yeah, it might have just stopped in the pitch a touch. I suspect that he'll be as cross with the stroke as with that, but it may have just held up. I mean, so often that is the case when you see the ball dragged on like that, but it wasn't a particularly bad delivery from Shaw, but I don't think necessarily he can have been expecting that to happen. A little bit fortunate from Shaw's point of view that it went back on the stumps, but then equally there have been a few instances in the last few overs off both Shaw and Actors bowling where things just didn't quite fall for Gloucestershire, so that time things going their way, and at last Gloucestershire have maybe opened the door. But
well, quite often this season at Hove we have that. It happens quite a lot in cricket, doesn't it? One leads to 2, leads to 3, leads to 4, and all of a sudden it looks a completely different. I mean, Tom Alsop's not in the best run of form at the moment as we get to the end of the season. The skipper So you never know. But a breakthrough. Ali Orr back in the side, his first half century of the season, and a good partnership between the pair of 120, by far the highest partnership of the match. This phone charger is fantastic. I'm up to 60. I'm up to 67.
Swap them round.
Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. I think Will, who's listening in the, or might be listening in the press box, is probably. No, I'll give him back his charger.
Him out if he's not listening.
Yes, that would be mean, wouldn't it, to keep his charger? Anyway. Sussex still with a good lead. I think, you know, a lead of, well, we have seen some very good chases here, but Sussex, I think, will feel in the ascendancy here, but they'll need to capitalise.
Yeah, to make sure they don't lose quick wickets.
I think I'm sure round the wicket bowls to Allsop, who's stoutly forward for the first ball, plays it back down the pitch and Shaw fields, and there is no run.
Now, and I wonder what Gloucestershire also do with their bowling attack now. I mean, Middleton has just started a spell, but do they think, well, now they've got that wicket? Taylor didn't bowl a particularly long spell. He only bowled, I think, 2 overs in his second spell, came on and bowled 2 overs from the sea end. They could go back to him quickly.
Shaw round the wicket bowls. Let go by Allsop outside the off stump, no run. We're starting to see some delays around the country now. Maybe as this rain wakes its way in, they're not playing at Edgbaston. They're not playing at Southampton. That's because of bad light. They're not playing at Headingley either because of rain. So I think it's more that sort of western fringes, isn't it, that's suffering with the weather. I think we're going to be okay here. Maybe light might become an issue a little later on. I mean, it's not great now, and it's only, what is it, 20 to 3. 2 slips go down. Shaw runs away from us. In and bowls, let go outside the off stump by Allsop, no run. Yeah, but much for Van Buren to think about here, because, you know, if Gloucestershire could pick up a couple of wickets here, they'll feel right back in this match. I'm not saying they're out of it, but
well, just from the cricket that we've seen, you'd have felt that you know, you don't want to be chasing the largest score of the match to win, do you?
No, absolutely not.
Chasing 300 or something would seem a long way off, given what we've seen in the match so far. So, yes, they must, I think, make sure that they turn 1 into 2 and keep going.
Shaw in bowls to Allsop, lets that go, taken by Bracey. There's no run. He's just probing away outside of Tom Allsop's off stump. Yeah, I mean, when you think we've had 22 wickets in the first day and a half, the way the game has gone, you know, I don't think you want to be. Well, in any, so we saw Leicestershire nearly chase down 500, which was unbelievable here in that last game. But I think there's a little more in this pitch. Having said that, Leicestershire was 16 for 2.
Well, I think it's the confidence level in that Leicestershire batting lineup, even though they got rolled over in the first innings of that game, surely it's got to be different.
Shaw in again bowls. Allsop again lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Bracey. So good over by Josh Shaw, a wicket made and just deserts for his efforts. He's really bent his back up and impressed by Josh Shaw. 132 for 2. Clark 55. Allsop yet to score an over that saw the end of Ali Orr, who was bowled by Shaw for 67. And Shaw's figures are 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 28.
I mean, this is a side in Gloucestershire now who have lost 5 of their last 8 championship matches. So compare that to a side in Leicestershire who were on the verge, I think, at that stage of the final, and were also very much in contention for promotion. So I don't think you would ever have odds on anybody chasing that sort of a score.
No.
But you'd probably say of 2 sides between Leicestershire and Gloucestershire, there's one who would be rather more likely than the other to do it. Middleton will continue, and still can't help but comment on the light at all times. It seems to me to have got worse again. So we're okay at the moment with Middleton bowling. 6 from his first over, and he moves in, he bowls, and it's played softly by Clark out into the offside, and there's no run. So Middleton looking for his first wicket of the match. His first class wicket came in fairly dramatic circumstances against Derbyshire, as Middleton is in over the wicket, bowling. It's driven and stopped by Middleton in his follow-through. Smart piece of fielding. It was one of those situations that you get in Championship cricket where Derbyshire needed, I think it was 2 runs to get another batting point, and it was the last ball of the 110, and Gloucestershire needed 1 wicket to get full bowling points. So Mark Watt kind of had to come charging down the pitch. This is cut by Clark out towards deep cover points. Fielder gets round across that short boundary and keeps it down to 1, and there's an appreciative round of applause there for, I think that is Zaman Akhtar, who is a really terrific boundary fielder actually. Got a safe pair of hands on him. 133 for 2. There's Zaman Akhtar, who caught Tom Taylor out in the 50-over game at Cheltenham against Northamptonshire, where Tom Taylor looked as if he was going to play a solo innings for the ages. As Middleton bowls, Alsop turns to leg through deep square and gets off the mark with a single. Lead is 141.
Just to say, thank you, Martin, who's been in touch to say there is a buzz on the line. I'm not entirely sure why that is, Martin, but we'll do some, if people can, if it's not too disruptive, if we can try and sort it out at tea time, that would be good. So thank you for letting us know.
Middleton moves in, bowls. It's driven by Clark, but not past short extra. Gets down to field. So at the moment, it still just looks as though, well, Clark I don't think is deviating much from the way that he's played so far. Just looking to milk what's available against the spin as he whips that one away. That's a wristy shot. He's timed that one so well. And that's speeding across the outfield and goes for 4. There wasn't much of a gap there to pick, but that was a really classy shot from Tom Clark. Almost helicopter-esque finish from Clark as the blade came whipping round, and he moves on to 60. That was his 10th 4, and Sussex to 138 for 2, so 6 runs again off that over. And you do start to wonder how many more Gloucestershire can really let that happen for him. You've got to give Middleton time. It's not fair on, especially on a leggy, to come on and just bowl a couple of overs at a time. But it is a tricky position because they can't be conceding runs at a rate. Otherwise, it will start to feel as if things are getting away from them again after they've just got a wicket to break a big partnership.
No, absolutely. Yeah, that buzz has got worse. We've had a bit of a buzz during the game actually. Often at this time of year, it feels like the equipment might need a service. You know, we've done 6 months, and you think, it's all starting to needs the engineer to have a bit of a look. In comes Shaw, bowls let go outside the off stump. The light is really not good now. They're off at Southampton, and it doesn't. The other telltale sign is there's a light that comes on sometimes where the ground, you can see the blue garage doors at the far end. That's where Ben Gibson and his team keep all their kit. There's a light on the wall there. I don't know if that comes on with it's one of these lights that's activated by darkness, if you know what I mean. That hasn't come on yet, but when that comes on, I think we really are in trouble, but we're not far away. In comes Shaw, round the wicket, bowls. Alsop defends onto the onside, no run.
I'm still, and I've heard this from other people as well, which has made me even bolder in saying this, but I still believe that we should either, I don't understand why when we've had successful pink ball trials where we can't just play with that, or you switch to a pink ball when the light gets to a certain level. And I don't like that so much because I don't like the whole kind of changing about. But when you've got a ball that you can play with under lights.
Shaw in bowls, let go outside the off stump by Alsop, taken by Bracey. No, I agree. I think the game.
Why don't we use it?
Yeah, and I think there are certain elements of the game, and we all love the traditions of the game. But I'm with you, Ed. Actually, I think that cricket is in the entertainment business, and people have come to the game, and I think you should play for as long as possible.
I think if it hadn't worked quite successfully, I think day-night cricket in general has its issues in terms of who's bowling or batting at particular times, but given the fact that the pink ball doesn't seem to cause, massive issues one way or another.
In comes short bowls also. He's pretty late on that, actually. He manages to play it onto the onside, and there is no run. He looks like a player who's just struggling for a bit of form here, Tom Alsop.
Mind you, Ali Orr did for a while, didn't he?
No, he did.
Managed to find some.
I mean, he's a fine player, Tom. He just had a really tough time in the 50-over competition. Extra responsibility here of skippering the side as well. It really is gloomy, isn't it? I mean, I'm sort of, I'm not peering. I'm well aware it's worse from in here. So people outside might be saying, "Oh, stop going on about it." In comes short bowls to Alsop, who then plays a lovely shot into the offside, well footed at backward point by Hammond, and there is no run.
Yeah, no, I mean, I say that they've let the seamers bowl possibly longer than I think some umpires might have done, and so far there's not been an issue, but I think comparatively I don't think that we're much different now from when in the past both Gloucestershire and Sussex were told they had to bowl spin.
In comes Shaw again. Alsop player. There's a more confident shot. That was at the middle of the bat, played to mid-wicket. There is no run. Good tidy stuff from Joshua. I've been really impressed by him, Ed, I have to say. I think he's running hard. I think he's the pick for me of the... I know that Matt Taylor bowled well in the first innings, but I think it was a consistent basis. I think if I was out there, I'm Graham Van Buren. I think I need to chuck someone the ball here who's going to bowl me a tight spell and might pick me up a wicket. I like Joshua. I think he's bowled really nicely. 138 for 2, yes.
Yep.
Lead 145. Alsop 1. Clark on 60.
So I think my score was frozen. There we go. 10 overs, 4 maidens. 2 for 28. So yes, he has. He's bowled very tightly here, and he's somebody actually who hasn't been a release about his contract. So I must say I don't actually know what the situation is with his contract, because there was no release that I could find announcing. So, but anyway, even regardless of whether there's a contract situation going on, I go back to what we've been saying before, really, about wanting to finish the season on the best note possible. We do have a bowling change from the Cromwell Road end, and Middleton has been removed after 2 overs, and they've gone back to Ollie Price, which, given that Price actually, I mean, he came probably the closest of anybody to getting Tom Clark out, whether there was a little inside edge that just saved Clark, but it was a good LBW shout, and I think it's probably a decent move to have him come back into the attack now, because he's still got 2 left-handers with Alsop in as well, but I think probably the man most likely to try and take him downtown in Orr has now been dismissed. Still 2 fielders out on the boundary at deep backward square and deep point. And it's Price round the wicket bowling to Clark. It's full and has been stroked to mid-off by Clark for no run.
Oh, this is good. I was asking about the drop on the ground. And Andy Mackay, who used to be the groundsman here, Andy's great. He's obviously listening. So hello, Andy. Great to hear from you. He said it's 10 feet as well.
Price bowls. It's driven on the bounce back to him.
Andy Mackay is the ECB pitch and grounds advisor. Oh, that sounds important, doesn't it? I need to touch my brow next time I see Andy. How lovely to hear from you. If you're still listening, Andy, I hope all is well.
Price round the wicket. He's there to bowl, and Clark clips again without really much venom in the shot, and it goes out to Zafar at short mid-wicket. I mean, I know exactly what you mean. You're almost peering to try and see the ball at the moment here. Price bowls. That's a full toss. It's been helped away out towards backward square leg. It's going to find the fielder, and so Clark will be feeling as if he's missed out there. Full toss, and he tried to shovel it away and picked out the one man who could stop it from going to the boundary. 139 for 2. Lead 146. And so Price gets a chance to bowl at the new man, Tom Alsop. Short leg and Slip still in as Price bowls. Alsop pushes out into the onside. Zafar fields it short mid-wicket. That's 4 overs now that Shaw's bowled in this spell, so you'd guess he'd have maybe 1 more in him, having bowled 6 pretty close to lunch. And they're going to need to find somebody else to bowl from the sea end in the not too distant future. Price is in, and Alsop again is tucking that one away, but not past Zafar Gohar. So a tight over from Price, just a single from it, and 139 for 2. Sussex's total, but already just, even if it's only a few overs, just a little bit of the sting maybe taken out of things. And I think it will feel maybe when Shaw's spell finishes as though even more of the sting's been taken out of Gloucestershire breaking that partnership.
No, absolutely. That buzz is getting louder, isn't it?
It sounds like something sort of running out of battery.
It does, doesn't it? But it's not.
But it's not on battery. So
I'm just going to turn the effect mic off for a moment.
Hello.
Right, and it went, didn't it? So it is something, but the effects mic isn't operating off of a battery.
Right.
In comes Shaw, bowls, and Clark is 4 plays into the offside. There is no run, so it could be a loose connection. So I'm going to go and have a little play. You carry on, Ed, and I'll see if I can sort it out, because it is incredibly irritating, that noise.
Yeah. So the flags still continue not really to flutter, which is not good news in terms of blowing this stuff over. Shaw bowling in the Hove murk to Clark, who plays from the crease out into the offside, and fielded by Zafar Gohar. Still no sign of these stronger winds yet then. Just kind of making me feel as though a walk down the seafront on the way back might not be the best move this evening. I particularly fancy getting salt spray in the eye, so I go for the walk back inland, but it's like this, still might. There are a few better walks back to a hotel from a day's cricket than here, as Clark pushes into the covers for no run. In fact, I can't think of one. There aren't a great deal of cricket grounds around the country where you can wander along the seafront, having watched today's cricket. Been a while since I've covered a game at Scarborough. The only time I've covered a game at Scarborough was when Durham played Gloucestershire as a home game at Scarborough back in the 2021 season. And in goes short, round the wicket he bowls to Clark, who guides it through the gap in the offside. They'll get 1. I think that's all they'll manage, though, with Hammond shuffling back from backward point. 140 for 2 with Clark up to 62. That's better.
What do you notice? The noise has gone. Mr. Collins, if you're listening in the media control hub at Hove, could you just confirm that the hum has gone? Because I think it has. I'm not quite sure how I'll fix that. Just a bit of sort of...
Just give it a bit of a whack.
I did. Actually, a little bit like, you know, when things go wrong, like the channel changer on the TV doesn't work. You just sort of smack it on the settee and something works.
It's amazing. This was something that my school physics teacher always said. Shaw bowls to Alsop, who turns into the leg side straight to mid-wicket. There's no run. It's probably a very bad thing to tell a student. But, you know, if anything ever electronic goes wrong, just give it a hit, and that so often fixes it. And it does. Anyway, we solved it. When was the last time you covered? Got on to Scarborough. When was the last time you covered a game at Scarborough?
I've never covered a game at Scarborough. Never been to Scarborough.
Wow.
No. So I'm hoping next year when Sussex play Yorkshire, they go to Scarborough, because that'll be fun.
Well, I was saying that the only time I've been was when the as was then Royal London One-Day Cup game between Durham and Gloucestershire was played there. Alsop leaves alone to end another really solid over from Shaw, just the single off it, that he might potentially be coming towards the end of what has been another good spell. 2 for 29 from his 11 overs. The lead is 147. So, but Durham had some sort of a deal to play a 50-over game there. and I don't know why that came about, but it did, and so that's what happened. It was a terrific game of cricket. Gloucestershire chased down 330 something, I think it was, in the last over, with Jack Taylor hitting Chris Rushworth for a 6-4 and a 6 to win the game in the last over, needing 16 to win.
Oh, lovely.
Extraordinary game.
No, I was in that neck of the woods at the weekend, actually. I went to York for the weekend. Have you ever been to York?
No. Well, I've been to York, obviously, as a city a lot of times, but never to the cricket.
No. So I'd never been there as to the city.
Oh, right.
And I thought it was a beautiful city. And we went into York Minster on Sunday. What an amazing building York Minster is. I was blown away by it. It was fabulous. Around the wicket comes Price, comes in and bowls to Clark, who stretches forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. It was just a lovely city. I mean,
there's so much to see in York.
Yeah, we walked around the ramparts. We went to York Minster. We went to Betty's Tea Room, which is quite famous in York, and just had a really nice weekend. In comes Price and bowls, and clipped away by Clark to mid-wicket. A good bit of fielding in there by Zafar, who might have hurt his hand, actually. I think he has. He's going to run off. Oh dear! I bet he's. I couldn't be a physio.
Bowling hand as well.
I suspect he may well have popped a finger there. Oh, I don't like it when I couldn't be a physio. You know, if I don't know what's worse, being the player who's having your finger put back in, or the physio who's doing it. I'm a real wuss, I'm afraid to say. And he runs straight up the pavilion steps. So I hope you're all right, Zafar. But as soon as he did that, he looked at his finger and he just rolled the ball back and ran off the field. So Tom Clark gets a single. He goes to 63, Sussex to 141 for 2. I'm glad that Andy Mackay, who's the former groundsman here at Hove, is listening. It's great to hear you listening, Andy. And as I say, thank you very much for your text confirming that the drop on the ground here at Hove is 10 feet. And it's always been a terrific outfield here at Hove, and it just looks brilliant at the moment.
Here's Price bowling. It's driven off the back foot by Alsop to backward point, and there is no run. So Price in his 7th over, apart from really 2 deliveries where Orr set upon him. He's bowled accurately. And forward goes Alsop to this next ball, rolls it back to the onside of the pitch, and there's no run. There was so much to see at York. I like the Castle Museum at York is another great thing to go and do. There's sort of replica Victorian street, I think, at the Castle Museum. You've got Jorvik as well. Yeah,
I went to Jorvik. We went to Jorvik. We just had it was just a lovely city. I couldn't believe the amount of people that were there at the weekend. There was also racing on as well at the weekend, so that brought a few people into town. But I just loved it. I thought it was a really lovely city. I don't know why. And on the way home on Sunday, York to King's Cross, direct train, 1 hour 50. Yeah. Really good.
Price bowls, and that's pushed into the leg side to complete the Price over. Just a single from it, 141 for 2.
I am of an age, Ed, where I do qualify for the senior citizens rail card, so that gives you a third off. Actually, there were some guys going up on the train the 2 umpires having a look at each other. I'm not at all sure about this light. Bainton just wanders across towards Jack Shantry, and I suspect that might be, if it gets much worse, we're coming off. I don't know.
Don't know how.
I mean, he might have been saying
that much worse, can it?
Yeah, he might have been saying something about tea. I don't know. But yeah, there were some lads on the train who were going up to watch Southampton play at Middlesbrough. And when the guard came around to check the tickets, clearly they'd said they had a rail ticket, but someone had forgotten it. And if you do forget, then they charge you for the whole ticket. And so these guys are having to fork out a load of money. So it's great having a rail card. But you have to present it at the time.
The thing is, mine is
it on your phone?
On my phone.
Right.
As long as you've got enough charge on your phone.
Look at me today. If it wasn't for Will next door, I wouldn't have any charge on my phone. So, it's 3 o'clock, and there's something that I need to do. So I can leave you with Ed for 10 or 15 minutes. Then I will be back with you.
I wonder whether either it's the end of Shaw's spell, or whether, again, the umpires have said you have to bowl spin. But the really good news from a Gloucestershire point of view is that Zafar Gohar is back out there. So whether it's just been popped back in, or whether it's had an examination and The physios have said you're good to go. Zafar not only is on the field, but is about to start a new spell. 5 overs 27 so far, and that's too short and down the leg side again, which was the problem which beset Zafar in his last spell. And that allows Clark just a single to get off strike to start with. 142 for 2. Kent is still going on very well against Lancashire. They're now 203 for 3, so plenty of time left. Bonus point wise, 124 behind Lancashire as down the pitch comes Alsop and then just quietly nudges it to mid-wicket. Ben Compton, 75 not out, is anchoring Kent innings. He's got Joe Denley there for company. Those two having put on 65 after a 56-run partnership for the previous wicket, as Alsop clips this time more firmly towards mid-on. There's a hurl at the stumps from mid-on, but another simple single. And Middlesex have already taken their first Nottinghamshire wicket, so things continue to be pretty much level between Middlesex and Kent. No massive decisive move yet, although if Kent get to 350, then Middlesex know that, well, they've got to push. But they've got Hamid out for 4, so Notts 14 for 1 in reply to Middlesex's 366, underpinned by that 137 from Ryan Higgins, half centuries for Stevie Eskenazi and Jayant Yadav, who's having his second stint. Talking about Indian players in county cricket earlier on, Jayant Yadav having his second stint in county cricket after he played for Warwickshire at the back end of last season. But I think I'm right in saying that Yadav had to go before Warwickshire's last game, the game where Liam Norwell ended up taking the 9 foot and survival was assured. You're not missing any cricket at the moment because I have no idea why, but there's an extremely long discussion between Graham van Buren and Zafar Gohar about what should happen to the field. The upshot is they've decided to put a short straight mid-wicket in and a conventional mid-wicket, as strangled shout for leg before here as Clark reaches forward. I think again, maybe thrusting that front pad outside the line of off stump. We're not in a perfect angle to judge that, but it did look as though there was obviously something seriously wrong with it, maybe a bit of edge as well. Zafar in bowls, and Clark tries to flick that one leg side and rather squirted out towards cover that time. So this is a better over from Zafar, who is certainly not at his best in his first spell. Has been closer to his best in the last couple of bowling innings, as Clark leans forward and plays back to the bowler. So just 2 runs from Zafar's over there, and Sussex 143 for 2, so the lead sits at exactly 150. So even though he's not really moved the board on much at all, 2 off 22, he has ensured that there was no possibility of a quick flurry of wickets, at least in terms of overs. Price to try his luck, continuing from the Cromwell Road end, bowling round the wicket, and Alsop is forward and rolling this one softly out into the offside, and there's no run. I mean, if that ball at the moment is hit in the air at all, I don't think, with it being my job to describe what's going to happen, I don't think I'm going to be able to see it. As coming down the pitches, Alsop squeezes it into the leg side. They think about one, but it's not there. And it's Zafar Gohar who is able to field, but really picking the ball out of any of the backdrop round the ground, be it through spectators or buildings, nigh on impossible. Got to sympathise with the fielders out there at the moment. Price in bowls, cut away, and it's been actually misfielded to start with, but fortunately for Gloucestershire there were two fielders who were moving to cut the ball off. I was in danger of being a rather embarrassing moment there for, I think, Middleton and Actor on the offside. As it is, no run. Price to Alsop, who again cuts, and this time plays it straight into the hands of Middleton at cover point. Just wondering whether starting to feel the frustration build a little now from Alsop. Tried to force a couple of shots away. This time he goes back and whips to leg, but he's done that several times. 4 or 5 times he's looked to flick the ball away leg side, and pretty much every time he's found the hands of Zafar Gohart. Two fielders trot out towards the boundary for the last ball of this latest Price over, and he moves in now, bowls a full toss. It's driven down towards a deep set mid-on. They will take one, and with the fact that the fielder was deeper, it allowed him to cut off the angle, so it spoils the maiden over, but still just the single off it. He's bowled very nicely. Here is Ollie Price, 8 overs for 18. Managed to pick up 1 wicket in the first innings. As yet, he's wheeled away unsuccessfully second time around, but certainly not for the lack of landing the ball in the right areas. And again, you just go back to the curiosity of the fact that this pitch seems to be turning and bouncing less than it did in the first innings. Zafar then in now and bowls. That's tickled quietly by Alsop towards short leg. Gone to tea at several games, which I think possibly indicates, especially at that Northamptonshire Essex game, that Zafar bowls reverse sweep comes out from Alsop. It's a shot he likes, and for that reason, because he's got lots of bat on that, and although it's going fairly slowly towards the long boundary, it will make it comfortably enough. And Alsop is up to 7, 148 for 2, playing the shot against the turn, but not sure exactly how much turn there is there at the moment. Alsop moves on to 7. Fielder's just strolling in from backward point, and he's now getting some motions as to where he should stand, and it looks as though they are going to try and cut that reverse sweep off, as well as the potential cut shot from Alsop. Zafar bowls to Alsop, who comes down the pitch and plays a bizarre looking shot. It was nowhere near the pitch of the ball. Maybe Zafar saw him coming and just cannily dragged that length back a bit, but he ended up playing a grab-like attempted clip leg side that ricocheted off something out into the offside for no run. In goes Zafar bowls, defensive shot from Alsop towards point. There's no run. Again, we have this extraordinary sky. You almost look up and you can see the billowing clouds up above. As down the pitch comes Alsop, clips towards deep mid-on, and that's another fairly simple run. Only gives Clark 1 ball this over to face, so it's not as if he's had a great deal of the strike. He has Tom Clark. 149 for 2. Alsop Zafar in and bowls to Clark, and it's worked into the onside for no run. And so another over is completed, 149 for 2. See a few cars parked up on the far side of the ground, and there's just enough of a hill that I suspect this is another one of those places, much like Bristol, where if you are in the know, you can effectively have a drive-in cricket match. Bring in your snacks in the back of your car, all set for the day, and you don't have to move a muscle from start to finish. The only issue is if Ali Orr starts lining up shots into the... over the boundary, I should say, then a windscreen might be in a bit of bother. Things are looking rather static out there at the moment for Gloucestershire. I mean, at the moment it's because they're waiting for the field to get set. They've decided they're going to have 2 short extra covers for Alsop. Price bowls to Alsop, who comes down the pitch and plays along the ground towards deep mid-on, and early on in the over that time allowing the single, and it brings up Sussex's 150 for the innings, 150 for 2. The lead at 157, but just a slightly flat look out there now. And as I say, some of the sting has been taken out of proceedings. There are still 3 overs left after this one until tea, so enough time for Sussex to tick this lead up even further. Now the field will change around for Clark. It looks as though Price is going to have a go from over the wicket. Let's see whether maybe they can get Clark to sweep. This is a slightly strange field with Charlesworth at an extremely fine leg on the ring, and then Taylor down at long leg. Price over the wicket bowls, and well, it almost bore fruit as Clark looked to play against the turn into the onside, and not for the first time, just got a thick outer part of the bat and out into the other side of the wicket. Tall figure moves in bowls, padded away by Tom Clark, which is a perfectly legitimate thing to do. There's absolutely no hurry from Sussex here. There's no obligation for Clark to take this line of prices on. Still 35 overs left in the day after this, and it's only day 2. Good grief, that has gone horribly wrong from Ollie Price. It's a no ball because it's bounced twice, and they'll come through for a single. Yes. I don't know if... I mean, you so often you see something at this level that you've not seen. And I don't think that I've ever seen a double bouncer in county cricket before. It was attempted to be hammered away, but of course there was no pace on it because it had bounced twice, so Clark only gets a single for it. Of course, as soon as that happens, in fact he doesn't get a single, Price bowls, forward goes Clark, plays to mid-off, there's no run, because as soon as that happens now, under the laws which were changed quite a long time ago, I can't remember when, but as soon as the double bouncer happens now, the ball is dead. So you can't score off it. Price is in, and Clark reaches forward and plays quietly into the offside. To stop that situation where you've got a fielder running towards a batter who's coming charging up the pitch to try and smash a ball, and then ends up smashing a fielder. But in that sort of situation, it's a bit unfortunate for Clark because he's been denied a run. This is very short and cut away well in front of square. I think that's going to go to the boundary. It will do. So 4 runs to Clark. I certainly won't take those off. And 7 runs have come from that over. First one obviously just stuck in the hand, I guess, as Price was looking to give it a tweak. That one a drag down, a rare bad ball from Price, has to be said, but with the short boundary, with only one man out there covering it, it was help yourself for Tom Clark. 68 he has. Sussex 156 for 2, lead 163. And at the moment, unless Gloucestershire have a big final session, it looks as though this is going to be another game where they were in the match at around about halfway, and things have just really got away from them. However, maybe, just maybe, the pitch is flattening out as down the pitch comes Alsop, tickles it away fine on the leg side and takes 1 as the sweeper comes round. Allsop into double figures. Either way, barring a monumental collapse, looks very likely that Gloucestershire will indeed have to chase the highest score of the match to win in the 4th innings. Zafar bowls, use of the feet this time from Clark, and just nudges it towards deep mid-wicket. Again, Zafar is staring out into that leg side in frustration. Just can't seem to stop these singles being taken. Just working with the turn and finding a gap on the onside. Zafar bowls for defence from Allsop out into the offside this time for no run. I don't really know what Zafar does about it. There's clearly less turn and bounce than there was. Maybe he could come round the wicket and try and angle it across the left-hander. As this is touched into the onside by Allsop, just a little roll of the wrists. And finds mid-wicket. There is no run. Zafar in bowls. Allsop again defends, this time to a short, straight mid-wicket dent. In fact, he's more of a short mid-on, really, now. And come a touch straighter. Zafar is in, and that's along the ground to short leg, as again Allsop rolls the wrists on it, and the Sussex total remains 158 for 2. See that Derbyshire have just declared in that game at Cardiff. Derbyshire, the only other side in the Championship without a win in both divisions. And Derbyshire have declared on 450 for 8, with Rees having made 139, Guest 96, and Mitch Wagstaff, who made his Championship debut against Gloucestershire this year, made 78 from just 84 deliveries. Price round the wickets is in. That's been thick-edged by Clark down to short third. A single, 159 for 2. I thought as he was shaping up for that one, Clark thought that was going to be a genuine edge, but he may have actually played it with soft hands. Might have done a disservice by calling it a thick edge. Yeah, that's sort of in between the two, really. I don't think he's entirely... Originally his intentions were to do that. It's short this time and cut and misfielded by Middleton at cover point, and that allows another run. 160 for 2. They really look like a side that needs to get off the field and regroup to Gloucestershire. They've tried all their bowlers without really much success this session, as Clark stabs that one towards mid-off and decides not to come through for 1. Yeah, I mean, only Josh Shaw has had success in this innings, picked up both the Sussex wickets to fall so far. Clark leans forward, plays softly into the leg side, no run. They've used 7 bowlers of... Have they used 7 bowlers? That's a curious one. This online system says they've used 7 bowlers. I don't think they have they? Price bowls to Clark, who plays in defence. That's into the onside. It says that Graham Van Buren's bowled and over. I don't remember Graham Van Buren bowling. I'm going to have to consult Adrian's notebook when he's back. Price bowls, dragged down, carved away off the back foot through the offside, but not past the mid-off fielder. It eluded extra cover, but not mid-off. And 1 taken. 161 for 2. Gloucestershire rattling towards tea with these spinners bowling. Just the 1 over left before we can tuck into our kindly provided biscuits at tea time. And I'll just go back over to the book sale over there, which is still underway. Mentioned Johnner's autobiography was on sale there. I noticed somebody walking away clutching a copy of CMJ's autobiography, which I'm sure would have been a great read as well. Here's Zafar Gohar bowling and striking Clark on the pad, and then they were thinking about maybe a catch at short leg as well, but the way that Gloucestershire still have their hands on their heads, I wonder if there was a bit of inside edge there, but I must say, all I heard was the thud of ball hitting thigh pad. It wasn't far off Charlesworth, fell short and just wide, and with a good effort to get there. I don't know, maybe it just did catch something on, maybe on the rebound, as it were, off the pad. Zafar is into bowl and Clark head over the ball, defends back towards the bowler. And so 4 deliveries remain before the break, maybe just ever so slightly brighter away to our left, but not by much. This is played back to the bowler again in defence. Clark seemingly bedding in for the tea break now. Not going to do anything by the looks of things to give it away on the stroke of the interval. Zafar in, bowls again, full and straight, and Clark's playing the ball closer and closer to his body in defence. You still wonder after tea, does that just provide the excuse for the umpires just to take a light meter reading? So there's a shout for leg before wicket here. Gloucestershire don't seem amazingly convinced by it. Zafar, he's an enthusiastic appeal, is Zafar, but if you watch him enough, you can tell when he doesn't really think it's out. He just tends to put his hands out by his side, and he does charge backwards, but it's not a really imploring appeal. Clark plays off the back foot in defence to short mid-wicket, and that's a maiden over from Zafar to finish the session. Certainly a lot more accurate from him in his second spell, but the session has belonged squarely to Sussex, as really
This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Well, welcome back to Hove as the players make their way out onto the field. The floodlights are still on. Ed and I are still here. Sussex 161 for 2. Thank you, Fred, for covering a few of us. I just had something else I had to do for 20 minutes or so. So thank you very much to Ed. The light looks a little better now. I mean, it's not great, and I would be really surprised, unless we have spin from both ends, whether we're going to get these remaining 32 overs in today. There has been bad light around the country, but we are going to start after tea, which is good news, and we're going to start with Matt Taylor, who's going to bowl, I think, for the first time in the match. Is this the first time in the match for the Cromwell Road?
I think it might be, yes. I think his 2-over burst earlier on came from this end as well, didn't it? So yeah, I think it is the first time he's had to go from that far end.
We'll keep you up to date with how things are going in the other games as well. But in comes Matt Taylor's bowl. The first ball after tea, down the hill here at Hove, and bowls to Tom Alsop, who's forward and plays to mid-on. And there is no run. So elsewhere in the Championship, Surrey are now 8 down in the game against Gloucestershire. Game against Hampshire, 164 for 8. So it means they still trail by 55. But the important thing is it looks like Surrey are not going to get any batting bonus points. It would be surprising if they did, which still keeps the door ajar for Essex. But it's now raining in Northamptonshire. That sounds a bit ominous. And Essex are in a bit of a pickle, 65 for 4.
Actually, that's one thing I've missed from that game. Surrey game, that is.
In comes Taylor bowls to Alsop, who plays back down the track. There is no run.
We were talking about Zach Crawley, but I'd forgotten that Will Jacks wasn't starting that game. Of course, he was playing in the ODI
Yes, he was.
the other day. So Jacks comes in as effectively Surrey's
Is he
12th man.
Is he in the team?
Yeah. He made 24 in this innings. So he's been, after Surrey have bowled, Jacks has then been subbed in, I guess, for either Laws or Worrell.
Comes Taylor bowls. Alsop sit on the thigh pad. The ball bounces in front of him. There is no unallowed appeal, but I'm not sure how it could have been given out. See, that just feels not quite right to me. Well, actually, it feels wrong. I just don't really agree with that. You know, you start a game with 11 men. I don't think you can say, "Oh, he's finished with England now. He's coming back." I
don't think. I said. I don't think it's this time of the year. I think it does feel strange at other times, but I get why, particularly through the Test summer and leading up to it, the next Test, why it could be important.
Taylor in bowls, Alsop forward. There is no run. So that's where we are. And Essex, as I say, 95 for 4, raining at Northamptonshire. So I mean, Essex have got to get they've got to get 400 first of all. Even if they win, if they don't get 400, they're not going to get enough bonus points. So odds against Essex. The relegation scrap is probably turning into the more interesting. Middlesex bowled out for 366, but they've got Notts 38 for 2. Kent 231 for 3 against Lancashire. So, if there was a result in either of those games, that's going to put a lot of pressure. So that could be really exciting over the next couple of days. In comes Taylor over the wicket, bowls to Alsop, who drives to mid-off. Meanwhile, here at Hove, a wicket that was giving plenty of help suddenly seems to have gone very flat.
Well, yes, as said before tea, Gloucestershire themselves started to go very flat. I think I don't know. As I said before, it feels as though the season has probably worn them down a bit now. Yeah,
I hadn't noticed as well. They're off at Durham. They're finished for the day because of rain. Game against Leicestershire. In comes Taylor bowls and driven by Alsop down the ground, fielded at mid-on, and there is no run. So there's no play. They finished for the day. Leicestershire 96 for 6. That's a maiden over by Matt Taylor to get us underway after tea, 161 for 2. So Leicestershire 96 for 6 in reply to Durham's 457 for 8. But the big news in Division 2 is the game that's also finished at Headingley for the day because of rain. Worcestershire 389 all out. They got the necessary runs to mean they are promoted. So the two promoted sides from Division 2 are Durham and Worcestershire. Thoroughly deserved for both of them. Best teams in the division. Won more games. Played good cricket. Good luck to them. It's all about who comes down with Northamptonshire. It will either be Kent or Middlesex. I think the weather is pretty good everywhere tomorrow. Not sure about Friday. I think the weather's coming in from the west. So Canterbury, there's probably more chance of play.
So I thought Canterbury, when I looked at the forecast before the 4 days, it looked as though to me Canterbury was somewhere where actually they were quite likely to get all the well, as much play in as anywhere, put it that way, is Zafar Gohart resumes bowling from the sea end, and Clark plays off the back foot out into the onside for no run. 1 ball in, and Neil Bainton's decided to make his way across from one side to the other as Zafar bowls, use of the feet from Clark. The Clipton leg beats short leg and goes to mid-wicket for a single.
It's quite interesting. People say, "Oh, 3-day game down at Hope." We haven't had a 3-day game all season. I think every game has gone to 4 days. I mean, and actually, the way this is now, if this pitch really has flattened out, you wouldn't be surprised if we were here on Friday. Could happen.
It could, especially if bad light were to stop play early here. Sussex would need to bat. Zafar bowls, forward defence from Allsop goes out towards short mid-on. This is the point where we start running through completely speculative scenarios, but they would have to bat for quite a bit tomorrow in order to build that lead up to where they would feel they'd batted Gloucestershire out of the game. Zafar in, down the pitch comes Allsop and whips this one, but straight to short mid-wicket. There's no run. When I say short mid-wicket, it's more of a conventional mid-wicket, actually, that one. Dent is in closer and straighter on the onside. As once again playing with the turn is Allsop out towards mid-wicket. I don't know what Zafar does to stop Allsop and Clark from doing this, because they're always the same when he was out there. Just every ball is going out there. At that time, it's more of a vertical bat defensive shot from Allsop to complete the over. Just the single from it. 162 for 2. This can't be one of many times this season, actually, where Durham have been rained off and others haven't. Otherwise, I think we might have just about heard a little bit of it on social media from our dear colleague from the northeast. He does like to crow about the weather up there, but
he does.
It can't have been many times when Durham have been off early.
Well, every time I go up to Durham, the weather is pretty good, so I must admit I haven't experienced too much bad weather. Tom Allsop is battling away here. He's not in great nick. He wasn't in great nick in the 50 over, and his 11 have come off 50 balls.
The thing is, it's dry up there, isn't it? It's just not always very warm.
No. I was up there one year. There was a fellow watching the game in a sleeping bag. Honestly.
Wow.
He was in this. He was in a sleeping bag.
Never seen that.
Watching the game. That was quite funny. So, it's going to be Matt Taylor who's going to carry on. 30 overs left in the day. The over rate is -1. So, Gloucestershire will have half an eye on that, although it's not overly important in the context of the championship. Here comes Taylor, bowls to Clark, who plays on the offside. There is now on Tom Clark, 72. Tom Allsop on 11. It's raining now at Trent Bridge as well, and it looks as if there's going to be no further play in Nottingham, so that won't help Middlesex either. Of course, unless Kent make a Horlicks of things against Lancashire, in which case Middlesex may be quite happy to stay off and
odds
take the draw. And so there's a lot to play for.
Odds probably are, though, on Kent getting to the same number of batting points as Middlesex, and once they do that, the pressure's on Middlesex to force the result.
Indeed. Here comes Taylor. In down the hill, bowls. Clark defends into the offside again. It just suddenly looks a different pitch, doesn't it?
Well, at the moment it does, yeah. And I don't know whether that's just because this is the first time where we haven't actually had an innings much longer than where we are now. And we did see in Sussex's first innings, things seemed to get a bit easier for when Carson and Hunt were out there, and then Gloucestershire likewise when they had Shaw and Matt Taylor going. Maybe they were in that period.
Taylor in bowls, and he strikes Clark. He's bowled him. Well, I felt for a minute he hit him on the thigh pad. I mean, I didn't see for a minute the bails had come off, and Taylor gets the breakthrough, and Clark has gone. Clark's gone for 72, and Sussex 162 for 3.
I'm not going to get started on the colour of the bails again.
Well, I didn't see them come off, did you?
No. I've bored people to death over the course of the summer with my crusade against these coloured bails, but it's happened again. Because when the stumps don't move, I'm not going to start on that. Beautifully bowled by Matt Taylor. It was a ball which, I'm not going to say it came out of absolutely nowhere, but Clark had been looking rock solid, and he's just got one maybe to come back in Tom Clark. I don't know that it's a ball that's done a huge amount, but clearly just enough, because Clark was well set enough that you'd have thought surely it must have done something in order to beat his defences. And Taylor, with the 5 wickets in the first innings, he's bowled very well this innings too. He came very close to getting rid of Orr a couple of times in his first spell, and he felt that his spell this innings was probably this session was going to be critical, and he's got a vital breakthrough there of Tom Clark, and I think the ball had gone all the way down and over the boundary.
Did the umpire go and get it?
Well, I think a member of the ground staff might have tossed the ball to him, but Jack Chantry came all the way down towards the boundary to take the throw, which is very decent of him. He could have,
well done, Jack.
Forced.
Well, there's an ex-player for you.
Yeah,
he's spent a bit of time with us on commentary as well. I remember him being here for a game against, I think it was a Worcestershire game. It's a lot brighter now, actually, out to the west, so maybe the light's going to improve. So we shall see. That's an important breakthrough straight after tea. And Taylor, that is his 6th wicket of the match. He's now coming into bowl to James Cole, so a couple of quick wickets here, and who knows, it could be the light's not great, but an important wicket. James Cole's weights missed out in the first innings when he made just 3. As in comes Taylor running in the bowls. Cole's defends solidly onto the onside, and there is no one. Looks a very compact, confident player is James Cole's. 200 both here at Hove already. His record isn't quite as good, I was saying, against, for me, the 2 best attacks in the country, Durham and Yorkshire. In the 4 innings there, in the innings he played at Worcester, he only scored 27. So I'm not saying that makes you a bad player. I'm just saying that it's been easier to bat here at Hove than it has at some of these other grounds against the really testing attacks. Code, Fisher, Potts, Rain, these sort of guys. Taylor in, bowls, Coles, drives, slightly across the line, but at mid-wicket there is no run. He's got a funny approach to the wicket, hasn't he, Jack Taylor? He always gets to the crease, you think he's going to stop.
Yes, yeah, it's something
weird, isn't it?
I mean, he's got quite a leap into the crease where, and I've said this before, watching him from side on, you don't notice it so much.
Yes.
It looks fluid from side on, but from front on it does look as if he gets to the crease, jumps in the air, and then sort of stops as he jumps and then delivers. But it does look very different when you watch it side on.
Here he comes again. Bowls defends onto the onside. There is no run. I've said the light looks a little better. It isn't great though, is it? Really? I mean, we're okay and we're playing, and it hasn't really deteriorated that much. But it's not ideal light. There's no question about that.
Another wicket maiden to add to the list of many.
Well spotted, Ed.
In this innings, so Taylor has yet to concede a run in his
since tea
spell since tea. Yep, and we're going to get
spin
Zafar to bowl, and I think possibly now with it's only right-handers to come, isn't it? Carter, Hudson, Prentice, Carson, Crocombe, Hunt, and then Curry at the bottom. So we saw right-handers for a while.
Yeah, I mean after this, Carter, Hudson, Prentice, we saw Carson, they could all bat, so there is plenty of batting to come.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just thinking in terms of Zafar,
yes.
The way that we've seen so far. Zafar bowls, use of the feet from Allsop, turns to leg yet again. It goes to mid-wicket for no run. But he might rather prefer, I think, to bowl at these right-handers rather than the left-handers and see whether he can get something going. As Allsop yet again rolls the wrist on it and sends it to mid-wicket. I guess eventually maybe you might get an error out of him this way, but I don't know. I'm a little bit surprised Zafar hasn't come round to the left-hander as Allsop tickles to leg, because maybe just with the angle it across, and then maybe get one to go on with the arm and set a field where you can bowl more on. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, there you are. You see, he's listening to you.
Well, I doubt he is, but he's probably just thinking like I am. I'm really tired of getting work to leg in this quite straightforward manner. At least give Allsop something else to think about. not really much change in the field. Zaffer bowls, forward goes Allsop, plays out into the offside for no run. I must say, I did wonder whether they might actually plug that gap in the covers. It was quite brave angling it across the left-hander and having nobody in the covers. Jack Chantry was having a look at Zaffer's landing area. I think it may be more to do with the front foot than going on the danger zone.
Well-fielded.
That is well fielded, yeah. Zaffer one-handed to his left, cuts off
That's good.
what would have been a single, keeps Allsop trapped at that end. He's still yet to find massive fluency as Allsop, 11 off 55 balls. The one boundary is hit, came by a reverse sweep. Zaffer round the wicket is in, and this is turned down towards the deep mid-on. I'm not enamoured of that, to be honest. Adrian, a deep mid-on to a batter who's got 11 runs off 55 deliveries before that one, and surely, I don't know, maybe Taylor really does want to bowl at Allsop rather than Coles, but I'm not convinced about that. It just feels like a single that doesn't need to be given away. 163 for 3. Sussex, that's a lead of 170.
I'm often really surprised by that. I think you're either up on the one, so stop the easy single, or you go back on the boundary and concede the one. I cannot see the point of being halfway back. I know sometimes you can get a miss-hit drive and that kind of thing, but I'm a bit old-fashioned, really. I think if you're on the one, you're on the one. It's so easy, especially if you're not in nick, like Tom Allsop isn't. You pick up ones and twos, all of a sudden you've got a dozen, and then you've got 15, and you've got 20, and you think, I'm playing myself into form here. Anyway, Taylor running him down the hill. In and bowls to Allsop, who's forward, plays into the covers, and there is no run. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex, Gloucester, Bristol. Adrian Harms and Ed Seaborn with you. Thank you for your company throughout the day. We did wonder at the start of play whether we would... Well, I think we always thought we'd get a day 3. I'm now beginning to think that we could well get a day 4. Because... Well, I guess we've had 23 wickets in the first 2 days, but the pitch certainly seems to have flattened out. In comes Taylor, bowls Allsop, is back and across and defends back down the pitch, and there is no run. I think a bit of credit here to Tom Allsop, because he hasn't been in good form. He's skippering the side. He was out for a duck in the first innings. He's a very sort of phlegmatic character, is Tom. I don't think too much gets to him, really. But, he'll be very, very keen not to finish the season with a couple of decent scores, or a decent score, and he's just battling away hard here. You see the light shining off the bat of his bat as Taylor is in, bowls, Allsop defends into the offside. Again, there is no run.
Yeah, and I think it was something which both Clark and Orr had to do. We just battled through that.
Yes, absolutely.
Early period, so Allsop's going to be no different, and there just does seem to be an extra determination about Sussex's batting this time around.
Well, you saw them last week at Derby where they were shocking. You said, well, I won't put words in your mouth, but clearly getting bowled out for 100 was not what.
Yes, well, appalling was the word Paul Farbrace used.
He goes Taylor, bowls to Allsop, who's forward and defensively prods into the offside. There is no run. Oh, well, there we are. He used the word, so... Well,
exactly. So, I mean, if you can't exactly
absolutely.
go less than that as a commentator. If the coach has said it, I think that gives you kind of license to say exactly what you thought, and it was dreadful. They batted as though, well, it was kind of... They had nothing to gain and nothing to lose, and just gave their wickets away, really, the vast majority of that top order. And so I'm sure from a Sussex point of view it's been a little bit heartwarming to see that they've dug in this time so far.
Taylor bowls and Allsop works this one a little uncomfortably down to fine leg. Taylor's got his hands sort of cupped to his mouth, but also gets a single. He goes to 13 off 61 balls. The scoreboard has rather sort of ground to a halt, to be honest. 164 for 3. The light has actually just improved a little, I think. It really got very gloomy before tea, but the flags or the flag. There's no Gloucester flag here this week, but the Sussex flag is absolutely limped to the flagpole.
I have to find out what's gone on with that
Yeah.
flag. I don't know why it's not here. It's been everywhere else this season.
Sometimes it's a bit like the kit being brought to matches, and it someone forgot, or it was in the boot of a car, or we forgot the flag. Taylor, 3 slips in place, runs in, bowls to James Coles, who's forward and gets his first run. He just nudges that through mid-wicket. And he's on his way, is James Coles. That's the end of another Matt Taylor over. 27 overs remaining in the day. 165 for 3, Allsop 13. Coles is on 1. Matt Taylor, 11 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 22. Nice and accurate from Matt Taylor. And we're going to get Zafar carrying on. From this, the C end of the ground.
Yeah, really, what you would want is for Zafar just to tie this end down now. 27 overs remaining in the day, and 28 overs until a new ball will be available. So it's a long time, but if Zafar can rattle through some cheap overs and Gloucestershire can continue to try to chip away wickets-wise, then they've got the possibility, maybe, of a new ball to try and finish things off with tomorrow morning. A new ball plus early morning conditions, but they'll be wanting several more wickets down by then. Here's Zafar bowling to Coles, who tries to turn leg side. That just probably came off pad. Back at a square on the side. I do like that it's the C end.
Yes.
You know, it would be quite easy to have named it after the road out the back.
It's just funny you should say that. I wonder why it's not called the Eton Road end. Maybe some people...
Cromwell Road end. Zafar bowls, Coles lets it go through to Bracey. No, I don't know. It just gives a good old Sussex by the sea flavour to it. I think I'm quite glad about that. And then you really can walk out of the ground, and within a few yards you've got a vista of the sea.
Yeah, definitely.
Zafar in, bowls, cut by Coles, finds the casual one-handed pickup at backward point. I think it's Josh Shaw who's just fielded that, and somebody in particular quite enjoyed the fact that he just casually leaned down and picked that up one-handed. Zafar bowls, flighted delivery, not that far outside off stump, but Coles judges that he doesn't have to play a shot. And so things change very much now with the ball turning away from the right-hander. I'm sure Zafar will be pretty pleased that he has got a right-hander to bowl at last. Zafar bowls. This is an attempted cut shot from Coles. It didn't bounce a huge amount though, so he doesn't middle it by any stretch. And it goes out towards cover. Almost got a bit of sunshine.
We have got some sunshine.
From absolutely nowhere, because I can't see any blue sky at all. Zafar fires that one in, last ball of the over, and Coles is back in defence. So that's a maiden over, and whilst it may not have been a particularly eventful maiden over, as I say, at the very least, it does just keep Sussex tied down, keep them feeling as though the ball is starting to get back on top of bat again, which certainly didn't feel like for the majority of that afternoon session. 165 for 3, the total remains with a 172-run lead for Sussex, but Gloucestershire still very much chasing this game despite doing what they needed to and getting that early breakthrough.
Yeah, indeed.
The evening session.
Jack Taylor's going to come in from the Cromwell Road end. He's bowling with 2 slips. I'm going to read. This is an interesting article in the Times paper I've just seen today, Ed. You'll know, in comes Taylor, bowls and Allsop defends into the offside run. The headline is Nepal batsman hits record-breaking perfect 50 in 9 balls.
Oh gosh.
So this is, I'm probably going to pronounce this gentleman's name incorrectly.
It's not Paris Kadka, is it?
No, it's Dipendra Singh Airy. Hit 6 sixes in a row before collecting 14 runs from his next 3 balls to set an almost unbreakable record. This is Tim Wigmore, actually, it's in the Telegraph. He hit the fastest possible 50 in the game, needing just 9 deliveries to reach the mark in a match against Mongolia.
Wow.
There we are.
I'm wondering, how is it breakable, though?
Comes Taylor and bowls, also defends onto the leg side. Just one, he says, his innings shattered the previous world record for 50 in a T20 match. The 12 balls required by Yuvraj Singh, Chris Gale, and Hazrullah Zazi.
Hazratullah Zazai, is it?
There we are.
Afghan.
My
batter,
apologies.
Yeah.
So his innings came during the opening match in the 2023 Asian Games in China. Nepal are ranked 70th in T20 internationals. They thrashed Mongolia.
Gosh.
They thrashed them by 273 runs.
Careful thrashing the Mongols.
Nepal made 314 for 3 in their 20 overs. In comes Taylor, bowls to Allsop, drives to mid-off. There is no runs. There we are. That was in the... What paper is that in? That is in the... Telegraph. Yes, Daily Telegraph. So there we are.
So I'm still trying to work out exactly how it could be broken, because it said almost.
Yes,
did it
almost.
not?
Yes.
It's not as if you can score runs off a wide. The ball still counts if it's a no ball. So
Yeah, I suppose yes. It's interesting, isn't it?
Perhaps I'm missing something.
Taylor runs in down the hill. It's got much brighter now. In and bowls to Allsop, who drives down the ground. That's an authoritative shot. I thought it was very nearly a good bit of fielding by Graham Van Buren, who got down quickly, and then the ball rather went under his hand. They think about coming back for a third, but I don't think Taylor was that impressed, actually, with Van Buren's bit of fielding. But there's a couple of runs to Allsop, who goes to 15, 167 for 3.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? I mean, he's so quick across the ground, is Van Buren. I don't know whether...
That was really good. I mean, I thought initially he'd got there, but
yeah,
then
he got there quickly. It was just, I mean, he then tried to kind of tip it back in rather than really go for the full-length dive and clutch. So that's a trademark manoeuvre, that, in the field, the dive and clutch. But, yes, anyway, extra run.
In comes Taylor, bowls, Allsop works that one into the offside now. And do you know, the light is almost changing here from minute to minute.
I know, it is, isn't it? It's
you know, I
think, sorry, I was just going to say, even if it's a case that they have to go off, I don't think it would be an immediate, well, that's it for the day, at least unless it really... You know, we get to kind of 5:30 or something, and there's a thick bank of cloud. I think it's going to be one of those things where it's going to be another annoying situation for the umpires, potentially.
In comes Taylor bowls. Oh, what a take that is by Bracey. He really is a very fine wicket keeper. That was short, a ball ballooned away over the head of Tom Allsop, and that's simple as a no ball, I think.
Might be the shortest ball I've seen all season.
Yeah, so there we are, yeah. No ball.
Grief. Mile over his head. Would have needed the step ladder.
2 slips in place. He would have needed a step ladder. Take us back to his mark.
I noticed that the BBC Sport website they've already published the report on the day at Durham, because it was called off ages ago. Rain frustrates Durham bowlers against Leicestershire.
In comes Taylor bowls. Allsop works this one to mid on. This time it's safely fielded by Van Buren. There is no run. End of an over. 25 overs left today. 169 for 3. Allsop 15. Coles on 1.
And I noticed they've included a helpful picture of Ben Rain looking frustrated. I've just dug that one out to the archives.
Yes.
I can't imagine he'd been too frustrated after picking up 4 wickets in his opening spell.
Message here, thank you, Graham, who's been in touch. The Sussex scorer to say if James Coles gets 7 or more in this innings, that brings up his 1,000 first-class career runs.
I was on that.
There we are. I wasn't.
Because the thing is, he was on for it back at Derby, so I thought I'd keep an eye out, and then of course it didn't happen there, and it didn't happen in the first innings here either. But anyway, knowing me, I might have had it in my head, and you get to the exact number,
and then you forget.
And then I forget, exactly. It so often happens. Here's Zaffer, and round the wicket to the right-handed Coles. He's on the back foot, playing into the leg side. Quick single taken. Middleton, he's not picked the ball up, but he will manage to recover in time and limit it to 1.
A message from Zach Tomazzi, who's the former chief executive here at Sussex before Rob Andrew took over the reins, who says, thank you. Just find it in a moment. As the sun sets on another season, just wanted to thank you, your BBC colleagues and guests for the most enjoyable commentary this season. Zach says, sadly, I've not made as many trips to Hove as I would have liked, but I'll put that right next season. Winter well, says Zach. He's put a Christmas tree. Dare say it, Merry Christmas.
Gosh, yes.
No, you can't say it, Zach. Not until the 24th of December.
Zaffer bowls, drags the length back as he sees Alsop coming down the pitch, and again he's played that with his legs rather spread wide as he turns
Weird,
to the
isn't
onside.
He does use his feet, Tom Alsop, to the spinners. Maybe perhaps he's just lacking a little confidence, but that was a strange shot.
Zaffer bowls full this time and touched into the leg side. There was a bit of hesitation from Alsop, but they'll be able to get one comfortably enough. 171 for 3. Lead 178. Well, I think as long as you're confident enough in your eye, then he realised he was nowhere near the pitch of the ball there. So you get yourself into a position where you might be able to hit it, but then even if it looks slightly odd, he's done it enough times now to suggest that he's very unlikely to be beaten doing it. Just it's a very odd visual. The reverse sweep attempted here, a shout for leg before wicket, and not given by umpire Chantry. And it's going to go for 4 leg byes as well. There was nobody, I don't think, that could have stopped that, but Gloucestershire were absolutely convinced that that was out. And so often, if somebody misses a reverse sweep, it's almost like I'm going to say this every time this happens, but it's almost like somebody padding up to a ball, where the umpire just almost gives you out on the shot because you missed it. But it's 4 runs.
They were convinced that was out. Absolutely convinced, weren't they?
Have we had an LBW in this?
No, we haven't.
Game?
No, actually, Jack Chantry umpired in the game at Durham a few weeks ago. Now, I think I'd far rather have an umpire who doesn't give LBWs than one who would trigger happy, but that was a really good shout.
I think the only thing that kind of saved Coles there was whether it pitched in line. As this is a thick outer half of the bat this time from Coles down towards backward points. That's 2 very loud LBW shouts Gloucestershire have had. There was the one against Clark off Price, and then that one. Those are the 2 that seemed to be closest to being given. It may have
Durham,
just pitched outside leg, that one. Zaffer bowls cut shots from Coles, fielded in the covers for no run. That completes the over. 6 runs off it one way or another. 4 leg byes and 2 singles. The lead is 182.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's a little bit of afters there, I think, and Jack Chantry wandered across and had a word to Zaffer, gave him his cap. I don't think Zaffer was very impressed at all that wasn't given, and Jack Chantry then wandered across and had a very brief word to Graham Van Bruen. Now, you would hope, this is where I think good sense should prevail, you would hope that, it's sort of like a referee in a Premier League match. Well, they're not, not saying they're necessarily sensible, but you'd hope that's a word from Jack Chantry. Skip, don't want any more of that, thanks very much, and that puts the lid on it. If he gets upset again, have a word. Come on, calm down. He wasn't out. I won't have any more of that. And that when you hear rugby referees, they're mic'd up, and you hear that's what they say. Often they call them by their surnames, and you hear the player saying yes, boss, or whatever, or yes, sir. Just a quick word, it nips it in the bud. We're going to change of bowling. And we have got racing down the hill. It's going to be Zaman Akhtar, who's going to take over from Matt Taylor. 24 overs left to be bowled tonight. And Akhtar's going to bowl the first of those. There's some rather heavier cloud drifting in from the west. We're in a bit of a pocket here of lighter skies at the moment. But I don't think that's going to last forever, as Akhtar makes his way in. Over the wicket bowls, or sort of drives firmly to mid-on. Van Buren is again in hot pursuit and does well this time and prevents anything more than a single. Also goes to 17, 176 for 3.
So we're off a bad light at Canterbury now as well. So at the moment, this is the only cricket in either division. How's that?
Wow.
Which, they're off for bad light at Cardiff, close of play in the other 2 Division 2 encounters. Bad light at both the Ageas Bowl and at Canterbury, and it's raining at Northampton, Trent Bridge and Edgbaston.
Right, so there we go.
So welcome to the thousands of listeners who'd rather be listening to another game, but forced to listen to us.
In comes Akhtar. Bowls, Coles up on his toes, steers that one back to the square on the leg side, and there is no run. It's interesting, in terms of decisions that may or may not go your way. when you're batting in cricket is that over the course of a season, if you play 14 championship games, you bat 28 times. I mean, the chances are you're going to get the odd LBW that you think, well, that's a poor decision. There's also the chances are you're going to get one when you think, actually, I'm in trouble here, and you get away with it. And I think it is as broad as it's long, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think it does even out over a season. Akhtar in bowls. Also, well, that's a lovely shot, actually. It's probably one of the nicest shots he's played, and he's going to get 4 runs. That was beautifully clipped away off the legs by Tom Alsop, slightly over pitch by Akhtar. And Alsop clips it away for a boundary. That's a nice shot. He hasn't hit too many boundaries, Tom Alsop, actually. He goes to 21. Let's see how many boundaries he has hit. He has hit 2. And a very good afternoon, and warm welcome to our listeners from 5 Sports Extra. As Ed Seaboard, my co-commentator, was saying, it's the only game that's left on in the country. The floodlights are on. Lots of glowering skies around, but at the moment we're still going here at Hove. Adrian Harms and Ed Seaboard, your commentary team. Sussex in their second innings, 181 for 3. To that you need to add 7, which means the lead is 188. Tom Alsop on 21, James Coles is on 3. The story of the day, Gloucestershire resuming this morning on 136 for 6, bowled out eventually for 195. 3 wickets for Brad Curry, Sean Hunt and Jack Carson. Some late order defiance from Gloucestershire, getting them to within 7 runs of the Sussex total, but Sussex making a much better job of things second time around, losing Tom Haynes early on for just 4, but Ali Orr making a hard hit 67, including 4 sixes. Tom Clark 72. As in comes Akhtar down the hill, bowls to Walsop, who's up on his toes and defends. The ball drops down in front of him, and there is no run. A partnership of 120 between Orr and Clark for the second wicket. Both of those back in the pavilion now. Sussex 181 for 3, Alsop 21. Coles on 3. The light isn't great, Ed, is it? But it's just about playable, I reckon.
Well, it's right on the borderline with Zaman Akhtar running in and bowling to a field set very much for short pitch bowling.
He's in bowls. That is a short delivery. I'm not sure if that came off the thigh pad or a bit of bat. Let's wait for umpire Bainton's signal. It is indeed a leg by. Sussex go to 182 for 3. Akhtar's bowling at good pace here down the hill. His direction has been wayward, though. He's in his one more ball to go for his 8th over. Figures of 0 for 36. The pick of the Gloucestershire bowlers, I think Josh Shaw and Matt Taylor, who have picked up the wickets, 2 for Shaw and 1 for Taylor so far.
Yeah, Zafar Gohar was more of a threat in the first innings. We saw some turn and bounce out of this pitch on day 1, which was quite exciting given the fact that we don't see that very often in the Championship these days. But it seems not to have really continued to deteriorate the conditions as far as particularly spin is concerned. We haven't seen a great deal keep low or anything like that. So, yeah, it hasn't really played the way that I must say I expected it to, given the first day. This is a marvellous field. What a field. Yes. There's nobody in front of square on the offside, and there's nobody in front of square on the leg side forward square leg. That's what I'm trying to get to, sorry.
We've also got a backstop.
Yes.
Now, you don't often see a backstop posted in first-class crickets. There is a slip, a backstop who's Miles Hammond. I mean, they're going to bowl short here to James Coles. I remember here the 50-over game when they caught James Coles, who tried an uppercut and got caught literally in front of us here, down at third man. In comes Akhtar, bowls up on his toes. His Coles, a short delivery, manages to deflect it literally down in front of us as Zafar Gohar comes running in and fields. It is the end of the over. 23 overs remaining in the day. Sussex 183 for 3. To that add 7. That'll give you the Sussex lead. So effectively 190 for 3. The floodlights are on. You can see the lights gleaming in the big blocks of apartments and flats around the ground here. So the light is pretty much on the cusp, and the yellow lights on the scoreboard are shining pretty brightly. But we're going to carry on, and it's going to be Zafar Gohar who's going to bowl from the sea end of the ground.
Is it Brenda in one of these apartments here?
No, Brenda Lowes is the lady here who always brings out the balls. If a ball gets lost here at Hove, Brenda comes
I knew there was something to do. I couldn't remember whether she had one of the apartments or something, was tossing it back from the garden. But...
No. Well, not as far. I don't think Brenda does. I mean,
right.
Maybe Brenda does. But...
Here comes Zafar then bowling, and Coles goes for the big one. That's way back over Zafar's head for 6.
Good shot.
He wasn't going to let Zaffa settle and bowl at him. Big shout for leg before, turned down in the previous over on the reverse sweep, and that's not going to improve Zaffa's mood.
No.
Getting smashed back over his head for 6.
A good shot from Coles, who obviously made up his mind that was going to go. A couple of steps down the wicket. It's been a strange game, though, hasn't it? Yesterday we had Sussex bowled out for 202, 16 wickets in the day, but the wicket today has changed in nature.
Well, I mean, we said that we didn't think that it was a pitch which was, I mean, what was it at the time? 338 for 16 on that first day. It was quite quick scoring. Yes, the pitch was doing a bit. Zaffa bowls to Coles, drops it short and is cut away through the covers for 4 runs. And that's just what you do by creating doubt in Zaffa's mind, having smacked him back over his head for 6. He then wonders if Coles is coming again, drops the length back, and Coles stays back and cuts him away through the gap for 4. So 6-4 to start this over. Zaffa bowls, and this time Coles comes down the pitch, turns it into a full toss, and that's whipped away through mid-wicket. That's running out towards the boundary. Van Buren gives up the chase. The outfield's too fast. We've been mentioning it throughout the match, what great condition the outfield is in. It's really closely shaven, the outfield, and you just get the ball rolling along it, and it will travel even to what is one of the longer parts of the ground. Real problems here for Gloucestershire. They had tied Sussex down, but Coles has really broken the shackles now. 18 of 19, and 14 of those scored in the last 3 balls. 197 for 3, the lead over 200 now. 204.
It's very gloomy, isn't it?
It's so dark. I mean, we mentioned it before. I was trying to squint to see the ball. As this time there will be no run as Coles leans well forward into a defence, but he doesn't really know whether he's coming or going now. Zaffa to Coles, and he's there now to bowl, and Coles drives back to the bowler, doesn't time it.
I think Zaffa's mood has not been helped by that LBW decision that went against him in the previous.
You have to wonder. I mean, the full toss this over, the short ball, he's still smarting a bit from that. As I say, looking at it again, I think it might have pitched outside leg. Zaffa bowls, and Coles doesn't offer a shot this time. He's been quite content to leave any deliveries that he thinks is going to turn past the edge. Zaffa takes his cap from Jack Chantry without looking at him. No dissent involved, but I don't think Zaffa particularly wanted lingering eye contact with the umpire after. I think he had a bit of a talking to before. And 197 for 3, Sussex's score. 22 overs theoretically remaining in the day. But I've wondered this. I wondered it at times yesterday evening and earlier on today, just how much darker it gets before it's constituted too dark. I can be certain in another situation we wouldn't be playing here.
In comes Akhtar, running it down the hill to bowl to Tom Olson, wide down the leg side. A good sprawling take by James Bracey. Listening to live cricket here on the BBC. BBC 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sussex, BBC Bristol and Gloucester. Live here from Hove. We'll run through the scores in the other games that have been taking place today, but pretty much every game, well, actually every game, this is the only game that's taking place at the moment, as in comes, for a variety of reasons, more of that in a moment, as in comes Akhtar bowls, and again, also ducks underneath it. Is that signalled as the short delivery for the over, and there is no run. There's a one-day match going on over in India at the moment, and that game was momentarily suspended because of floodlight failure. But
was it? Oh, gosh.
But they're playing it. But more importantly, in the county championship, Surrey 180 for 8 off a bad light. At the Aegeus, Surrey still trailing by 39 runs. Kent in the relegation battle, it's either they or Middlesex who will go down. It's getting mighty tense and close as in comes Akhtar bowls to Alsop, who is back on his stumps and plays that down to backward square leg, picks up a single. Does Alsop? He goes to 23 off 77 deliveries. Sussex to 198 for 3. Kent 250 for 4. So they've picked up a batting bonus point, then in reply to the Lancashire total of 327. Going back to the top of the county championship, Essex in real trouble, 95 for 4. Raining at Northampton, seems little chance for resumption there. That in reply to Northampton's 369. So it could well be that the Essex challenge is beginning to fade. In comes Akhtar, bowls to Coles, who absolutely hammers that away. What I would say is gone away for 6. He's pulled it into the leg side. It's gone high into the Spenkarma pavilion. The second 6 James Holes has hit. He goes to 24. What I would say is, though, Ed Seaborn sitting next to me, that the fielder at deep mid-wicket didn't see that.
Not surprised.
He was looking as if to say, where's the ball gone? And I sometimes think in these sort of conditions, it's tougher on the fielding side.
Well, and you also have to think about spectators.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone knew where that had gone. James Coles knew where it had gone.
I was going to say, he certainly had no problem seeing it.
204 for 3, Coles to 24. In comes Akhtar again. Coles is at it again, and that's going to be 6 more. Helps away, and you have probably heard the thump in our effects microphone. It crashed away into the pavilion on the leg side. Neil Bainton has signalled a 6, and I think he's just making sure the spectators are okay over there. And this could, well, the ball has now been returned. Bainton has a look at it, but it's a fair point you make, actually, Ed, because it's so dark. The spectators have really got to have their wits about them. James Cole is on to 30 off 24 balls. He's hit 3 sixes. Akhtar in again, bowls, and this time Coles plays a lovely looking on drive, picks up at least a couple of runs, could well pick up more than that as Graham Van Buren chases up towards the players' pavilion, gets in the throw, but not before Coles comes back for a 3rd run. So an expensive over, 15 runs off of that over from Akhtar. Sussex 213 for 3, and the partnership between James Coles and Tom Alsopper's over 50, 51 and 52 balls in just 36 minutes. So very much helped by James Coles. Just rattling through the other scores, the relegation match involving Middlesex making 366, Notts in reply 38 for 2, but reigning at Trent Bridge. Congratulations to Worcestershire, promoted from the 2nd division of the county championship, having secured the necessary bonus points in their game up at Headingley. So well done Worcestershire, well done Durham, both promoted. Surrey and Essex still battling away for the championship, but the odds very much in favour of Surrey. And in terms of Kent and Middlesex, much exciting cricket over the next couple of days to come here on the BBC as we go right to the end of the over. I'm Adrian Arms. To guide you through the next over is Ed Seaborn.
30 runs off the last 2 overs. Now, it will be Zafar to continue, resuming battle with Coles, who turns on the bounce to short leg. There's no run. Lovely to see England legend Sarah Taylor down in front of her. She was doing the bowling warm-ups this morning with a baseball mitt. Zafar in bowls. Coles flashes a drive. It's well stopped at extra cover by the ever reliable Chris Dent in the field. There's no run, but I think it's fair to say she had marginally less success with the baseball mitt than she used to have with the wicket-keeping gloves. Zafar bowls, it's worked into the onside, to the left-hand side of backward square, and a single taken, 214 for 3. She did let a couple past, and when the next one went by, she took off the baseball mitt and threw it to the floor in annoyance. I'm sure it's mock annoyance, but you know, she's not really used to balls getting past her, so anyway, great to see her on the ground. Zafar in bowls, also turns to leg, just past short leg. Actually, Charlesworth misfields, but it doesn't matter.
You were talking about Brenda Lowe's, who's Sussex's keenest fan. She's always first in the queue in every game. And he said they're taking cover over there. John Barclay's over there as well, I understand, in the Spenkarma Pavilion.
The former Scotland.
The former Sussex player.
Here comes Zafar bowls, also gets to the pitch of the ball and then squeezes it into the ground. It's stopped at short mid-wicket. I saw Stephen Finn on the ground earlier on as well for the warm-ups, so to see him still on the scene. Alsop is forward and just guiding this one off a cultured outside edge down towards deep third, and that is a single, 215 for 3. So the lead is at 2-2-2, and Alsop keeps the strike on 23, but at least a slightly tighter over that from Zafar after he was really set upon by James Coles in his previous over. And I don't know how much longer Gloucestershire are going to keep going with the short ball ploy here to Coles. I think it's one thing to do it to Allsop because you've got the longer leg side boundary, but for my money, if he's going to do it for Coles, he probably needs to come round the wicket and then angle it across Coles and try and get him more, as you were describing, out on the uppercut rather than, or at least if he's going to pull, at least make him pull against the angle. The sixes that he's hit have been with the angle and to the short boundary. Take nothing away from the shots. They were both terrific shots, but I just think maybe it was made slightly easier. But the game continues, I have to say, to get away from Gloucestershire after a position on day one when they had Sussex 113 for 8.
In comes Akhtar Bowles also, who clips this one away down towards final exit to go for 4 runs, actually, more than a clip. I mean, he was played it very nicely, just erring onto the leg stump. It was a half volley and eased away by also. He's growing in confidence. He goes to 27 off 81 balls, 219 for 3. I think they're back on at Southampton, where Surrey are 180 for 8. Trailing Hampshire by 39. We've got an update to come to our listeners in Sussex in a few moments' time. So the light is sort of drifting in and out. It seemed to have improved again slightly, but I can see in the distance there is some much heavier cloud working its way in. Akhtar Bowles, Allsop defends to the offside, and there is no run. So 2 men set back on the leg side. Yeah, Sarah Taylor talking to James Kirtley down on the boundary edge, Sussex bowling coach. Steve Finn seems to be sort of helping out with the bowling as well. I don't know if that's something that's going to materialise into something. Steve sadly announcing his retirement from the game a few weeks ago now after a persistent
2 more days,
knee problems.
Your cricket season, 2.5.
Yes, it is.
Sound of crying there. Hi, Adrian.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be crying in a couple of days, no question about that. But it's been good to see Sussex putting up a bit of a show here on the last game of the season. They're 219 for 3. James Coles on 34, including 3 huge sixes. Tom Allsop, the skipper, is on 27. That means the Sussex lead here is 226 after they bowled out Gloucestershire earlier on today for 195. So still 2 days to go and every chance of a positive result for Sussex to end the season. Meanwhile, down at Southampton, they've been on and off for bad light throughout the afternoon. Surrey, in their first innings, are 180 for 8 now. They're still trailing Hampshire by 39. I think the race for the championship, Danny, is going to go to the last couple of days. There are still lots of variables. I think all we need to know is that Surrey are firm favourites, though, to win the championship. But there will be eyes on the game at Chelmsford, where Essex are playing Northamptonshire. If Essex were to win, that might make life rather more difficult for Surrey. But at the minute, it's all looking good for Surrey.
Because you were saying earlier that if Surrey get 300 in this innings, then they get enough points.
Yeah, they would.
But they're not going to get there. They're 180 for 8.
Yeah, they're not going to get there. They're not going to get there, but it's going to need... Absolutely. So it will go a little further. But if Essex don't beat Northamptonshire, and that looks unlikely, just to bring you up to date in that game, Danny, very quickly, it's raining in Northampton. Essex are 95 for 4 in their first innings. Northants made 369. So Essex well behind the game there, and they need to win. So Surrey aren't home and hose yet, but not far away.
Keep up to date with the ball-by-ball commentary on the BBC Sport website and app, and updates on air.
Why did I say Chelmsford?
I have no idea. No. I must say I did zone out for a couple of moments.
Did you? I don't blame you. It was a very dull report.
No, nothing to do with that. It's just my attention span.
Akhtar Bowles to Allsop, who's, I think his shot did it hit the stumps? Maybe not. I thought it did, because it all seemed to ricochet in an odd direction. No, my eyes deceived me as well. Anyway, end of the over, 223 for 3, 19 overs left in the day. Zafar has bowled 15 overs, 3 mains, 0 for 56. And I think he's, don't wish him to be unkind, but I think he's the least likely. Sorry, not Zafar. Akhtar has looked the least likely to get wickets.
I think it's...
He's bowled quickly.
Yeah. Once the short ball hasn't worked, I think he's looked a lot more threatening when he's banged it in short, but then Coles hit him for a couple of sixes, and I think it's tricky to keep going with that ploy after it doesn't work for a bit. And I think also this is what his 10th over of the day. He'll be a bit disheartened with the way that things have gone, and it's hard. They made it look almost easy at times in the Test summer, banging it in short over after over. Zafar bowls to Coles, who comes down the pitch and then plays a sort of a drag out towards deep square, and he'll get 4 for it. I thought initially he was looking to go straight down the ground, Coles, but maybe just made an adjustment and realised that he wasn't to the pitch of the ball, and he was better off playing with a horizontal bat rather than a vertical bat, and that's a really smart piece of batting from Coles. It wasn't the prettiest shot that he'll see today, but he still picked up 4 runs for it.
He's raced to 38, hasn't he?
Yeah, and he's really starting to put the pressure on Gloucestershire now. Lead up to 234. That's short outside the off stump, cut into the offside. He'll be a bit annoyed there, will Coles, because that was a short wide delivery which he's missed out on. And Zafar, it really looks as if he was starting to come back into some of the old form, as this is turned to short leg, knocked down by Charlesworth. 5 wickets against Derbyshire in the first innings. He didn't get a second innings to have a go at Derbyshire. Then 3 wickets in the first innings and looked pretty consistently threatening, but I'm afraid of late it's been a little bit closer to a sort of tap that he's received at times this season. It seems as if that's been something that sides have decided to do to a lot of spinners now. The default mode against Simon Harmer now seems to be to try and whack him out the ground, because you look at Harmer's statistics and actually the bowling average goes up the shorter the format. Zafar switched to over the wicket now. Coles reverse sweeps, misses, it's wided. But and this is again something that I don't really get. And I've talked about it so much this season with Zafar bowling. And what I don't understand is when a batter reverse sweeps in white ball cricket, then that negates the wide. Coles turns into the onside towards forward square leg. There's no run. And the wording in the regulation for this states that anything down the leg side with the left armer bowling over the wicket to the right-hander, the strict limited overs interpretation of wide shall be enforced. Slog sweep comes out from Coles. He's got plenty of that, and that's away to the boundary for 4. Great connection again. Goodness me, he's timing the ball well as Coles, hitting it hard. 42 off just 33 balls now, and Gloucestershire, the chances that they had after that early breakthrough after tea just really seem to have evaporated in the last half hour. Very hard to see a way back for them now. 239 is the Sussex lead, still only 3 down. Plenty more batting to add. Zafar is in. This is turned into the onside. There's a deep mid-wicket back out now, and they're going to go for 2 here. That's really smart running. Long boundary out there. Middleton from deep mid-wicket. Fair distance to make up. And it was just turned short of the fielders, coming in off the leg side boundary, and a couple of runs taken. Coles to 44, and it's 234 for 3. The lead is 241. But what I don't get, and it's only a minor gripe, it's 1 run in the context of Gloucestershire getting outplayed here. But I feel for Zafar, because it's happened so many times this season. First of all, I don't understand why he's not allowed to bowl over the wicket, with it just being it's not a defensive action every time. He should be allowed to bowl both sides of the wicket anyway. And then when a reverse sweep is played, the limited overs interpretation of a wide always involves you play the reverse sweep, you've changed what you're doing, the wide is negated, it's no longer the leg side. So why is it a wide?
Well, fair comment. Yeah.
I don't understand it. Maybe somebody will come to me and say, well, actually, it's gone down the leg side. But my what I thought the wording was, but it was a strict limited overs interpretation of the leg side wide.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? And frustrating for him as well, I'm sure. Now, who's going to bowl this? They're bringing Josh Shaw, but I'm not surprised. I think he's bowled really well. The line's pretty good now. It's improved again. Just as we think it's getting bad, it seems to improve. How many overs we've got? Another 18 tonight, so who knows? I'd be really surprised if we get them in, but who knows? Shaw running in down the hill, comes in and bowls to Tom Alsop. He's in and bowls, and Alsop just works this down to fine leg. He's picked up one, they're looking for two. Gives a big good running. Zafar is in very quickly. Throw comes in. Bracey whips off the bails, and Alsop's home. Good running. He was always looking for two there, Tom Alsop. And he came herring back, didn't he? Picked up the second run. He goes to 33. Sussex to 236 for 3.
Yeah, tight, but a good second run.
Good cricket, actually. Good running, good throw.
Yeah.
Good bit of fielding.
He judged it, did Alsop, didn't he? He knew he didn't have to put in the dive and just reached for his ground and made it with a good stretch. They're actually back out at Northampton.
Are they?
Which I wasn't expecting to see.
No, and back out at
Canterbury as well.
Oh, there we go. In comes Shaw bowls, and also turns out to leg side, settles for a single on this occasion. 237 for 3.
You would not want to be facing, if you're Essex,
no.
You'd not want to be facing Sanderson, White,
no.
etc. under gloomy skies, and they're a handful at the best of times, but in those sorts of conditions, nipping the ball about, absolute nightmare. Kent had managed one batting point, 259 for 4. They've lost Compton for 95 just before that break. So we'll see whether Kent's middle order can get the 100 runs or so that you'd feel they need, not just in terms of getting the points, but to get level with Lancashire and get a lead.
Shaw in bowls. Coles lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run. I know Sussex got really high hopes for James Coles. He's made these 200s here this season. I think, as I say, he's a work in progress. He's only 19 years of age. And we saw in that game against Gloucestershire here where he rather got himself out in the... He got caught down here on the third man boundary. But, you know, I say he's young, but he's got all the shots. He's not 20 until... He's only just 19. 2nd of April is his birthday. He's a good prospect. In comes Shaw, bowls. Coles lets that go outside the off stump. Taken by Bracey, and there is no run.
Yeah, and I think for all the talk of... and I understand the talk of... We've kind of had enough of giving the youngsters all the breaks just because they're young. But at the same time, it does take a couple of seasons to get really used to first-class cricket. It does. And also you're still maturing. You're only 19.
Yeah, I mean, I think the feeling among the members is that some of the younger players have had a lot of opportunity, and, you know, it's a real privilege.
I understand where they're coming from.
Coles, that's a lovely shot off the back foot, isn't it? I mean, it's beautifully played. It was short from Shaw, and Coles has bare hammered that one away through backward point. He goes to 48. He's only faced 37 balls. This is a bit of a cameo from James Coles. 241 for 3. Looks like he's a man on a mission here.
Yeah, I actually want to see in his first few deliveries what he was on.
He took a few, didn't he?
He took. Yeah, I'm trying to have a look and see, you know, the real acceleration from right at the start of the innings. It's just taken an awfully long time for this thing to load up. So he was 2 off 14, 4 off 16.
In comes Shaw bowls. Coles down the leg side. Good take by Bracey. That was excellent. Tumbling stop. There is no run. End of the over. 17 overs left in the day. 241 for 3. Alsop 34. Coles on 48.
So yeah, 4 off 16 before he then went after Zafar with that long straight 6, and then the 4-4 the next 2 deliveries. So even though he's just faced a dot ball, so that's 44 runs scored off his last 22 balls, if I'm reading the scoreboard right. So pretty devastating acceleration from Coles, and devastating in terms of the fact that it's just at a point when Gloucestershire felt they might be getting back into the game, Coles has gone, you're done. And
excuse me,
really, they've now been forced to remove Zafar from the attack, and Ollie Price is going to come back on for a bowl. And I think this might be the first time that he's bowled from the C end. So he's done nearly all of his bowling from the Cromwell Road end, but yet again, forcing Graham van Buren's hand, really, this recent acceleration. And it's hard to know where he can go to stop it. So he's gone to Ollie Price, a man whose bowling has certainly come on this season. He was quite prolific, actually, in the T20 competition. They started calling him Golden Arm. Bowls now to Alsop, pardon me, left-hander, leans forward into a defence, and he's picked up wickets in the Championship as well, not at the same rate as he was doing in the T20, but bowled pretty nicely in that playoff game in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, I should say, as well. As Alsop comes down the pitch, and he's hit that for 4 runs back over Price's head. So again, early on in the over, early on to a new bowler. Sussex feeling they've got licence now, they've got the platform, they've got Gloucestershire on the back foot.
I've got to say, Ed, I don't think the fielder saw that.
No,
again.
I don't think so either.
And I think that is a little unfair, because the fielder here at long on, they all quite catch, and everyone was standing there saying, well, where's it? I had no idea.
I didn't see it at all.
No, and it's not great for the fielding side here. I just saw someone have a word with it. I don't know who that's fielding at backward point. Just had a quick word to Neil Baines, and I wonder if that...
Sure.
Yeah, I just wonder if that was a little bit of, we can't see the ball ump.
I don't know.
A few emails, actually, which I'll rattle through at the end of the next over.
245 for 3, so the lead over 250 now, 252. Alsop goes back to this next delivery and whips it to Charlesworth, who's standing at short mid-wicket, which, to the keen listener, be able to work out, even if you're not watching on the live stream, be able to work out that there's no short leg now, because Charlesworth was the man under the helmet. Price round the wicket, bowls, good delivery to Alsop, and he treats it respectfully out into the onside. Again, Charlesworth does the fielding. Over rate is +1, so there's no massive hurry for Gloucestershire here. This is wide outside the off stump. Has been cut by Alsop. He's got a bit of a thick edge to it, but it was so much width that he was never really going to pick up a wicket. There was Price, and it's been cut down to the third man boundary for another 4. Alsop now getting going as well, and this outburst of runs continues. 249 for 3. Alsop onto 42, so this partnership is now worth 87. Price bowls, and that's tickled fine. That might well be 4 more. It was full and down the leg side. Alsop's just used the pace, and Shaw goes into the slide. He's managed to keep that in somehow, but he'll only save 1 run because Coles and Alsop were running hard from the outset and pick up 3. 11 runs off that over. 250 comes up for the innings. 252 for 3. And I've got to say, Adrian, this is pretty hard to watch at the moment, with, as I say, Gloucestershire having lost 5 of their last 8 Championship matches. It's not been an easy watch at times this season. You know that they're out there, they want to win, they're trying their hardest, and it's very hard to watch a side just at the moment being dismantled, and that's exactly what is happening out there. Alsop has joined Coles now, and Gloucestershire's attack, I'm afraid, is being dismantled. I don't think there's any other word for it.
252 for 3. So let's whiz through some of these emails. Andy Turner's been in touch. Says, hi, Adrian. Firstly, thank you to you and your colleagues for your commentary this season, and best wishes for the off-season. Same to you, Andy, and thank you for your contributions. On the subject of Zach Crawley returning to the Kent team in the final round of Championship matches, apologies if you mentioned it earlier, as in comes Josh Shaw, bowls to Alsop, who drives without timing to mid-off. There is no run. Have you also noticed Will Jacks has replaced Tom Laws in the crucial Surrey match currently taking place? Yes, we had noticed. I hadn't, but eagle-eyed Ed had. seems a bit harsh on Essex given what's at stake, particularly if he had made a significant contribution to securing the necessary bonus points to seal the championship. I couldn't agree more, Andy. I think that's. Yeah. I think something needs to be done about that.
Well, Laws has taken his 5 he's bowled, and then Jacks can come in. Yeah. He's a much better batter than Laws is.
Yeah. Shaw in bowls. Also sit on the pad. That looks a good shout. I wonder if he got a bit of a little inside edge on that. James Bracey's on his knees. He's begging umpire Bainton, who says not out. It's not given. Bracey sort of slumps down. It's not going Gloucestershire's way at the moment. Mark has been in touch. He says, thanks for the commentary. It's a treat to listen to, and Eddie's just so lucid and knowledgeable. Well, I completely agree. Batting looked impossible in the first innings, but now in horrible lighting, which presumably batting should be even harder. Batting looks easy. What's changed? Well, I think the pitches here at Hove have just flattened out, to be honest. Over the, we've seen this a lot over the season, that help in the first innings, but the pitches do get flatter. And we saw Leicestershire come within 15 runs of chasing down 499 in the last game. In comes Shaw, bowls well pitched up to Alsop, who drives down the ground, and a rather annoyed looking Shaw fills off his own bowling, and there is no run.
Yeah, well, look at that leg before shout again, and again it's only inside edge that can have saved him. It struck him on off stump. It's clearly crashing in. Well, I say clearly, I think it looks as if it was going on to hit the stumps, but he may just have got the bat on it.
A little tickle. Martin Mahoney's been in touch. Hello Martin, you're a regular contributor from High Wycombe, and thank you so much for all your contributions during the season. As in comes Shaw around the wicket, bowls to Alsop, who's driving. Shaw's furious. The ball went down the pitch, and Josh Shaw kicked the ball. That will, I'm afraid, probably be a disciplinary.
Well, he's got to be. Yeah, he's got to be careful. I mean, this is. I feel the frustration. Yeah. As I said before, it's hard to watch, and you feel the players' frustration out there. But there's more at stake here than just what is going on now. Yeah. These disciplinary issues build up, and you lose points.
Yeah, you do.
And if you're in a situation where the points are desperately needed, we've seen Leicestershire miss out on a chance of a quarter-final in a T20 last year due to disciplinary issues. It can be really costly. So,
and it can come back.
And rightly so, it should be.
Well, that will be a disciplinary. He tried to kick the ball, and he's frustrated. The lights got really poor again. In comes Shaw around the wicket, bowls. Alsop tucks this one down to fine leg. He's got his hands on his head. Did Josh Shaw? Zaffer gets in the throw. Well, they were thinking about coming back for a second. They decided not to. It's a poor throw. It misses Bracey. And it is the end of the over, and I think Josh Shaw is absolutely boiling out there. He's having a long word with Tom Alsop. It's all getting a little bit niggly out there. I mean, it's professional sport. I know there's nothing on the game, but Josh Shaw is absolutely boiling down there. Graham Van Buren has come across and had a word to him, but he had a long word there to Tom Alsop. I will read the rest of your email in a moment, Martin. He says, the commentary's kept me going during this summer whilst I've renovated some of my house, both inside and out. Being a Fulham fan, my expectations are never that high, but I still have faith that our youngsters will come good. With the addition of some experience next season, I predict we will win Division 2. Well, let's hope so, Martin. And he says, have a great winter. Thank you, Martin. Very kind words. And thank you for your support throughout the season. Shaw is on his way. I reckon this might be short. Comes in, bowls to James Coles, and well, that's not going to improve his mood. James Coles plays the ball down to third man. This could well be his half century. Is it going to cross the rope? No, it doesn't. But it is going to be 3 runs to James Coles, which will bring up a very fine half century indeed. Excellent from James Coles, who's been a real highlight for Sussex this season. Gets applause from the balcony. 51 in 39 balls in 63 minutes with 5 fours and 3 sixes, and it has been as good an innings as those statistics say.
Yeah, he's struck such a clean ball as Coles, and it was as if it was almost like, well, maybe a 50 over innings, let's say that, in that coming in that you've got a bit of time, you've got some balls to play yourself in, but as soon as he felt set, he went at the bowling, and he recognised that he had an attack which was kind of on the ropes, that they were struggling to find places to go to, and he really decided that he was going to take on the bowling. And we're going to have a conversation here. I assume that this is more about light now rather than anything else. And Graham Van Buren he's talking to, and we're still waiting to see what the umpires have decided. They're now wandering towards the stumps, and I think we're going off. Yeah, I could only assume that that's what that discussion was. I think Van Buren pointed to Matt Taylor and said, "I want to bowl him." And so that's going to be that. They'll have an extended word here with Graham Van Buren because there've been multiple incidents. There's the chat that umpire Chantry had with Zafar Gohar. Nothing to indicate that anything formal was done there, but that plus that kick at the ball from Shaw, I don't think Gloucestershire are going to escape this without a ticking off from the cricket liaison officer. And that has been really, I can only say again, a very tough session to watch from a Gloucestershire point of view. Been few and far between the sessions in this season that they've, my throat's catching, sessions in this season where Gloucestershire have controlled. But so often it seems as though something's come along just to take a game away from them, and it feels as though that's already happened. I'm afraid it may not feel that from a Sussex point of view, but effectively 263 for 3 on second innings. 2 batters going great guns in Allsop and Coles, and plenty more batting to come for Sussex, and it just feels like another game that has got away from Gloucestershire. And the thing is, there is so much time left in the game, and especially batting at this pace, it's not even as if Sussex have to think about accelerating or anything like that towards some sort of a target to set things up. They don't have to worry about anything like that, not for a long while. They'll have plenty of time to bowl Gloucestershire out. They can just bat them out of the game.
They can. Well, we'll have a little breather. I mean, there are some brighter skies coming in, actually, and so I'm giving up totally on play, but we'll be running out of time now, and I'm sure Gloucestershire probably don't want to come out again. I think they'll be quite glad to go back to the hotel, put their feet up, you know, and come back tomorrow. So we'll have a little breather. If we don't get back on tonight, then thank you very much for listening. Thank you for your emails, texts, tweets, and all the other correspondence. A few people are staying put, which suggests that people haven't totally given up. But I can see that light. Can you see on the groundsman's hut at the far end?
I see what you mean. Yes,
is now on, and
look out for that in future
That's
visits.
my sort of light indicator. I reckon I never asked Ben Gibson, but I reckon that's sort of like is set by the light. So we will start to lose overs now, whatever happens. But anyway, Ed and I will be back with you tomorrow. But if we get more play, we'll keep the effects rumbling away, just so that you can hear. A couple of other messages, actually, just very briefly. Clive Jacobs got in touch. I'm going to read your email, Clive. Sussex again disappointed in their first innings, and the dismissal of Tom Haynes second time around sums up his and the Sussex season. Too many low shots have seen the batting fail to post high scores too often, and this season the batting unit has collapsed with alarming frequency. Sussex are as far away from promotion this season as ever. Despite a lot of effort, the batting is brittle and fragile, and the attack lacks a cutting edge that makes bowling sides out twice difficult. Paul Farbrace now knows how the county works, or not, and some changes in personnel seem inevitable. Farby said of the first innings batting display away to Derbyshire last week that in his opinion the batting was appalling. Having heard this, he was not wrong. I've no problem with the coach telling fans how he sees things, and he now has the win to prove his credentials as a top-class coach, and too, with other members of the coaching staff, help what is still a fairly young batting lineup. I hope he can coach out some loose shots and instill in batsmen the idea that they have to be got out, as opposed to giving the opposition slip catching practice, which has been evident sadly this year. My final comment is simple. On-field leadership this year has not always been evident, and the lack of visible authority on the field may have not helped self-discipline. Thank you, Adrian, and your fellow county commentators for your coverage of the county season. Sussex, the only way is up, and good luck to all the players next year. My thanks and regards, Clive Jacobs. That's an excellent email, Clive, much of which I agree with. So thank you for getting in touch. I do appreciate it, and thank you everybody who's been in touch today. The light's actually improved a little bit since we've gone off, although most people do seem to be wandering away, but it has got a little brighter. So we shall see if we get any more play. Thank you, Ed. If you don't get back on, been good fun as ever with your good self, and we'll just leave the effects mic bubbling on.
This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.